in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. It is I, the large-headed Toffees, here with Gibson and Godspeed as we're about to get into the first day of PAX 6's Grand Finals, and I am gassed up. Gibson, how you doing?
Doing good. Look, watched some EU a little bit earlier on today, and remember that NA is the superior region based on what I seen earlier today, so I'm excited.
I am excited as well. Godspeed, you excited?
Energy's good, man. We got a banger of a grand finals coming up, and the teams coming out of the last chance qualifier were heated up, and I think the teams that already made it have a case to prove.
Hey, there's a lot to prove. All right, let's get into sort of that meat and potatoes, because this is a very big event. We have a new, the same format you're used to, but a lot is on the line with this one. Now, it was from the very beginning. We started in the group stage. We grind our way through that last chance qualifier, where the Big 16 shows up from the entire combined Americas region, where they battle for their chance to go to PGS, as well as lock up something super important we're going to talk about in a second. Besides money, but money's first, right? Gibson, is money first?
It depends on what you want. Some players want money, some players want fame.
Some want money, some want fame. Well, if you like the cash pocket, you're going to live your dream here. $50,000 in the prize pool, $12,000 for first place. But a little more importantly is that thing, I think this is what you were implying, Gibson, on the right side.
Yeah, the PGC points is what everyone's playing for. You want to go, you want to represent the Americas, and you want to be world champions. Look, Winning PGS is nice, but winning PGC is a completely different level.
Yep.
I'll never get to the point where I can win it, but these players playing today, they'll all believe they can.
Just because you get a PGS doesn't mean you get a PGC. Just ask Twisted Minds. Let's take a look at the current PGC point standings. I think we actually have those, because this is going to be pretty exciting, Godspeed, as we watch throughout the course of the day today, the way that the sort of, distribution is going to work. So the top 3 PGS qualification teams get just an insane amount of points.
Yeah, that's really top. I mean, first is incredibly top heavy. 250 points is actually massive. And then even 170 and 120. After third, it tapers off. It's out of the triple digits. At fourth place, you're only getting 95, 85, so on and so forth. So yeah, it is imperative these teams who are in desperate needs of these points place within that top 3, preferably, obviously, first place.
And the reason that we're going to kind of see these PGC points coming into play is there are some teams like, say, Bestia that didn't make it into this round that is going to be watching these points. And if the right teams end up in those top 4 spots, they still may get their bid. Now let's look at the current standings as they are. I'm going to let you keep rolling forward with this, Godspeed, because this is the current PGC race positioning.
Yeah, you can see El Proyecto actually in first place, coming out with 200 points from PS5. Bestia,
Which is Furia now.
That's a big one, which is Furia now. But the actual team of Bestia, we'll talk about a little bit later, isn't even here, working in silence. Again, another team that's not here. Falcons are here. Liquid, Wuju2, Toyo, the usual suspects. And Alcacia, who just, I don't want to say squeaked by. They kind of crushed the last chance qualifier, but they're here as well.
All right, so just as a quick one, because the graphics, I think the way that the points work, right, is as teams transition, they can accept or transition points. So as I understand it, El Proyecto points are now transferred to Furia, so they should be in that first place qualification position. For everybody at home, as you look at this, I know it can be a little confusing. Bestia, as you just said, Godspeed, they didn't qualify. Like, that is crazy that they now have to sit at home and watch the race. The good news, though, Gibson, is that a lot of those teams below them in this cutoff, like, if the right teams get the points in the right place, Bestia still goes.
Yeah, it just depends on what way it plays out. Like, you'd assume working in silence, which are now Rock, they'll leapfrog ahead of Bestia.
Yep.
Falcons should as well. But the big one for me is those spots below it, right? We've seen it in the past where 10 points can be the difference between you going to PGC or not. So every single team that picks up points, Bestia are going to be like, oh no, oh no. And remember, PEAS Fall, it's a little bit heavier. There's more points up for grabs in the fall series than there was back in spring.
Yep. So you got to fall into PGC if you can. Now, I'm not going to get too into this at the moment because we're going to be tracking it throughout the course of the 3 days. I'm under the assumption Professor Porosaurus has some sort of crazy time warping malfeasance of spreadsheet that will solve all of our problems for us on day 3. So we'll make sure that he's on the desk to help us with that, and we will track it for you guys. Now, let's move over to the point system. And the other things that we need to remember about this tournament, how do you get points? It is as classic as it gets. 10th for first, it goes down from there. 1 kill equals 1 point. And so that is what we've been playing for a very long time. You should know it. The players know it. They're comfortable here. That's great news for everyone. Let's take a look at the standings and some of our...
Well, Cammy's gone from the broadcast talent.
Group stage overall scores. Get into this a little bit, Gibson. Let's talk about the group stages and sort of your takeaways from it.
Yeah, the takeaways for me were some of the teams that I had question marks over consistency answered my questions big time. Mira and potentially Dangerous, but we'll talk a little bit more about them later on. I think what most people will look at is the teams that didn't make top 8, like Alcacia, Rock, Bestia. And Bestia then, I suppose maybe the groups was a signal of what was to come, because they found themselves outside of the top 8 as well when we got to the LCQs.
Yep. Let's say, okay, so... You got any takeaways from group stage, Godspeed, before we move on to talk about the LCQ?
No, I think Gibson actually did a pretty good job of breaking it all down for the most part.
Nice. And just so everybody at home, again, we are getting our teams in the lobbies. We're going to get rolling in about 10 minutes time here. Very excited to kick this off. Let's remind everyone what happened, though, in the last chance overalls. Because, again, at the group stages, all that matters was making that big top 8, right? Like, that was it. Right. So teams kind of have tempered styles of play. That changes when we get to last chance qualifier because there's no second chances. And if you fail here on day 1, you may never get out of it, as some of our biggest players or teams recognize. Now, Godspeed, last chance, some big shakeups there.
Yeah, there were some big shakeups. Again, aside just talking about Bestia, I felt like a team like Pest Control actually looked really good initially going into last chance. They didn't make it either. Yahoo, again, another team who regardless of how much a break some of the players on that roster took, still always going to be a threat and one that you're going to expect to get in there. That being said, a returning roster having players like K-Mine come back and such, they actually made it, right? Duel made it. We saw the 4 Daugs, who I was probably the most excited to see qualify. But then another surprise, I guess you can call it a surprise, was Gooners, right? Gooners, we knew how they were going to play. I thought that going into that lobby in LCQ, it was going to be a much better opportunity for them. And they feasted, right? They did very well coming in third. And then Aldkudsia barely making that cutoff to not make grand finals and group stages, managed to rectify that with a very impressive, first place finish in LCQ as well. So LCQ, it was exciting. It was a good watch all the way up until basically the last game, where it was really close.
So talking about Gooners for just a second, Gibson, in the last chance qualifiers, they seemed score-wise to be a completely different team than the group stages. Do you know what happened or why?
Yeah, they didn't care. I spoke to some of the players. They were like, our path to the finals runs through the LCQs. They were like, you know what? We'll get there. It's the exact same thing that happened last time, if I'm not wrong, back in spring. They bombed out of the group stage. They came out swinging inside of the LCQs, and then they got to the finals. And to say they gate-kept some teams in the finals would be an understatement. But I think Gooners are always a fun team to watch, because at the end of the day, there's no retreat. They're a team that always go forward, even if it's at their own detriment.
Yes.
No retreat. Never surrender. I hope they make the grand final, because I just want to see if Crafton makes them change their name or not. Okay, let's talk about some other teams that came out of group stages that were pretty exciting. Each of you guys, I asked you to sort of give me somebody you could talk about, not necessarily a favorite, but that had some interesting actions that sort of had your eyes on them. Gibson, you told me Potentially Dangerous was a team that had your attention in the group stages. Why is that?
Because this is a team that historically has always had a really high ceiling, but that floor was so low. Like, they were winning back-to-back chicken dinners, or they were getting 0 points and bombing out of lobbies. And I always wondered if they could do it over multiple days. They answered so strong in the group stages. 122 points, if I'm not wrong. I'm not going to, until I get that number on my screen again, I'm not going to say that's a fact, but they showed me a level of consistency that I never knew that they had. And I feel like going into this, they're going to be great. But in particular, I want to highlight Tony and Glock. These two players are incredible. If you've watched the PUBG Players Tour, it's the same two players having an impact every single time. I think that this team, if they can just tap into what they found in groups, could really put the cat amongst the pigeons this weekend when it comes to the grand finals.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, I'll follow up on that, and it might just be that I don't understand the metaphor of the cat within the pigeons.
Yeah, that's right.
When you say
you've never heard
cat and pigeons.
I mean, I assume, but pigeons are wily, so I don't know if the cat's angry and just chasing things around, or if the cat is perceived to be very well fed after this. What is the metaphor?
The pigeons are just chilling around. They're having a good time. They think it's their own way. Someone puts a cat in there, and the cat's a predator. It's going to just cause them to chaos and spread. And I can't believe you've never heard the metaphor. Put the cat amongst the pigeons.
I just wanted to double down on what does it mean, because I guess I've never thought.
I've actually genuinely never heard that.
What?
It's a fun one. You know what?
But now I have, and I've learned. And I feel better for it.
Do you have any thoughts on Potentially Dangerous, Godspeed?
I mean, I've been talking about this team for a while now, especially coming up into the beginning of this year. I think they're showing that they are potentially one of the teams that we really need to look out for, especially going into next year. But they really need to start closing out these finals. That's the thing, is they get very close, and then I don't know if it's pressure and experience, but they're getting there, and I have a lot of faith in this team and this roster. So
all right, so when we say Potentially Dangerous, when we say the cat's among the pigeons, is this they win Potentially Dangerous, or is this top 5 Potentially Dangerous, Gibson?
Top 5. I don't think they're at the level they need to be to win, especially when you consider that Falcons are a lot better in finals than they usually are in groups, and I think that you'll see teams stepping up. But if they're consistent and they're getting into the top 8s and getting placement points every single game, you never know. They've impressed me a lot already, and we've seen stranger things happen in PUBG than teams like PD make it into the top 4, top 5.
That's fair. All right, I want to go into Godspeed's team. Sorry, I got distracted for a second at the end of that. Godspeed, the stats are ready. Let's talk about Rock. That's a team that caught your attention, the group stages, and probably long before that. Let's get into it.
Yeah, so it used to be, as you stated, working in silence. Slightly bigger pigeons, I guess, if we're using the same metaphor, right? Technically, rocks are flying mythical creatures, but I mean, again, coming off of EWC, an incredible performance. There was, I don't want to say like necessarily disappointment, but they definitely were not playing to the level that we saw them play at the LAN in EWC. Maybe it is being back online, kind of getting back into that rhythm. We did see them drop down into the LCQ. They were able to, get out of that, but we did see some kind of cracks in what seemed to be a gameplay style that was going to continue to evolve and be very aggressive and really not get them caught, right? We saw them getting caught. That's the thing. In group stages and even in LCQ, we saw them getting put on the back foot way more often than not. Especially coming off EWC, it didn't seem like they were really on their back foot until the end at all throughout that whole event. So maybe this is just something that they're going to work on. But overall, I think this roster is incredible. I love all 4 of these players. I think they really come together so damn well. And then, Santastico being who he is and helping kind of propel them in the fragging department, all 4 of them stepping up. I just want to make sure they don't slide too far, right? I want to make sure they continue their trajectory of going up.
I will say,
after an event like EWC.
I remember one of the analysts, I think at EWC or something, saying that one of their fears for Rock was that after doing so well, especially in those early stages, that everyone was going to start to look at them, right? Like they had the benefit of not being a team that was on people's radar until recently, and now they are part of the book, if that makes sense. And I think that is something that we're kind of seeing coming soon to pass. All right, let's talk about 2 other teams that I think are going to be a lot of fun. They went through kind of different journeys to get here, but that is QAD and Team Mira. Let's start with you, Gibson, as you talk about sort of these 2 teams, how they compare to each other, and maybe a little bit about their journeys here.
Got to be very careful not to steal any of Godspeed's points here, so I'll stick to the ones that I had written down before this. But I want to
stealing in baseball.
I want to talk about Mira, right? This is a team where they caught my eye in the PUBG Players Tour, playing in the 3rd person. I was like, hold on a second, this team is really, really good. But they weren't able to play in a lot of the big events because they had a kid called Kawazine who was playing for them. He was under 18 at the time, so they couldn't really compete. And then whenever he finally edged in, he went to Furia. And I was like, oh, well, so Mira just developed this kid from to go off and go on to bigger and brighter things at Furia. But my God, did Mira show up big time. Like, the level of dominance they showed was similar to what they showed all year round in the PUBG Players Tour. They are highly aggressive. They have no fear, which I think you're expected when you've got a team with such young players. But I think the biggest thing for me is when you watch them play, the way they think about the game is so similar to Falcons. And that's what I mean by that is the amount of times those 2 teams bump into each other around the 16th, 17th minute of a game, because they both want to get to the same spot. They both have the same idea of concepts and rotations. So I think Mira has a really high ceiling.
Study Falcons super hard, and you end up running into the team that you study.
Godspeed, I gotta hear these.
Maybe that's what happened.
Well, actually, they're Cameron's points, if I may, and that's just. I mean, Cam has been talking about Mira for a while now, especially because he's been doing a lot of the cups. He's pretty intimate with that team, and they've been playing in every one of those cups on top of these PAS events, right? And so I think because of that, Gibson is absolutely spot on. I think the one thing that's holding them back is their confidence in the close, right? And that's the one thing that Cameron had also noticed in all the cups. Even when they do really well in those events, they just can't seem to close out these big grand finals, even though they have more than enough capability to do so. We've seen 22 in the past, right? Close out one of those events. So it really just comes down to the fact of, can they have that confidence to close and finish strong? And I think this could be the event. I think they're working towards that.
Here you go.
But, something else to notice for all these teams that we didn't even say, if you don't qualify for this, you didn't qualify for Masters.
I think she's gonna walk right up here. That's what she tends to do after she grabs that. Yep.
And you had good PGC points from before, right? So that's a really big thing. Is for a lot of players, this might be their actual last event of the year, and that kind of sucks if you don't qualify.
Can I make one more quick point?
Absolutely.
Just really quick.
Please do.
I just want to say, for people who don't know Mira, watch LFP today and watch Faxon. They were demons. LFP got 30 kills in groups, and Faxon got 27. Their combined kills was 10 more than the big 2 of Kickstart and Shrimsy. So that just goes to show you how much potential they have in a fragging sense.
I love that you bring up amazing frag potential, because we have 2 other gentlemen who are here with us today that I wanted to introduce to you, because they're going to be joining us to watch all the frags. It's Matchman Porsaurus. What's up, my man?
What's up, Shody?
Are you scared?
I got scared him. I scared him. Poro, Matt, glad you guys are here. Had a great time watching last weekend. Poro, from LCQ to now, is there anything that you expect to see teams glowing up? Anything cool that we should know about?
Anything cool? Well, I mean, now you're in an 18-game final, so you got a little bit of chance to kind of figure things out on the first day. So if things start off slow for some of these teams, they got a little bit more of an opportunity to right the ship. Other than that, I'm interested to see what this lobby looks like. Obviously, Alcatia found their footing in the LCQ lobby, but this ain't the LCQ lobby. This is the grand final. So we're gonna have to see if they can pull off the miracle and get themselves into the top 5 when it comes to America's points.
It is going to be a wild lobby. I think most of the teams we expected to come out of LCQ made it, right? So this is going to be a pretty aggressive grand final. Which is why I got to remind you guys, I'm going to tell you guys at home, we had a quick remake. We're going to get the lobby going as soon as we can. So just bear with us. We're working on it. And now I have to ask you guys the important question. Because it's been out for a little while. We've watched the players do it. Are you thinking about giving up DMRs yet, Gibson?
No.
No?
Well. Unless you give me 2 VSSs, maybe. But I still think you need a DMR in your back pocket.
Cosby, are you still DMRing? You think everybody is?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not enjoying it, but I'm still using them.
So is that the big takeaway, guys?
I'm picking up bolts more.
But is that so? I guess that's where we're at. Is that where we're kind of looking at Matchroom with this idea that the pros are still using the DMRs? We're starting to get a feeling that like it's feeling sloggy. Is there a meta shift in the wins that we should be aware of?
Well, I mean, the MP5K sniper rifle meta has been dancing around for a while now. But it still goes back to muscle memory, right? Even if it's not the mathematically best, if you've been using a gun for 7 years now, it's still going to be highly valuable for you. But there is something to be said about the switchover.
I have to be careful.
The has just been murderizing people, and we saw it in there. I know, Poro, do you want to dive into any of the VSS love? Because you'll use a VSS like 5 years ago and didn't even care.
Yeah, but I mean, I was using VSSs and crossbows to mess with y'all. Like, it wasn't really because it was an effective weapon. But now that the numbers are there to back up the effectiveness, look, man, when it comes to that question, I go back and I look at who were the people that were actually using VSSs and stuff like that, and MP5s and stuff like that. It was people that were in the LCQ. Like, Falcons guys weren't using it. Like, Furia guys weren't using it. Like, it's a strategy. If it works for you, great. I mean, what have I always said, Tavies? What have I always said? The best gun in the game.
Accuracy through volume. Oh, sorry.
No, that's the M249. Best gun in the game is the one that you can hit your shots with. So if you can hit your shots with a VSS, if you hit every single bullet, then that is the best damn gun in the game. It's better than any
We're
deal.
up lines too.
My question to Pearl then is, what is the best gun in the game if that's what our metric is for you?
Nice.
The only thing I've ever seen him is the Panzer. Yeah, I knew it.
Poro is excellent with a C4, and we will leave it at that. Gentlemen, I'm going to let you go to rest your voices before the game. Thank you for checking in, and good luck today. Now, you guys at home probably want to earn G-Coin, right? I think I love G-Coin. You love G-Coin. I love to laugh more than that, even though I look nervous in this picture. Because I'm worried about which. It's a big
It looks like I'm gonna eat you, dude. Why is my head so long?
Poro's gonna win G-Coin, but from what I understand, there are thousands of G-Coin on the line. If you scan that QR code right now, you can send in a meme or a video or a joke, and if it makes us laugh and we can show it on air, we're going to give you the G-Coin. So do that right now. We also have history books from our social team is going to be doing another big hype. If you have a favorite highlight, send that to us over on social medias, and I can tell you, scan that code. We're going to get G-Coin in your pockets as fast as possible. I'll plug them throughout the day. At the end of the day today, we have the post-show podcast. We're going to be having us hanging out. If you send in questions that we pick on social media, send them over on X using that QR code. We are going to go ahead and give you guys G-Coin for that as well. So make sure you stick around for hashtag PAS6Mike. Now, the game is getting underway. Miramar
what are you doing, Cat?
For us to go to the Dusty Dunes. Godspeed, I'm hyped.
Oh my
hyped.
god.
Not only am I hyped because it's Miramar, but also...
Oh, she opened Task Manager too?
Birthday. Happy birthday, Penta.
Okay.
Happy birthday to you at all. That is great news for Penta. Congratulations. I don't know how old he is. I'm going to assume it's 26.
He's getting up there. Towards
26.
Don't you dare say 26 is getting up there. Don't you dare.
No, he's not actually
Say that.
26. I'm saying he's just, let's just pretend he's 26. I think
He's
it's
having a great
How
time
well is
smashing
he
her
gonna
head
frag
against my
today, though?
keyboard
How
right
well will
here.
Sakura do since it's his birthday? We'll see.
Sakura should be good. I think I'm excited about Sakura. I'm excited.
Oh, she paused. Oh, get off of the space bar.
Digging.
I'm just glad to see, you know, Sneak Attack back in there alongside of Seifu. You know, those two were
Yeah.
phenomenal back in the Mercy days. Actually drew comparisons with you in the green room. It was like way back when they were playing for Mercy, but then
You're a
Seifu
pain
couldn't
in the
play
butt.
over the weekend. They were very similar
You
with
know
how
that?
they played to the way Mira did. So I want to see if they can get that up and going. They've got a fantastic first circle inside this game for them down in that southeastern side of the map. So let's see if they can use the circle they've been given and build on it and start their weekend the right way.
We'll see if they use the circles we're given, and we're going to see the gentlemen use the voices they were as we call in our glorious
kitty.
casting duo of Porsaurus and Matrim to wrap out.
No.
Thanks, guys.
No.
Appreciate the deep dive into all the teams and getting
Well,
us started for today.
You okay?
So we got ourselves a low sleeve.
Are you
circle to
leaving?
Kick off everything. Ports are pretty, so going to be right on the edge
Time
of
to
it.
move
And
that
yes,
stuff
we got
out of your
Ports on
way
the
so
10
you
down
can
there,
leave
but let's
that
be
way.
honest, none of that's going to matter, Poro. Really, our eyes are going to be set
Yeah.
on Cantera, the fields east of Impala, and a lot of teams already set up. With squads like Team Liquid do center, but not going to stay there long.
And right off the bat, speaking of Wuju 2, they find themselves with an unfriendly visitor in Jappa who's just kind of taking shots. I think he's trying to peacock a little bit. I don't know if he knows that these guys are here, and Sneak Attack and Seifu on foot, so Jappa does have that M249 in hand now. And it's gonna, you can see Sneak Attack's just waiting for him to peek.
That's enough.
It looks like Wuju 2 just waiting
Really
for
caused a lot of trouble.
Jappa to make the wrong move here rather than being the aggressors.
Well, it's a bit complicated to push up in that position as well. So they don't want to they just don't want to walk into a line and let him just free fire onto him. So you got to make sure that you're making the
now
approach
we got
in.
3.
Yeah, and looks like the fourth is coming at the
I think-
distance, and
Oh,
looks
he
like
knows
Joppa knows. He's leaning around, takes the shot to the one, gets it easy, and that is exactly what Wuju 2 did not want to have happen.
They did not, but Lucid hitting the big shots there, force him back, but 38 HP. And Seifu should be safe, I think. He'll be able to get behind that building, but now the rest of Yin Yang is on the way, so this is already going to start off to be a full-on 4v4 fight, it's looking like, to on the south side of Miramar. I mean, it's dead center circle, so it's worth fighting over.
And it's a longhouse on top of that, so it can be stalled out. Wuju doesn't want to let this go on for too long. They know that they need to use the tempo in their advantage, but
Call
they
that
just
lands
can't get it
directly
happening
onto
the way that
NC
they
though.
want it to. A lot of Molotovs
Luckily,
down,
Sneak
smokes to
Attack
eat up enough
jumped
time,
up.
but tries to get over to Seifu, but Joppa's not going to let it happen. Lucid, though, on the outside, spots out, gets the knock on to Trisk. But, oh, the counter Molotov does get Lucid down.
Got shot right in the face with it, too, and that would have been huge if Lucid was able to get away from that. Now, Kane has been picked out, but they have to know he's going for this revive. I believe they're on the outside. Sneak Attack has just been kind of holding the same position for quite some time now, as Lucid's going to get flushed out, and even if they can turn this around, Wuju 2, they've lost 2. I mean, this is about as bad as this thing could have gone, and now it's gone worse. The Sneak Attack will go down. It's all down to Enzito with 8 HP after getting hit with that grenade, and he will go down.
Wuju 2,
out
no.
in 16th place.
But on the opposing side of that, 4 points off the get-go, Team Liquid did hear this. Nobody's wanting to stay in Los Leones for too long, so they moved to the outskirts.
Team Liquid,
did spot this,
a
but
team
really
that is
couldn't get too
always
involved
ready
other
to
than
third party, I feel
Aloy
like.
just taking those pot shots, doing some damage to tires and whatnot. The suburbs are really where everything's kind of popping off, and Los Leones is at. Nobody's really staying in the city itself. To the north, we got a cluster of teams, and then kind of a spattering, kind of curving around the western side of the map.
Yeah, really nice start for Yin Yang there. Considering, I mean, that was one guy getting caught out by a 3-man squad, and Wuju 2 maybe a little bit rusty coming into this weekend. That'll knock the rust off pretty quick.
I was gonna say,
3 minutes in.
taking a longhouse fight right off the start is so complicated too. I mean, that's like one of the most notoriously hard buildings to push, and the timing was almost there, but just getting spotted out on that window peak. Joppa just, I mean, did exactly what he needed to do and play it in a good position.
Oh, super well played by Java. Now we check
Java.
in with potentially dangerous on the north side. Looks like Google might be getting a little bit close on their to the southern half of their split. Meanwhile, in Los Leones, Gooners, like you said, nobody was going to the middle. And if you want to look for a team that's going to do the thing that you don't think that anybody should do, look for Gooners. They're going to go for the high ground immediately.
Well, I mean, I guess that's
Goon.
the potential of getting kills later, but this is so counter Gooners gameplay. Do center inside of a city where it's going to be hard to kind of pick up kills rather than playing edge. This is a modification to trying to carry it over there. Just slowly drag it. What?
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to get it. Can you get it in the trunk now? Yeah.
It's always funny to see that.
This is how you make sure you carry armor with you into the late game, chat. Take this into your games. As Hoyo had a...
So you have a good spot.
I mean, all things considered for Toyo, they've had a great year. Making EWC, despite the fact that
we don't have
EWC
chat out.
go as
Can't
well
see
as they
chat.
hope, but they finally made an international event, right? Like, they finally have that feather in their cap, and we're looking to see if they can build off that now, and maybe they can find themselves in PGS. We'll see.
Seen a couple of the rotates here. Alcazia, who did a great job in the last chance qualifiers, but not necessarily the best in
All
the
right,
group
let's
stage.
see.
That's why
I
these
think
other
Toyo's
last chance
position is really
qualifiers
good.
Are going to be the only team that's playing to the east of Los Leones right now. We
if
have
it
seen a lot of
goes
shifts kind of
over
go
there,
over into that corridor. I mean, it felt like earlier this year, kind of the southeast area.
they'll be in a
of
great
Los
spot.
Leones, where the mines are at. and everything like
Falcon's
that.
color is
Just had
really
circle after
weird.
Circle pulled that direction, so
That's
being
thrown
able
me
to have it
off.
down there, Team Liquid's leaning that direction. Gooners, Team Liquid's kind of a bit everywhere, to be honest. They've got a 2-2 split that's going to be on the far western side of Los Leones and then down into the southeastern side as well.
Yeah, Liquid, I mean, you could see what they're doing right here with Sparking and Luke. They're just high ground on the edges, as you said, kind of playing around the outside, get vision on anything that's happening outside of the city itself. And meanwhile, spotting out Gooners, doing a little damage, but other than that, shouldn't be too big of a deal for Gooners. Mira, well, I would say the last, but you've got Four Dogs even farther off to the north that have taken their sweet time after looting up in Oasis. Furia now just arriving, and they're getting a little close to 55, but it looks like they should avoid any direct confrontations, as, yeah, a few shots being sent. That's going to let Furia know that is not a route that they want to take.
Yeah, that's going to be soccer. That's taking those pot shots for the time being. Mira's just going to be to the west of them. So
Justin, thinking
the
I'm not going to
cluster
yell at him.
predominantly leaning into the north for the time being, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast due to the way that the circle's set. We got about another minute or so before everything finally collapses in, and we're going to see where the next set's going to happen at. Most of our teams pretty comfy for the time being. Four Dogs kind of our, I guess, again, no pun intended, underdog team that's kind of worked their way into it.
Yeah.
Ice Tech, though, we know this guy's been around for a long time. He's competed inside of a lot of
Four
events.
Dogs
There
and
is
Duel, I
some
guess,
experience on
really.
this.
Just
There's
because
some new
Duel
teams,
last
some new
time
players
didn't
that
make
kinda
it
trying to make a name for
through
themselves as well.
into
New
the
rich
finals,
players.
and when they did, they were
So,
just like bottom of
very
the. Or
interesting to see
if
what
they
kind of
did,
last
they were
chance
bottom of the
qualifiers brought them
leaderboard,
and the
right?
confidence that
Or
it's
was
gonna
that
bring.
in the last chance
Four Dogs, I mean,
qualifiers?
they clutched out on the last day. What can you say? I mean, they left it to game 10 and 11. They took back-to-back wins, secured their spot. I mean, it was not looking good for these boys before that, but you know, when everything's on the line, it's when you need to step up, and they stepped up and they find themselves here. What will they do now that they are here? It looks like they are, as you said, taking a really long time to come in, so one would imagine playing it very cautiously, doing a lot of
So in
scouting,
this lobby,
making sure that they don't push
towards
blindly into
the
anything,
center of
which is a good way
zone,
to
you're
start
gonna
off
have
here.
like Falcons a lot of the time, maybe Team Liquid.
Avoiding the fields areas for the time being, but, the circle does lean north.
Okay,
Of course, keeps a
wow.
good chunk of Los Leones in it. So Team Liquid, who are playing both sides, so that way they could always end up on top, do still end up at the bottom of the circle, though. They still got some pathing options to work with. It looks like they're going to make a quick run through that one. Yin Yang also going to be trying to make a rotate. The rest of that's going to be Toyo, and we're going to have Rock as well with a slow rotate in. Mira kind of being beneficial with Four Dogs on it, and good shots coming out, but the Kraken is going to go down. Sakura coming up with a good position to just kind of sneak.
One
this
for one
away
trade so
real
far.
fast.
Nice return from Kawazine and making sure that Iman was not able to finish that off. Now will get stolen away by Fakesin, so good heads up play there by Mira. And Adam gonna go down now as well, stolen away by Mira again. So Furia having food taken right out of their mouths as Kraken is, I guess at the end of the day, you're just happy to get Kraken back on his feet and stay 4 strong here, playing just off to the west, or I'm sorry, the east of center circle.
Yeah, so what?
I mean, it's a very
A
small
lot of
compound, no
these
surprise that a lot of eyes are being drawn over there. We do have
zones
the
and
sandstorm,
everything,
it's kind of to the northeast now. Mira's
you're
to
gonna
be
have
navigating against that.
Falcons
Quick
and
roll up of
Liquid
18,
and
Liquid and
stuff,
Falcons
and then
lining
on
up
the
at same
edge you're gonna
time.
have
Purdy, though, gets
Furia
off by Hamilton on the approach.
and
Halo
Mira.
already entrenched, but he's gonna go down. He did at least manage to take down 2, so this has been bloody on both sides. You got Falcons still trying to finish.
What?
Twin gets spotted out. Luke clutches up when he needs to, but here come the tail end of Falcons. Can they manage to secure any points or safety, or are Team Liquid gonna spell their doom? Shots around
Doom.
the side.
A little bit too
Liquid
far,
finds it, and
Kickstart.
Falcons get no points in game 1.
Really aggressive call, bringing Kickstart over there at the end. And in the end, they end up getting wiped early. So not a great start here for Falcons, obviously, going out in 15th place with no kills. And of course, it would have to be Liquid, wouldn't it? Now, the one thing for Liquid is
I mean, that won't keep up.
they should be able to get everybody back on their feet now. As Blist will get spotted out. This is one of the problems when you stop
So the point
down,
for Haven, Mira,
to do a little
3
scouting.
points
Maybe
already.
going a little bit too deep in here for Four Dogs, and they will lose 1.
Seems like they've got the other approach for it. They're just going to kind of send it down a bit more. I mean, this is where you're going to have to be really testing the metal. You've got Mira on one side of you. Soccer is kind of separated out. They're holding a very wide split and doing some harassment onto the Four Dogs, as well as anybody from Mira that opts into trying to peek their head around the side of it. But with Mira playing mostly in Cantera, there's no real good vision in for them. So they've kind of opted into a defensive bunker here.
I was gonna say, I mean, I can't really fault Four Dogs for losing one there, because that's just a really weird spot to have 2 players from Mira. As you mentioned, they're inside the crater. They can't really see anything that's going on outside. So, yeah, I think you're right. It's interesting decision to play a little more turtley and bunker up when you're that close to the edge of the zone. But we'll see what the next circle does. As Four Dogs, they've at least managed to find themselves a decent compound to play here. They just have to hope that the circle does not hard shift down to the south, does not hard shift down into Los Leones proper.
Well, Rock's hoping it goes down to the southwest as they're running a pretty wide split right now. Los Leones still has a ton of teams in it, but no,
Wow.
it does lean up into the north. Rock
Right back up to the north.
Pulling that emergency pickup so that way they can try to jump in. But there is a lot of flat land in the middle of the circle, so the Cantera
Potentially Dangerous
bunker
going to be
strategy
happy.
is going to pay off for now. Fury is also going to opt in a bit closer. This is a lot of interesting high ground to low ground valley play.
Yeah, I don't know if this E pickup is worth it for Rock, because if you think about it, you obviously you switch sides of the circle, you play from that side, but you see all the open fields, and you're going to be dropping in an area with no vehicles, so you're not going to be able to reposition once you get over there, and you have no real information about what's over there either. So we'll see how it plays out for him as Yin Yang trying to make their way through Los Leones, but they're running into Toyo, who's got a nice split here on the edge of the city, but they're going to give themselves away. At least one side of their 2-2 split is going to get found out here. But you see Rybo and Benya down there off to the west. They could be a factor here as Emmy will take the spray, but not going to land the shots.
I think he was
Good
going for
rope
tires
that
anyways.
wall to try to deny out as much damage as
It's
humanly
going to be
possible.
more
Keep them
difficult
a
for
bit
Yin
more
Yang to
safe.
try and leave
Rock
there
has
now
committed into that
because their
emergency
tires
pickup,
are probably
which
like
still
almost
makes me pretty
completely
nervous.
destroyed.
Yin Yang down to the south. The rest of Toyo hasn't really regrouped, so Yin Yang's taking this pretty slow now. They're just kind of leapfrogging one over at a time, trying to make sure that they secure the angle away, and there comes the tail end of it. Gooners, though, they've spotted out the potential of a friend that they want to potentially give a Panzerfaust to. I know it's not Christmas, it's not Halloween yet, but, you know, sometimes you just got to give a gift to your boys. Unfortunately, that boy is going to be Lobes, and he's finally hearing the footsteps and realizing, I don't think I want to be here. He's just got to go.
Dip, 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 dip as fast as you can. Good spray from the top, though, will prevent them from just free firing that Panzerfaust down. And good teamwork from Duel. And K-Mind in particular will keep Lobes alive, keep Duel up to 4, as Gooners now lost one and take another knock.
Okadzia.
The double-edged sword strategy for the Gooners. Remember, they played pretty much center, and now are starting to get more aggressive on that edge play, but it's just such a thick urban environment. They were the ones that were on the hunt there. But look at the mini map right now, down the bottom. Just so squads over there, and
that nade would have been perfect if the
8
coop
moves to
didn't
the
get in
nade.
the way.
10 to the birthday boy, still doing good for now.
That's not the present that you want, though. Furia giving him some very explosive birthday presents. And we're not even going to talk about. You know what, Penta? Happy 21st birthday, man. Good to see you. Stay forever young. But he is.
We won't talk about age restrictions on the NPL. 6 years ago. That's fine.
We're good. Don't worry about that. But Furia did extend a little bit to see if they could maybe get him, but they don't stick around for it. They don't overstay their welcome.
Mira is up to
finish off
6
that 1 point.
points.
Instead, they retreat back to their compound. New circle does pop.
So they're having a good
And,
game number
potentially
1
Dangerous
already.
now have a decision to make. And it looks like Lock-in will be repositioning. So hopefully somebody's, I think 55, Pippa might have eyes on that. And they may realize that is an open compound for them to crash into if they so desire.
Death Funnel down to the south is going to be dual QAD and probably Team Liquid all at the point of it. Everybody else is going to be trying to get themselves out of Los Leones is going to have some trouble to deal with. Most notably, it's going to be Toyo, Yin Yang right next to each other. Gooners as well, already getting harassed. This is a lot of dead zone in this circle. The compound where the northern part of Potentially Dangerous regrouped from is just so blatantly open and still has the hillsides that Furia is going to be playing from with vision down into it. This circle is about 75% smaller than it looks just due to that, because nobody's going to be wanting to play from it. Toyo having to make the aggressive play. Looks like they might be a second ahead of Team Liquid and bumping into each other in this rotate.
Well, Pretty Curdy already there, and now Sparking will come as well as Toyo.
Was that Alo with a drive-by Panzer?
Low enough, he's got to get out of there. He didn't have the speed to get up the hill. So unfortunately now for Toyo, Capitan, the last player left alive, and Team Liquid now up to 7 kills after wiping Sonics and taking 3 off of Toyo.
He just called them Sonics.
It's in the open. K-Mine trying to get the damage out. Sparking barely staying on. Finally goes down, but that's a precarious peak to go for if you want to try to flush it.
Got the smokes out at least, and now Snaker's actually providing some cover here for Team Liquid as Purdy Curdy will try to take the fight right to Duel's doorstep. IQ knocked down to next to no
Top
HP.
tier,
K-Mine
top
and
tier,
IQ
top
both
tier.
knocked. Wooly has to leave his position, get on over here. Lobes is trying to watch their backsides, but you can see Alcacia has just been causing problems for everybody, trying to make their way out of the city. Cowboy and D in particular have
my
just had
God.
angles on all of this, and nobody can feel comfortable doing anything right now without getting shot at.
Everybody's always curious why we call it the death funnel over here. Well, this is why. When you end up with this many teams stacked on each top of each other, and you just have a couple that don't have to move, everybody just
Let's
has
go,
to walk into
Hooligan.
the firing lines. And Alcacia is just raining in damage right now, harassing anything that moves. Team Liquid being kind of the beneficiary of that and getting some time to reset just a bit. But they still have to be careful because Team Liquid is kind of vulnerable from a position that Mira is going to start trying to play from.
It's worth noting that Sparking was able to get revived. So Team Liquid back up to 4 strong. Duel has able to reset as well. So despite Alcacia having this high ground and despite the fact that they are causing so many problems, there you go. Alo with the drive-by Panzerfaust. You love to see those.
Let's go, Alo.
Especially when it's on a BRDM. I think that's the only way I think that most of chat will approve of a Panzerfaust being used for kills, is if it's to take out a BRDM. As, oh my goodness, Yin Yang. Yeah, get out of there, boys. You don't want to stick around for that.
Yeah, I mean, clown carring it whenever you got nades raining in on you just does not feel good. Follow-up nades, gonna get a little bit damage. There we go, does get the knock. Bunting on one side of it, going for the flush out, but he gets revealed. Look at everybody just immediately chasing after him. Goes for the sprays in between. Good shots and good defense coming up from the Gooners right now. Can they get there in time to provide the support that they need to? See, it's just raining down. They know that they've got to make a run. There is nowhere to go, and now it's going to be just everybody starting to peek into this firefight.
Those actually went too far.
1 HP left. Fortunately, he's able to get the heals back off. But you saw this. I mean, Simply Mad and Icy were trying to get over here to get into util range, but they have to go through the smoke clouds because of all the harassment they're taking from Cowboy and D. And so now Yin Yang down to just 2, but they do have 4 kills. So after that early engagement, They took out with Wuju 2.
Goose goes
Flex
down,
wins the
Icy
1v1,
goes
but
down.
gets the last
Oh.
shot in, and Ikus will be the one that finishes off Gooners, as now Liquid have turned their attention back towards Duel.
No options. They just have to push up the hillside. Team Liquid, who has been on an absolute tear, already at 8 kills. starting to
Good
try
nade
out
on
the
Decay
nades.
Mind.
Gets some damage on Decay Mind, but loads!
There it is.
Decay Mind both nowhere to go. 2 down, and troubles for Duel as just look at the utility continuing to drop on top of them. Flushes easily picked up. Team Liquid just on it.
Headshot,
running
though.
amok right now. Wooly just finally at least gets a knock on Halo.
Well, he gets his second.
Get 2, he does. And now Sparking and Purdy Curdy have to be the ones to save the team, and they do. Sparking
Should be able to get back up to 4.
clutches it out. 12
Maybe.
kills
I don't
now
know.
for Liquid.
Blue zone's gonna be on the way.
They'll be able to get their men back on their feet, but they've got to be quick. They're outside of zone, and the blue is coming.
Well, he couldn't do it
Team
all.
Liquid does not want to miss another PGS. They've got their goal set up right now as 4 dogs trying to make their push into the circle. Going to be right next to Mira. Potentially dangerous. Also did make a directed run right into Toyo. So Toyo is going to go ahead and get taken out while this is going on. You got
Oh,
a
that
lot of people that are
grenade
limping into
cooked
the
a little
circle
bit
at this
too hard.
stage, and that's just due to the nature of how it's set up. Mission Ready, one of the teams that's playing into the lower ground right along the road, does manage to regroup. Could be a pretty interesting point to play from, as Team Liquid does look like they've now set their sights on Alcadzia.
They had to find somewhere. Come inside this zone, and this is just barely in. Roth trying to peek over the side to see if he can try to figure out where to put that grenade. But good cover from Purdy Curdy and Luke. And now Ikus is actually taking shots at Luke 12. So Team Liquid having their
Cowboy got out of there.
drawn
That's good.
in multiple directions. Remember, Luke 12 and Purdy still out in the zone. And now that the zone has locked, new circle is popped, you can see how much damage it's doing. And Purdy Curdy will go down to the zone.
Other 3 members lined up for Alcadzia, wanting to make sure that they defend this line.
Still not even in
way
placement
over
points
into the
yet,
east.
is the
He's trying to
crazy
make sure that
part.
He plays the anchor position for the squad, give them somewhere they can retreat to if need be. Sparking, Alo, the low ground threats, but they're going to get spotted out. It's going to be D with a good shot. Pretty much just 1 member up for Liquid now. And no real way to get into this circle. You can see it's just a cliff facing Roth. Alcadzia is actually jumping down to chase after this. This is an interesting choice given the fact that Rello is still on the high ground over into the east.
It's a really nice grenade, though. Really nice cleanup from Alcadzia, not taking any knocks. And they will collect there, and they will put Team Liquid's Game 1 reign of terror to an end. But 12 kills, 12 points for Liquid. That's a hell of a way to start your day.
They're fine
Now
with it.
Alcadzia will start making their way in as we have to figure out how potentially dangerous. They've got Mira that's kind of gatekeeping them from the zone, and they know that they've got these 2 players from 4 dogs off on the side as well. So potentially dangerous. They've got some decisions to make. but
Snakers with an
Snakers will pick out
M16.
Tony.
Mission Ready did get into this point early, and they're defending inefficiently right now. Potentially dangerous. Can't even potentially pull out their guns. Can they get the Panzerfaust on the target? They need to. Glock at least manages to get the knock
Michael,
on the
let's
pistol, but
go.
Potentially dangerous now down. Mission Ready in trouble though, but the only benefit for it is that 55 cannot run in back behind them right now. It's going to be Alcadzia yet again from the high ground, taking the shots at 55 that stalled them out.
Ooh, 4 dogs trying to
55,
pull
I
in
mean,
right behind.
A little bit too late on the pickup. They're going to send it now, and maybe they'll get there in time. Meanwhile, Mira trying to wrap around and get involved. Oh, there you go. RN0 gets there with the Panzerfaust in hands, and that will put an end to Mission Ready International. And 55 now has a spot to call home inside the zone as before Mira looks like they're going to back off the fight with Furia. Those 2 teams just working around the edge on that northeastern side. Ice Tech, meanwhile, has managed to get a little bit closer, and now they're going to spot out 55. I don't think 55 knew these guys were here.
I mean, 4 dogs were playing this slow, trying to be creepy about it. And Ice Tech now down to near on no life. Nade's going to be bouncing pretty close, and that's going to be enough to finish it out. Mira, though, still has to make their push around.
Cartoons! It's going pretty good. We're chilling, watching watching PAS. Team Liquid are dead, they're at 12 points. 55 and Alcadzia both have 10. Mira haven't gotten any more kills since the early game.
Real good so far this game. They had fantastic position.
Yin Yang took down Wuju 2 right at the beginning. I'm kind of pissed off about that.
7 kills. They've been using their good fortune to great great effect as now the circle will fall right on
Because
top of Cowboy.
Wuju 2 is one of my favorite
Furia,
teams. I mean, to
Mira,
be fair, I can go
and
through
Mira
and say
from
like half
Cowboy,
of this
so
lobby
Mira's
is
gonna be paused.
some of my favorite
Does
teams at this
Furia
point,
know? I don't
because
think
they
know
really
it's
are.
Mira that was
I mean,
right there. No
Wuju
knocks
2,
came from the
Rock,
fights that were actually
Falcons,
occurred, so
Duel,
they're not
Goon, Sakura
taking this
Zensen,
opportunity to capitalize on this
MRIA,
instead.
Furia,
Continue
Mira,
working down to the south
Elkadzia,
off to the
Team
west, and
Liquid.
you still have that wild card of the birthday boy
Like
in the
11 of
Shaq
them.
Pentalol.
So,
Holding it together now. Alcadzia's got control of the southern section of the road to the north. Pretty much Pentalol, the only one in, but Furia,
we'll kind of
Mira
see
both having to line up.
how things
Looks like
go.
Mira
I'm
is
hoping
getting a bit of an
that
earlier break.
that a lot of
They're trying to
my
set
teams
up.
will be able to
He's
make
gonna
it
be on
through,
one side
but
of this in a beautiful
obviously
spot.
not all of them will
Does
be
he
able
have the
to.
utility prepped up? Looks like he might be getting ready to see if he can get some tosses into it. Spots
Oh,
out Haven,
missed
does
the
get knock
first
onto it.
shots.
Clean shots to make that look like it was absolutely nothing. Molotov's going to get dropped. No frag grenades or anything else, but that molly is going to be enough to at least get some control over the territory. Is now Rello and
How
Cowboy
did that
starting to line
not
up
spread
in
to
the circle.
LFP1?
It was actually Cowboy that took the initial shots in Amir, and that allowed D to kind of take that peek over the top. But unfortunately for him, Furia had
He wasn't able to get the flush
They
either.
were the ones that
No, he did get the
forced
flush.
him to
Okay.
pull back, go for that heal. So Mira able to kind of get their footing back again as Pentalol has to dance around that shack. He's going to survive just a little bit longer as the Molotov not going to be enough to take him down.
How's it going for you,
Mira still
Cartoons?
pinned.
The focus from Alcadzia over onto Mira has opened up a lot more of the circle, specifically over into the west. Fury has been trying to exploit that over there. Mira's starting to think that maybe they've got enough of a foothold that they can start creeping up. But with the distraction of what's going to be going on over here with Furia, Penta can't really peek into the backside of Mira. He was contemplating it a couple of times, but you can see
Yeah, fair enough.
he's got to be focused on survival. There's nothing else he can do.
Tomorrow I do have to work,
Anybody's really get anything out of that, so
in the morning, from like
take
8
some
a.m.
damage
to
on
noon.
himself, you know?
So I won't be back till probably like
Such a
1:30 or
tough-
something.
a tough position for Furia to try
My
to take
time
him out.
anyways.
Because if they come in a wrong angle, okay, there you go. It's a Kraken. Will get spotted out. Can he follow it up with another one to finish off the point? And now Penta has just the tiniest little sliver. But yeah, Furia.
That's good,
Can't
that's
just
good.
Really push this
Boom.
because Mira had angles on this. Alcadzia had
Yeah.
angles on this.
I don't get to stay up till 1 a.m. I wish I could do like gamers hours and stay up super late and everything. Unfortunately,
No birthday present
not
for Pentalol.
really
He just
possible
takes
for
what
me.
he can get right now, and it has been back up against the blue zone.
Oh,
Alcadzia had to
I had a
surrender
question
out of the
for you,
circle,
though.
still has the red. Benefit is it's got a high ground position on everything that's going to be kind of leaning down.
Do you know anyone or have any suggestions for anyone that can do like emotes and overlays and stuff for me? Preferably just regular and animated. But I just didn't know if you knew anyone or
that spot. I mean, they're
had
able to
anyone
continue just playing
that you
around
were
that
close
ridge
with
line.
that did that stuff.
And fortunately for them, Furia just doesn't have angles on this, and they have to have their attention fully devoted to Pentalol right now, as he's already managed to take one off of him, and it looks like Penta might just try to out-heal the circle as long as he can, but that's not happening now. So Sakura Zensen will go down in 5th place, and now Furia has found the angle on Mira as LFP will get taken out.
They've got to be careful though. 55 does have one of their members pretty low. Looks like it's going to be Zara maybe trying to sneak in a bit closer. So the way that this
Adzia is looking good right now.
At 9 kills, they have the high
Yeah,
ground. Starting to try to exploit it more and more. Cowboy has
if
spun
you
up
could
there
ask
at range.
some of your friends
Rest
and
Falcons
see
here
if
trying to get some
any are
back.
interested.
They're making a committal over here. Let it go. Vixen does go down. The
I
East
have
firmly in
a
control.
little bit
Alcadzia, as it is gonna be Furia
of cash
55 on top
that
of each
I
other,
can
and
put towards
Cowboy
it,
with no fear.
and like as I get more, I
Really nicely played
will
by
want
Alcadzia.
to get
They
more things
desperately
done.
want this first win.
So
they had to fight their way through the last chance qualifier. And remember, we had the interview with Roth after the tournament was done, and he said, you know what, we really needed those extra games in that last chance qualifier to get our heads right, to get our comms right, to kind of figure
I just
things out.
don't want to go and try
after
and find a
LCQ,
random
I mean, they
person
finished at the top of the
because
leaderboard,
I
and so
don't
far,
trust
things
just
look
random
really,
people.
really nice for them here, but they've got to
So
take out the points leader from the group stage, Furia, who is back up to 3 strong, but Kalanzine will get taken down first.
Cowboy
God, that almost landed directly.
It goes a bit too far. Alcazia peeking around. D now down. Gizera on one side. Posa on the other. Slow pacing this down. Kadzia's got 3 members still up at the time. But are we going to be able to see the res? The rock might be enough. Alcazia doesn't want to run down. You can see that they've been fighting for a while. Helmet's gone off of one of their members. In tatters on the other. Posa just dancing around the outside of it to see if he can stall. D just slowly crawling in. But can Zia commit into the res right now? There's just a tree for the res that is so much harder to work around as Furia's already got the
Oh my
pacing.
god, this is gonna be crazy.
I think the smoke
Ending.
that Furia laid down to keep themselves alive may have actually helped out Alcazia get that res, as Cowboy will find Gizera, counting down to 4 HP, making that...
Post the last one. There we go. Yes!
And there you go, a
Let's
big
go,
win
Alcazia.
for Alcazia, 15
I was
kills,
literally just in Ross earlier, and let's go.
Because that was a dominant showing.
That's
Great
awesome.
position placement, making sure that
Gotta
they understand
follow
where
some
they
of
need to be
these
playing from,
people's.
where they can exploit the most advantages
Um,
into that game.
I want to
Alcazia, if you wanna
do
go back
some
and watch that
overlays
map, I
and
recommend
maybe get
it.
like a starting screen made and stuff too, but I think I only really have enough money for emotes right now.
What a great performance by them.
But if you know someone that might be interested in like doing a bunch of stuff over some time, that would be preferable. But I mean, even if I have one person that like I can reach out to when I want to do emotes and stuff, that'd be fine, and I can have someone else do overlays and stuff eventually.
Hey, yes, it's back. It's almost game number 1 is done. Game 2's on the way, but this was exciting. From the jump.
And then I need a sub badge as well.
Right there was my favorite Godspeed. Watching
There's a lot of stuff I need.
K-Mind
Emotes
was weird for me.
and sub badge, I guess, right now. Or what I think I might be able to pay for. Not sure.
I was kind of wondering what year I was in, but are we back in 2018?
So.
But it's been great to see K-Mine back, Duel doing well, but man, Liquid just tearing through the mid to early game, and then it was all Alcazia in the late game. I mean, they came alive and just absolutely just devastated the circle. It was a great way to start it out, and I'll say that much, Gibbs.
Yeah, the way I actually watched from the very start, the rotate early on where they went over towards the east side of the map, and instead of getting sucked in towards Los, they knew the map, they took themselves into the northeast side of it, and basically from that point on, dictated every gunfight. What really impressed me, Godspeed, was the fact that at no point were they ever in a gunfight where they were getting third party. They took every single team in essentially a 1 versus 1, and they put themselves in positions where they always had the high ground. Like, it was just really well played for them, and Cowboy popping off.
I mean, cartoons, even if you want to do some of my intro and outro stuff,
I like that.
Steve, what do you think?
that would be fine.
Well, I just noticed the Rello name thing on the
Right now, I
graphic
want to
there.
do the emotes and stuff first.
Rello, rest,
I was-
or what does it stand for, right? Reload, relax, return to lobby. Rello.
Yeah.
I was
If
gonna
you
ask
could
you,
reach
is the
out,
X's in Cowboy's name or the
and
extra
see if
2
they could.
Rs is really
I'm
the
just
change
looking for
pace
someone
that
right
that
now.
team needed, because honestly, coming out the gate 25 points.
Yep.
Maybe it is the extra R's and the X's.
That is a very big points for them with the 25. Liquid at 12 is a huge start for Liquid considering how much clawing they've had to do this season. 55 at 12, and the Mira, another big popper there at 10. I will say at the start of the show, guys, Gibson, we said we're comparing head-to-head. Alcazia, Team Mira, and then Furia was also up in that mix. All these teams, the expected teams, showing up in Game 1.
Yeah, Fury, I'll be a little bit disappointed they didn't get more kills. I think they got a bunch stolen away by Mira at one point, which I'm sure disappointed them. But can we talk about 55? Like, this was a team who, how do we put this politically the nice way? In PAS Spring, the old version of this roster did not perform very well at all. They picked up another roster called Typhon at the time, and then I think the key to their success, when Toyo decided to move off of Peepa and they picked up Peepa, that brings a level of experience to this roster that they didn't have. And I know it's not a huge points tally of, when you look at like 25 for Alcazia, but that's a good start. That'll calm some nerves for 55 as well.
Now, I think so. We'll go back to 5 in a little bit, but I want to keep on QAD with their 15K win. And I do want to see how they compared, because this is a team that hasn't traditionally started super strong for me to their opening game in #1 of group stages, which was not as good of a run for them, I would say, right out
Wow.
of the Godspeed. This is a massive, and for a team like this, I feel like this is a massive sort of mental boost to start your event with.
Holy,
I don't know what you're
25
talking about.
points
It's the
compared to
same.
3.
Yeah, right. You can't even see the last the group stage.
Historically, I feel like, especially with Roth and Rillo, I do feel like they have kind of started slow in the past, especially since they've been playing together. That being said, they do tend to clean it up right towards the mid pack, towards the end. But man, if they're gonna start off like this with a 15 kill win and just start off with 25 points, 2100 damage, that's a lot. I mean, they really just devastated those end circles, and absolutely, like Gibson said, they allowed no third parties. They were just very quick, very clean and efficient, taking those fights on their terms. And it worked out really well. So I'd like to see them continue, because obviously this is a stark difference from group stages.
I'm excited to see them start in front. I think they're going to play as a different team with that sort of lead mentality. So that's pretty exciting for me. Another team that was exciting,
I'm looking
Gibson,
forward to Alcancia being in front.
Liquid. They came out. They got second place. They fought differently, right? They were like two nail throwing elbows.
That makes
battles.
sense.
Like, that was awesome.
Yeah, you look at some of the teams they fought. Like, they kicked off their grand finals by dominating Falcons. Like, Falcons tried to crash them in the God compound, and Alo just said no. He was like, not a chance. You get nowhere near us. He whipped out the Panzer for a quick duo a little bit later. Like, they got 12 points and didn't even get into the top 8 as far as plays. Like, they got no placement points. That is a big game, and I always like to say, you know, if you're not going to get in the placements, try and make sure that your bad games, you're still getting a couple of points. They got 12 without getting any placements. Like, all I'm going to say is the two teams that needed a game to calm their nerves, Alcodsi and Liquid, when it comes to, you know, the chances of making PGC. The first map of the day, 12 points and 25 respectively. That's a good omen. But it's 1 out of 18 maps.
Okay. I like that strategy that you presented us with. When you don't have good games, get as many points as you can. It's a Godspeed, do you believe in that philosophy?
I believe it was a great man named Moses who once said, it just matters about your points per game is the thing that you like to say a lot.
All that matters is your points per game.
Yeah. But also, just a really quick point to Team Liquid. I think a big part of why they're kind of starting hot, especially after what's been going on with them this year. Don't forget, they just had a boot camp in Brazil, right? I believe it was Liquid that got them all out there. Kurt, getting over there as well, kind of clearing his head. I feel like this is going to help a lot, kind of revitalize the roster and get them back to where they should be, right? Because they know they're underperforming. They don't need us to tell them that or anyone else. They know it. And so I hope this is a good start, especially after, getting everyone back together for that camp. I think it was good.
So this is a real quick one. I asked the production team to throw together how many smokes were the top 5 smoke users in that game, because that felt like a really crappy circle to have to play through. And so I kind of wanted to just see how much did our teams have to use. And it doesn't, I'm surprised by this, Godspeed. I expected a lot more usage out of those final 3 teams, not Liquid, the team that didn't even make that sort of top 5. That's actually shocking to me. Was it the terrain? Was it actually less flat than I thought it was? Like, that last circle seemed going into it like it was going to be a real bloodbath.
Yeah, but again, the way that AQ kind of cleaned that up, it didn't really give the other teams a chance to smoke. A lot of the smokes we saw were from, of course, Mira, but also Team Liquid, right? And so I think that's why those numbers seem skewed, especially going into that in game. I don't blame you for thinking that way, but yeah, I mean, it was a very open, very crazy mid to late game.
That makes sense. And I guess their transitions, you saw like that. I think they butt up against K-Mine early on and have to sort of reposition. So you're right. I think that was just chaotic.
They fought
for
early
Liquid.
against Duel.
Which is exciting, though, because a Liquid that's on their... It's going to sound wrong, but a Liquid that is on their heels honestly seems like a better Liquid to me. Their sort of recovery game has been good, so I'm excited to see them sort of like already feet jamming on the ground, because it wasn't big points through an easy win, right, Gibson? It was big points through an absolutely brutal fisticuffs over and over again, which that's what I'm into on game 1.
They battled their way for every single one of those points. Like, there was nothing given. I think, though, what I will say, it's probably the first time this year that we've seen Liquid actually get a circle. Like, it feels like they've got Teflon and the zone avoids them at all costs. But look, it was nice to see a Lost Leona circle that they were able to get a benefit out of. And even more importantly than that was they got out of Lost Leona so quickly. Like, even though it was center circle, they got out of the city. They took the compound that Wooly is in right now, because they knew getting out of the city is a lot harder than getting in, and they built their game around that. Now, unfortunately, you're never going to get a good win if you've got 12 kills after like 10, 15 minutes. Like, you're going to lose numbers, but it's a good start. But we, as I said, 1 out of 18. They have a long way to go before they're anywhere near PGS and anywhere near PGC.
Well, we have a little ways to go as the teams begin their rotations. The first circle is on. Let's head to our casting duo, the Perfectionists, Godspeed and Matrim, with the call for game 2.
Hey, everybody, it's me, Godspeed.
Hey, Godspeed.
Thanks. Hey, to bring you game number 2 after what was an exciting finish to game number 1. You know what? I'm fine with being Godspeed. Me and him are basically 2 parts of the same whole anyway, so it's all good. But hey, you know, we were talking about this while it was going on, Matt. The smokes thrown stat, does that include smokes fired?
I don't
because
know.
I feel like we were seeing a lot of smoke gun use at the end there. So I'm not sure if those numbers might be a little bit skewed. We'll have to check in on that. We'll get the boys on it. But at the end of the day, still a fun stat to look at just to see how much, what do we call it? It's not cover, right? It's, you had a word for it. You told me there was a word for it because you know military things, and I'm here just snowflaking super hard.
Are we talking about? Talking about smoke usage?
Yeah. What does smoke refer to? It's not cover. It's
obfuscation is what it's often called, or.
Okay, look, Scrabble.
I mean, that's actually what they do call it.
It's like, what? I don't know. It's gonna come to me, or chat will yell it out, I'm sure. But it's like, oh man, I don't know. Well, we get a circle that's west of Los Leones this time around. You take over. I'm done.
Okay, well.
Godspeed sitting this one out.
Okay, so Circle A, we got Los Leones in it, so keep an eye on Team Liquid. Sparking's pretty far over to the west already. Remember, they did bump into Falcons early on Rotate, and that was a problem for the Falcons, and there's the potential of maybe that brewing up yet again. Duel also that was playing up more into the north is going to have a little bit of trouble with Rotate. So this one's a bit less, I guess, detrimental as far as field to hillside control, what we were looking at beforehand. We do have Picado in it in that area to the west, but really this has got a lot more high ground terrain, specifically the further that we go into the south. So you can allocate a lot more teams altogether. Early rotates, yes, are going to be big into this, especially in the center meta, because the northern section of it is going to be the most barren.
Potentially dangerous. Once again, playing just a little north of Los Leones. Now they know what's waiting for them in Los Leones.
Bye-bye, cartoons. You're probably already gone, but
position themselves. It might be just to see.
I gotta.
If they can catch anybody from Liquid.
Try and find my thumb drive somewhere.
Kind of going
for my girlfriend.
The city as well. So Liquid have already sent.
I have to go buy her like an external hard drive or something for her
sending
laptop.
Everybody in. We'll see if they end up running into Liquid again as the game progresses here.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious on how much gas that's going to give a Team Liquid at the start. I mean, we know that this is a very heady team that isn't going to respond to one game and suddenly we're going to do all this crazy stuff. You know, it's always very methodical when they come in. So it's going to be intriguing to see, though, now that they've got a couple of points in the bag, how they're going to play around the center position. Because, like they were talking about on the desk, Team Liquid getting inside track positioning early twice in a row is going to be pretty scary for a lot of these teams to now have to contend with a team that's been chasing the circle so often, now getting to hold their utility for the later stages. Man, that's a problem.
Yeah, no, I mean we've talked about it. Liquid have had issues in the past with not getting a lot of late round circle luck, but hey, just get 12 kills before the circle eventually screws you, and all is well and good, right? Let's stick with that plan.
I mean, it's a squad that should have always been able to do it, but whatever.
Look at Gooners again going for central circle position. Look,
not my Gooners.
Say what you will about Gooners. I think they realize that this is not a lobby that they can properly. I'm not gonna. Okay.
Cyberbully, harass.
No, yeah, there you go. Let's say that. I was gonna say that.
I know what you were gonna say.
Properly goon in, but so they're adjusting. They're making adjustments for what they're having to play in. So while I think they would love to have you believe it's all fun and games and W keying and let's take fights and do all this stuff, they still think that they have a shot at this, right? Like they still would love to go to PGS. So, they're going to play it smartly. These guys have been around too long to just play like complete animals.
Yeah, and another team that's been playing around for a long time is Mission Ready, who went up and stole themselves some Picado. They do have Vox up in the high ground that's feeding the information down to the rest of the squad. Tail end rotators right now as we've got Furia, Sakura, and Mira. Almost everybody else inside the circle right now except for Ice Tech or 4 dogs. So only 3 dogs in the circle right now.
Only 3 dogs. That's 55. That's a nice little. Just, I guess, the rest of Mission Ready already down in Picada, so this is just kind of Vox making
Being Vox.
sure that. Yeah. I mean, look, if Vox, if he's a lone wolf, man, you don't force a lone wolf to play in a pack. There's 2 wolves inside of them.
2 dogs inside you? Is that the way it works? So technically it's 8 dogs?
Exactly. Yeah, well, look, now we're starting to math. We're doing the math on dogs here. But
If 55 has 2 dogs in him, does that make him 110 dogs?
That's okay. now we're starting to get crazy. That is, what if 4 dogs? Okay, no, okay, you got me thinking. Okay, Alcancia still playing for the south side of Los Leones. They've got 3 deep. They've left Rello behind, kind of looking over Los Leones, probably trying to figure out if he can place where Team Liquid might be, just gaining a little bit more information, but they're going to continue their wrap down here. Now, Duel has since left the Los Leones proper, and they've started to spread out in Wuzhu too, after getting summarily dispatched within the first 3 minutes of game number 1. They're still playing, coming up north from Resort. So Alcancia has to be a little bit more careful about how deep they want to really push into this zone.
I will say a carryover from the last game is the center has been given some respect this time around. This Team Liquid does have a territory of control that nobody's really wanting to encroach in yet. Sakura, who we're now seeing all of the members, well, we're seeing 3 of the members right now, and good old Penta, who was tailed in for so long, actually bought a lot of points. You can see the team in 7th overall right now after what was a mess of an early game and really salvaging it up. So curious to see on how they kind of momentum off of this. Is Mira the only squad that's really not inside the safe zone and out in the blue zone right now? Not content. Looks like they're still just trying to get some loot situated.
Yeah.
Maybe an emergency pickup.
They're not worried. They're just taking their time.
I mean, it could just be. Who knows? It could just be trying to find more Panzerfausts to put in the trunk.
I mean,
but,
yeah.
Either way, they're taking their time with it. But Furia is probably the northernmost team inside the zone that they would have to worry about right now. But their Furia is still kind of repositioning after doing a little bit of scouting as we wait and see where the next zone decides to take us. Will we go away from Los Leones and get on to Chumacera? Or will it be another Los Leones?
Whoa.
Looks like it's going to be south of Chuma. So Rock already in great position here.
Teams breathing a sigh of relief. Nobody wanted us to go to the northwest. Even Los Leones would probably been better than that. Rock got himself a good line on to K-Mind and already down and out. Just steals one.
Let's
and
go,
runs
Rock.
away. I mean, pacing on the circle is going to be really interesting on this, though, you can't even really say the funnel is going to be up to the north because so many teams are playing around Los Leones. Chumacera is kind of its own barricade right along the edge of the zone, so there's not a lot of really easy pathing options into the circle unless you want to wrap really far around.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to end up seeing, really. Just the fact that Chumacera and that high ground of the south side of Chumacera is on the edge of the new zone just kind of is going to force a lot of these teams to make their way around here as 4 dogs will continue to pull a little way. It looks like they're just going to get away from center. They're going to be just off center, one would think here. As you can see Falcon still 4 deep in the compound.
Yeah, I know.
Taking any unnecessary risks by spreading around here. And this is just a weird spot of the map to do those big wide splits, though.
Yeah, I mean, there is some benefits to it because you can get some vision, but it's so scary because everybody's having to kind of
Yeah, I do
jump together.
agree. There's no
find
gliders
yourself
yet.
exploited if you're running too long in one of
That
these kind of
surprises me.
splits. But if you can set up the defensive lines for it, I mean, there's benefits. Furia, though, just going to have to kind of run down the Chumacera hillside as they are getting some distance away from Gooners. Right now, Posa's just being the only one that's really harassed. Mission Ready is going to be wrapping it back behind this, but looks like they're going to be leaning in a bit more west. so they should be pathing behind the other members. That presents it though, spot up potentially dangerous, and that is going to be able to get an escape.
Boy, they got out of there just in the nick of time. And we'll see where they decide to go. Is an interesting angle on the helicopter here. So at least for this E-pickup for potentially dangerous, we'll see if they go all the way to the far side. We're gonna remember again, they're going to drop and they're not going to have vehicles. So
Quick jump
they
in.
might,
They
might consider going dead center.
If you want to know why we're talking about this as a hard rotate, this is right along the zone wall. Look, this is people coming into the circle. Look at the verticality that's over here. That's why you've got Mission Ready and 55 both having to slow down. You can kind of approach from the southwest, but not really. It's really vertical over there, and there aren't clean paths up unless you go all the way down to the south and then wrap back into it.
Team Liquid.
Silence from Gibson.
I mean, this is a fine spot right along the roadside here. Now, Sakura Zenson, they still have to make their way past this. Alcacia does as well, but Alcacia just really taking their time. Oh, Mira getting a little bit close to 55, and this is the problem with having these death ball compounds. Fortunately enough for Mira, they didn't get close enough to the compound to allow for that Panzerfaust to fly.
55 really wanted that.
They take these shots and they still have to make their way in.
Oh, they wanted that Panzerfaust so bad. New circle is about to pop in just 1 second, so we'll see how it's going to set up. We still got Alcazia and Sakura that are kind of getting close to each other over into the east. Circle does lean down into the south, so Team Liquid in their 3-1 split, still pretty strong. Everything up to the north. Falcons got to move. Toyo, Gooners, Furia, Mission Ready, Amira, and 55.
And you can see 55 does have that BRDM, so it'll be a little bit of a slower rotate, but they feel a little bit safer. Alcazia just cutting all the way down to the south. Potentially dangerous after that E pickup did go all the way to the south coast, where it looks like they were able to pick up some vehicles, and they end up in this new zone. So all's well and good for them. Sakura Zenson, though, still have to make their way through Liquid. As you can see, the Liquid split. I'm not sure if Liquid has spotted out SZ just yet, because they have been pretty focused on Alcazia, it looks like.
And they're going to opt into kind of a 2-2 split of their own, so Sakura can maybe brute force into this, but Alo and Sparking being the northern section of it is going to be a real hard duo to break into. Sandstorm's going to be on top of him to make it even more complicated.
Yeah, this actually opens up a really good door here for Sakura Zenson. This Sandstorm to make their way past, and it
Only
looks
one kill so far in this, and it's Alcadia.
Okay, all might be well and good over there on the eastern side, as Gooners will make their way out of Chumacera. They're going to get real close to Four Dogs. Do they actually send it to this compound? This is a compound that we see get a lot of play in zones over here. The fact that Four Dogs have a 2-2 split, they've only left 2 inside here. That's pretty dangerous, especially when you've got teams like Gooners who will crash fully in, and they will take out Vorpal immediately. But they're getting sprayed from Furia, it looks like, from high ground.
I mean, Ice Tech alive for now, and with the assistance from Furia, is going to kind of change the pacing of this one. How much does he want out? Looks like he's trying to smoke off, but spots up. Oh, that was a spicy shot coming out from Icy onto Ice. So Ice Tech going to have to kind of retreat away from that wall. That was cleanly spotted in between that, like, fence line.
It's a nice angle from Blist, trying to provide some support for their teammate, but that is a busted up Coop, and I don't think he's going to try to use that to escape at this point. And yeah, they're getting shot at from Wuju 2 over off to the east as well. So Ice Tech has to lay these smokes down. He's going to try to see if he can keep that car alive, maybe. Mira now getting really close to what was a very wide Furious split, as Gizera will get both of his tires shot out by Fakeson, but he's going to keep it heading in the right direction. Well done. Good driving there from Gizera will keep him alive.
This is kind of an interesting situation because we still have the Gooners, Four Dogs where we were looking at. Remember, the Fury was taking shots in, so this is going to be the tail end of what's going to be going on in the Mira. Toyo also gets some vision in this 55. So the spattering defensive line is going to be very hard to navigate. New Circle pops, and it kind of moves more into the northeast. So everybody that was playing along this western side just in a ton of trouble. Fury and Mira all still stacked up on top of each other, just trying to peek out and get what they can. Takes in, does get one, but then he goes down. It's just
trades. You're going
unrest,
back
you are
and
fighting
forth
tooth
and
nail just to get
everywhere.
any points you can. Can't even get safety out of this because nobody can move. They're all deadlocked up against each other.
Yeah, at least Mira was able to get inside the zone, but Furia is in shambles right now as Gooners will eventually spot out Ice Tech. That will be 4 dogs down to just Blist and Lucid, who are outside of the zone, as the Kraken will stay alive by the grace of the smoke, as 55 is on foot, but they're getting shot at from Mira. They're getting shot at from Toyo, and the Kraken does eventually go down, but it's going to be Karak that gets him.
Dangerous now having to deal with mission ready. This is going to be a little bit closer to the zone, but still just a bit down to the south. Notice the fact that we still got a good position from Wuju 2 on the high ground that's stalling out a lot of the movement. So potentially dangerous, still with multiple members up, chasing after mission ready, but a couple of bullets in farewell as Bizzler sends his way into the zone.
All right, Rock, we're dead center of C1. That obviously doesn't mean everything, but they've managed to keep 4 alive, and they're trying to find a spot around the field to play as Mira will lose LFP, and it's down to just Haven, who's going to run right into the Gooners, and that will do it for Team Mira. And now Bunt will go down to
They will goon.
Molotov. We'll see. Can he? No, he's not even. Well, he might be resable. He was trying to secure a spot in the zone for the Gooners, and it looks like nobody has an angle on him, so it should be resable. They should be able to get back up to 3 if 55 doesn't try to get this BRDM up a hill. I don't think they will.
This is just all around awkward still over into the west. Potentially dangerous, trying to push up into Wuju 2. They're going to have 4 dogs last members back behind them. Toyo just kind of opted into a bit more quiet on one side. Haven't even started taking
Throw it into second. Throw it into low gear. We got it. We got it. Maybe. Yay, we're up there, and now Gooners are in trouble.
Oh, Bunt's getting carried out, trying to see if they can get the rest on it. No defensive line, and yeah, there's not much you can do about that one. Just a full-on turtle coming after you.
Ooh, but potentially dangerous still has the angle onto this, and they're going to take out a couple of the 55 members as Wuju 2 now will come over and secure their spot as well. 4 dogs, PD, 55 are all fighting amongst each other, while Wuju 2 has the high ground, and they are going to collect off of that, and they will secure their spot. Only 3 kills, but they have now secured pretty much the entire southwestern side of this zone if they can clear out Lucid.
I mean,
Sorry, not Lucid. Lucid Freak. There's a Lucid and there's a Lucid Freak.
Yeah, you gotta make it a bit different. Ice, icy, all these types of things. Circle pops, and it's gonna be
Mira,
pretty much along this.
Maria.
I know that one. that the dyslexic and dysgraphic in me hates that, by the way, because it's just a letter change. Appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sure they know. I'm sure they know.
They did it on purpose.
Probably.
But no, up into the north, we still have Falcons, who's been pretty quiet. Still hasn't gotten any points. Looking down on to Sakura. They're going to have an interesting path ahead, as it is going to be Rello that does get flushed out, and now it's Cowboy. Last one up for Alcazia. Team Liquid's got control over the southeast, but really, it's still just the west, man. It's all these teams that are chasing the circle that just, there's just not a lot of area that they can really work around. I mean, Toyo, where do you even go? I guess you wrap into now Falcon?
Yeah, I mean, that's about the only thing you can do is, but it looks like Tiggleton's taking shots over in that direction as well. Sakura Zenson has kind of put the brakes on any rotations that Falcons were going to do. They kind of have to wait for Sakura Zenson to open up a door for them here. Or
Falcons and Rock both sitting on 0 points right now.
Toyo fully committed, but Falcon sees this coming, so they should be able to get themselves into position as Toyo. They're going to leave Emmy up high, and they're going to send 3 more down to the cliffs.
Okay, so this does kind of open up some opportunities for Sakura down to the south. While they're holding on to the cliffs, Falcons, what do you now do around this? You've got Toyo that's made this a bit more dicey for you on one side. So now you're the team that's being gate kept out. The 2 lines are now starting to line up against each other. Though Sakura Zenson, Toyo do exchange bullets. Falcons do have a chance to chase down back behind this one. Couple of frags going to come out, but nothing really going to connect. Toyo still going to have some capabilities now with Falcons on their retreat to try to exploit the high ground, but Penta has spotted out Kickstart. Already down.
It's a really big knock from Penta. You can see Toyo, they are just W keying into this. We'll get the opening knock on to Adam through the smoke, but while all this is going on, you got to remember that Liquid is down to the south. They have angles onto this. Rock has angles as well. So these guys have to be careful about recycling their smokes and how they want to push. They can't afford to just stick around and wait for this thing to finish. As you see, Alo and Sparking will pick up too.
Okay, Toyo, you're pushing right into the Team Liquid line, so you have got to be careful with that one now. Looks like they realize that there is
Whoa, Falcons first boy!
here that they can try to play around for the time being, but if they walk too much further forward, they're going to spot out the Falcons. Doesn't matter. Tiggleton already down, but there's the Alo shot line coming in. Toyo sitting at 5, but there's just no clear paths into the circle. You just got to fight your way in. Capitan already down. Harassment coming in from that southeastern area. You just got to fight. There is no other option, and there is no information on Toyo on how they want to push in.
5 kills for Toyo. Hyman will have to escape the flaming ground and will end up going down to his own grenade as it bounced just a little bit weird. And Toyo will put a pause on things right now. They're not getting shot at by Liquid. They're not getting shot at by Falcons. And the zone has now shifted away. Looks like they've cleaned up most. They would love to be able to clean up Falcons here, though, to finish things off as the flashbang comes through. Shrimsy and Kickstart will try to go in, but Emmy gets the side angle. It's all down to Kickstart, and they will surround him. It's actually Sakura, Zinsen, Micah had the angle to force Kickstart into a bad spot. And now Toyo with 8 kills, they should be able to get Emmy back on his feet.
I mean, yeah, but then you got to walk down into Cowboy. You got to walk down into Micah. Team Liquid, Rock, Duel, everybody on the circle is pretty much looking over there. Until a fight breaks out between the remnants of Furia and 55 onto Yin Yang, that's about the only moving factor that everybody's going to have sight lines on. Team Liquid, though, also does have to make their way into the circle, so playing the high ground over to the east, they still have the kind of sprinkler systems that they can work around. But we also know that they've got a ton of smokes based off the stat in the last game that they can kind of throw down their own screen and navigate forward through that. It's really just the moving factors into the west and Yin Yang and Toyo. I'm curious to see how this goes. Look at this. Just catching got out open. And Sakura Zinsen does spot out Toyo as well. And everybody that's having to run into the circle getting backstabbed.
Oh, Micah, what a spray. Gets 2, and now Emmy, the last player left alive, as Cowboy will stick around a little bit longer. Emmy will at least manage to get into the field and keep Toyo alive in this, as Kanzin is just in a problem here for Yin Yang. They will finally find him, though. Kane will flush him out, and now Yin Yang will find their way into the zone. But Wuju 2 on the south side, they are starting to look over in this direction as well, as the flaming Bronco will pass. And Sarah has been spotted out by Seifu.
Yeah, and he's got no cover to work around. He's going to go ahead and get taken out. Wuju 2 starting to crest the hill, going to get a bit harassed by Team Liquid for all of their peaks. Yin Yang doing a good job on playing it slow and steady, but they've managed to get a foothold inside the zone. They have to line up against Rock for the time being. On the high ground is going to be Wuju 2. That is getting kind of more corralled. He'll look into the north based off of the shots coming up from Team Liquid.
Now, Wuju 2 in a great spot right now, considering how this zone is played out. They've got high ground. They don't have to play around in the fields. Now, the good thing about these fields for Liquid, at least, is that they are quite rolling. You can see you can provide some amount of cover from everybody except for maybe Wuju 2 with that high side. And now Rock controlling the north, starting to put their attention over towards Yin Yang. The Yin Yang doesn't have to overextend here. They can afford to just hang out there, as Emmy will go down to a nice grenade from Purdy Curdy. Only the second kill from Liquid, which is surprising considering how much influence they've had over this zone. They've been doing a lot of damage, but just haven't been able to get the kills.
I mean, all the fighting has been happening.
Happy that Wuju 2 is up to 5 kills in this game, though.
Making sure to keep control over territory, and that's kind of what can happen, right? If you control your area around you too well, none of the kills go to you because you're killing them so far away. Somebody's way closer and just steals it away from you. Duel has a path in down to the south. Oh, I was going to say Yin Yang going to about to have to make their move.
Yeah, I was just because I know Alo has at least 3 or 4 knocks that he wasn't able to get the flush on. So, I mean, the problem with as you said, doing those long range fighting when the smokes are laid down, you might be able to get the knock, but you're not always going to be able to get the flush. As Rock will have to put their full attention towards Yin Yang now.
Okay, Yin Yang got a kind of separated position. Playing pretty far back is going to be Kane. He's got some high ground to look down into this, but the way that the hillside kind of holds up, you can see that Rock's doing a good job of using that to deny out anything. So Ying knows an idea where a couple of members for Rock are, but the defensive line for Rock is just 3 members, 2 to the north, 1 a bit further to the south in BL. He's taken some damage, but you can see Yin Yang just doesn't have a clean path. And if they try to crest that hill, man, they're just going to get harassed by Team Liquid and Wuju2 both. So they've just got to brute force this. And okay, here come the counter nades. Oh, but Kane drops it on top of RBN.
Big nade from Kane to open things up here as they'll lay the smokes down to make sure that they don't get it stolen away. Fantastico will spot out Trisk as Niku's still dancing around, but Kane now eating blue zone. So Yin Yang maybe waiting a little bit
Two
long to
very
try to make
close
this push with that utility.
in color
Ball down
teams.
to Iku's.
Was really throwing me off
See, it's
at the
gonna
beginning
be,
here.
I don't think there's any way he can go for these reses, but Wuju2, Johnny on the spot, will manage to take that point away from Rock, and they collect a few more here.
Wuju2 just jumping and pouncing on that opportunity and the distraction that it provided. Sets up a vehicle fortification and has sight lines on any other pathing that we could see Yin Yang try to go for. Team Liquid Duel also potentially have a firing line against them. Duel do have themselves a shack. I think it's a shack down there that they're trying to hunker down into. So, I mean, Team Liquid really has a lot of control over the circle right now. Look at the way that they've set up around the cover, even calling in some of their own. Yeah, they can't really see down into Duel sight line. The Duel's not too mad about that. It's just a double up between the two. It's got White Goose trying to creep into the zone. It's still going to be Rock holding on one side, but there go the shots from Wuju2 onto Rock. Made him peek down for a second, but Soul still manages to finish it out.
And the best thing for Rock right now.
And now it's Falcons and
Wuju2
Soul last
can't be
place.
active on this because they are just getting harassed by Liquid, and they've set up that beautiful fort, but unfortunately they have to move once again. The circle to pull away from them. Now Duel has been in survival mode essentially for the past 3 circles, and they have managed to keep 3 alive, playing from this south side, and they're going to have to get involved here at some point.
Or no.
The question is, where does Wuju2 decide to
Where to
go?
go
There's
there?
just not really any good options here for him.
I've noticed that Team Liquid have started being a lot more sparse with their shots and only really taking the ones that are really obvious. I'm thinking that they might be starting to get a bit low on their utility and ammo because they've been having to control this area for a long time. And I mean, they're getting more cover down, but they haven't, like I said, they haven't been getting the kills, so they haven't been getting the crates, they haven't been getting the replenishment, and they haven't been really fighting from a compound. So I'm curious on what the attrition from all of these battles has kind of done to them. As Rock is going to have to walk into the open territory, Wuju2 into the open territory. Duel, kinda, maybe they can hunker down, but they can just kind of hold out until after Wuju2 does and creep up a little bit further. Really, it's going to be these 2 guys up to the northwest that are right on top of each other that have to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Duel doesn't really have to do anything. They can just sit out here and just wait for Wuju2, but our Rock will be the aggressor here. They're going to find the opening knock. RBN will get traded down as BO will try to move in a little bit closer. But
Lucid
that
so
zone
dead.
is cutting as Lucid will go down. Sneak attacking and Zito still staying ahead of it, but Rock will get taken down by Sparky. They had no better option. Liquid has beautifully set themselves up here as Duel will try to use that as an opportunity to get within utility range, but it's just not landing where they need it to.
Oh no, Wuju2. It's okay, they got 11 in this one.
See where Wooly decides to go. They've got the smoke walls. We'll at least shoot out the boy for the. Oh, be careful there, Wooly. Pulls back down to 33 HP, but they'll stay alive for the time being. They're trying to find a way if they can get to that shack. It might be great. Luke 12 will finish off Wuju2. So now it is just the top 3, and somehow, some way, the Bizzler, Mission Ready International. He has managed to stay in this and get the double kill onto Team Liquid before going down. Duel, this is your chance. You have to attack.
Oh, the Panzerfaust from Alo. Kurt back behind. Does get the knock onto 1. Lobes even takes some damage. Wooly on the other side of it. He's got to play this careful. He's got the hillside. He can hear the footsteps on the other side, but Alo playing the aggressor, getting more up into the face. Lobes at least manages to get his health back into a better position, but instantly punished. Team Liquid on a tear right now, tied up with Al-Kidzi at the top of this one. Ernie Cardi spikes out Lobes. Team Liquid takes it away. They had the whole game. They're gonna go ahead and finish the game as well.
Wow, Team Liquid on Miramar. Day one, the first two matches, they put up a big kill points, and this time they get the win after it was looking pretty dicey. The Bizzler almost threw a wrench in the works for them, the snake in the grass, but in the end, Purdy Curdy and Alo able to clutch it out.
I mean, just an absolutely crazy game. It feels like when we go down to the sprinklers, we always get a pretty dicey in-game that leads to some fun stuff. And I know our highlights are going to take us through a ton of cool options as Miramar is now done for the day, but we still got 4 maps that the analyst desk is going to prep us for.
Another good game, and the Dusty Dunes are done and dusted as Liquid shows us that they came to play. You mentioned that boot camp in Brazil being a game changer, Godspeed. It's starting to look like maybe you were onto something.
Sometimes all it takes is a change of scenery, especially for these boys. Well, not so much for Sparking. he lives in Brazil, but for the other boys, it's nice to have them just kind of change your pace, getting back together, seeing your teammates face to face. You have no idea how much that can actually help the situation when a team is in a funk. So far, first 2 games, fantastic.
Also, I think don't rest on how awesome of community building it is to have that sort of one player who maybe has always felt like they're a little culturally outside or trying to fit in, like coming to their place, spending time in their culture, training there.
That's actually a very good point.
That's kind of a really cool immersion for the team to sort of build that communication. I love it, Gibson.
Yeah.
Are you saying
that is pretty cool?
Took all the boys out in Brazil and give them a good time?
I don't know if you're saying. Maybe, but I even if he didn't take him out, just the idea of like you came to where I'm from and like no one, from what I understand, no one goes to Brazil and says I had a bad time. You know what I'm saying? So like that's got to be meaningful for him and kind of drive the team into a better place. And it looks like it. 21 freaking points on game 2 is wild, Godspeed.
Yeah, it is wild. The consistency is shown so far. Both games of Miramar have been absolute shutouts for Team Liquid. Wuju 2 finding some success as well. And Benya and Toyo, we saw that disgusting spray onto one of the Falcons. That was clean. Toyo finding some early aggression as well. Always great to see from me.
Let's talk about something that we're not seeing right now, and that's the Falcons, Gibson, as well as Team Mira, but mainly Falcons, only 2 points on that map. And if I remember correctly, they didn't have an outstanding first game either.
I think they've got 2 points total on the night. It's not been the very best of a start to them on Miramar, but again, it's 2 games. We've seen them in the past start slow and then have a 100-point day. Like it's not beyond them even turning today around and still getting into the 50s. But worrying signs in some of the team fights, like Godspeed said, there was that gunfight with Toyo where they seemed a little bit maybe passive in the fight. I know that the terrain didn't suit them, but it's still, I guess, 2's better than 0 that they won the first game. But I think I just want to talk about Liquid, right? It's really good from them again. The points tallies are phenomenal. And I think Godspeed would agree with me on this. Their timings in that map was phenomenal. Like how quickly they got out of Los Leones, even though they looted there. How they took that position nice and early. How they rotated into Smoking Aces after the phase 2. Like they just did everything at the right time in that game. And to be honest, almost lost. If the Bizzler had his way, Liquid weren't going to win that game at the end.
Let's take a look at this overall as Team Liquid looking really good up there at 33. Al could see it off of the back of that first game at 26, and then a bit of a breakage, but with 18 games to play, there's no need to get worked up yet, Godspeed. What else is standing out to you as you look at this?
Looking at the leaderboard, I think I expected... I don't know, it's hard. It's only the first 2 games. To say I expected a better start out of teams like, potentially Dangerous or even like Sakura Zensen, like... Again, this is a new lobby again. We're mixing it up from groups, who's also different lobby, LCQ. So I'm going to give these teams a little bit more kind of time to just settle in, right? It's always like this the first couple games. So I don't think anyone is necessarily in trouble or anything like that. That being said, I do think Liquid is absolutely on a tear right now. But yeah, that's my take.
Yeah,
maybe that's a bad take.
It's a good take. You bring up the tear they're on. I say we take a look at some of those comparisons because Game 1 and Game 2 has been phenomenal from them. And this is coming from a team that as we started out the season, the year, I was like, this is a team that could win PGC. This is a favorite of mine. And then it's been so hard to watch Gibson over the last couple of months, them sort of be good but not live up in the big moments. Starting 1-2 with these numbers, this consistency is amazing.
Yeah, it's the fact that they've gotten 12 and 11 kills in 2 games, but they got them in completely different ways, right? So game 1 was just early game aggression, fight after fight after fight, whereas game 2 was the slow build, you know, finding 1 or 2 kills as the game goes on, getting into the late game, getting a couple of squad wipes. Like, it was so good, and I couldn't agree with you more. Like, there was nobody who was more heartbroken by Team Liquid's year than me. Like, this is a team that was second in the world and potentially 5 seconds away from being PGC champions, who had the biggest slump I think I've seen in recent memory. Oh, this is a good time to start bouncing back. I know it's early, and I don't want to get everybody viewing at home too excited, but maybe we're back.
We better be, because if they're not at PGS, then they're gone. So you're either back here or you're gone completely, and that's the reality of this event. Now, another question I had is we saw Liquid in that end game, and for a second, Godspeed, I thought Richard, MF, and Bizzler had just pulled off the greatest upset for Duel, I guess, as a third party that I had ever seen, and somehow Alo still pulls it out.
Yeah, Alo so far today, even in the first game, he only had 4 kills, but I feel like his impact was massive, especially in that last fight. It was just him and Kurt left. And his play, I mean, that was a ballsy play, but he knew he had to make it. He had to cross that field. They saw him cross, didn't matter. Kurt was there for the trade, so it was beautiful. But looking at the top 5 kills, you can see Cowboy still being the number 1 with 9. And again, he did that in 1 game, whereas it took Alo 2 games to get his 8, as well as Sparking. So very impressive from Cowboy overall for just a single game's worth of performance.
It is very impressive. I love seeing all three of our big fraggers from our team Liquid up here on the top 5. Not shocked after the first 2 games that they had. 55, also kind of nice to see a little 55 ping up here, Gibson, but a lot of that just coming off of Psycho having a really good match.
Well, Psycho's had 2 good, you know, they've had 2 decent games now. I think Psycho's got his 5 kills between the 2. Again, I spoke a little bit about them earlier on, about the fact that they're a regional partner team.
Right.
Their PAS spring was awful. I hate saying this, but it was awful. They changed the roster. They brought in Peepa. They look a lot better. They still have a long ways to go, but they just look like the decision-making from them is a lot better. And I feel like that comes down to Peepa. And, you know, I don't know if he's the leader. Probably not the leader, but just having him on the team will give everyone else a bit of a buff.
Yeah, it is. And it is something to be said for when you bring in, especially a player like Pippa, who is an elder statesman, I guess, for lack of a better word, in terms of experience and, more importantly, roster changing. Like, he is a player who knows how to come onto a roster, have rosters move around him, and make it effective. So if you're right, and that is the secret sauce that makes this team turn up and become yet another heavy hitter in the South American area, like, it's crazy how much Americas has become dominated by the South American sort of regional grouping in the last year and a half. And to see teams like Now 55 putting rosters together, like, I don't know, Godspeed, I feel like the future is SA.
Ooh, the future. What's funny is I knew you were going to say that the future is SA, like, so just so suave. The thing is, I think what's really happening with South America is the talent pool was always fairly deep. I think 2 things actually happened, if I may correct myself here. First is the combination of the regions, right? That was huge. I know you mentioned that. But having South America and North America actually practice and play together, have these events, I think has leveled up. But also, I feel like South America is now finally getting over that kind of issue that North America had, where just like the best players were scattered, right? On like so many different teams. Now we generally have, you could say, some of the best North American team players like together in one team. Like we have the Falcons, right? We had Liquid, even though they've had their hiccup. South America, I think, is now starting to do that. They are starting to consolidate the best players on their teams, not so much split throughout the region, which is why we're now seeing them do so well, not only regionally, but globally.
It's R5 plus 1.
All right, it looks like we are getting on to the map. The drops are out, the rotations have started, but the action is already bumping a little back and forth. And because this map can be wild sometimes, we're just going to go ahead and get on over to the action. The circle is ready. The casters are ready. It is Matchroom and Porosaurus.
What did I just see? The team almost getting run over by a motorcycle at the start, but kind of not.
Trying to run somebody over with a motorcycle is incredibly difficult.
Yeah, you say that to a motorcycle driver. It's usually the inverse. That's the thing you have to be worried about.
I would imagine if you were trying to run somebody over on a motorcycle in real life, you'd probably have a higher chance of falling off of the motorcycle.
Yes, if you did not know, one of the worst things you can do when you're driving a motorcycle is hit the front brake or hit a bump on the front wheel, because all it does is it launches you like a catapult.
Today I learned.
Yes, physics.
Not that it'll like ever come up.
If
I
you
don't
want to know
think,
how
for
I
me,
know
but-
that, I was taught on the ranch how to drive a motorcycle really young. So I was like 12 years old and driving through the cow pasture and grabbed the front brake because, you know, that's what you're used to on bikes. And it launched me because I was going like 40 miles an hour. And I ended up, luckily I was wearing my helmet, but my helmet ended up being filled with cow poop and grass burn.
Hey.
So I learned
Did all the cows point and laugh? I'd like to imagine they
No,
did.
but my dad saw it and was laughing at me as I walked the motorcycle back. That was
Just want to imagine like you do that, the cows are just like staring over, just moo.
Yeah,
you dumbass.
just good for making all that noise.
Oh,
Roughly, the
Gooners
Team Liquid looked at
fans.
potentially dangerous
Cowboy
after they tried to run off.
moo.
No, that's not gonna work, bro.
Moo. Oh well. I mean, Team Liquid had a heck of a Miramar, but can you translate that into a heck of a Tego? That is the question.
Oh, I don't know. With Team Liquid, the way they're playing,
This explains a
Team
lot.
Liquid and Alchemia have, I'll be honest, disappointed me a couple of times this year. And it feels like now that we're getting to the tail end of the year, at least in these first two games, they're playing like the expectations I had for them way back at the beginning of the year. And I want to see this momentum carry because these are two squads that we know whenever they can get points early, they know how to play with a lead. They know how to continue trying to climb the leaderboard. They don't start leaning into hyper passivity, but they also don't go like.
Oh, the fact that didn't find any damage onto Trisk is unfortunate.
Or whatnot, but
No!
kind of fun. Wuju 2, though, lined up against a
Yin Yang, the
Shoot
devils
Panzerfaust to me.
of the first 5
Better make
minutes.
sure you hit it. Sneak attack, finding out the hard way is Yin Yang. This is a replay of match 1, isn't it? Yin Yang and Wuju 2. Yin Yang cleaned them up the first time. Apparently Wuju 2 didn't learn their lesson. And okay, yeah, they will learn their lesson this time. They're gonna get sneak attack out of there as he bleeds out in the back of the US.
Is he sneak retreat right now?
Well, it wasn't very sneaky. They got found out. So.
Okay, so let's take a look at the circle real quick, everybody. Team Liquid actually pretty close to the circle yet again with that potentially dangerous lineup. Red Zone's going to land right on top of them. Wuju 2 also going to extricate out, get pretty safe. Gooners going to be pretty centered yet again. You know, I didn't get to cast the group stage and never got to cast the Falcons, really. And we are in game number 3, and I still haven't been able to cast the Falcons in PAS so far.
Brutal. That's brutal.
It's been a hard start for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, for game one, the only thing I will say is it felt like they maybe didn't think that all of Team Liquid was there.
This?
Or they just, because it was weird. They left Kickstart behind. It wasn't like a full, like it wasn't like they were expecting a full 4v4 fight. Anyway, that's whatever. Game 2, that was just a tough spot to play in on the cliffside. Ended up being the 3-way, 4-way fight with Liquid. So both games, tough situations. Obviously, teams like Falcons, you have this expectation that they will take what is a really, really bad situation and find ways to make it work. But, you know, it doesn't always work out that way. So there's still plenty of time for those guys to right the ship here as Liquid now getting very close to Mira. Nice shot from Haven to get Alo.
So close.
That's actually pretty Curdy down to about 1 HP.
So close.
Fortunately, Team Liquid able to turn the corner and get down the hill and keep their IGL alive.
I mean, do we even get a compound out of it? Just scary. I mean, Kurt does manage to get down there, so I think that we saw a Sparking that was kind of playing the tail end of this. I wouldn't be surprised if he waits just a little bit longer to see if it's a bit safer. Potentially dangerous, taking some shots long range at Falcons as they make their rotate. Falcons are kind of got an eye on this potentially dangerous line pretty close, but I think that this is about as far as they're going to try to bully their way into the zone. The rest of the squads look like it's pretty calm as, yes, Sparking has managed to bypass Mira. They were inside of vehicles, and Sparking's going to regroup with the rest of their squad.
I know, we're 6 minutes into an Americas game, and we still have a full lobby. I don't know what's going on right now.
Interesting. Where are they cutting up to? Buxansa. Are they going to use this hillside? Because surely they're not going to run into Buxansa itself.
It looks like I think what they might be doing, they're getting a tight 2-2 split that's close by to each other, but they want to be able to see if anybody's coming down this road from the east. So now, I mean, they can see anybody that's playing around this road from the east and they can also kind of avoid the hills to the south.
I have never accidentally shot that guy thinking it was a person
Hey,
before.
Guy.
Never. Never.
Not me and the freaky mannequins.
No. Well, I mean, the mannequins and the dolls I do shoot because they're cursed, and I got to make sure that they know who's in charge.
Falcons won't stay and last for long.
That's fair. Yeah, we've got to let them know what's going on. But yeah, no, it's a 64 alive, and it's now almost 8 minutes in. What is happening? Are we the friendly Americas? This is a new Americas? Have they been watching EU? What is going on?
They're saving it for Aaron, y'all. That's all it is. We got a centered circle, so nobody has to move a lot.
That's fair.
How
fair. Well,
dare us get from the circle?
Well, right now, Tony, the only one taking shots on the map. So this is the most action we're seeing here in C1. The only team it looks like that's still making their way in is Toyo off to the west, but everybody kind of, I will say, it's a lot more spread out. Like, everybody's south of the river, sure, but, you know, a lot of times on Erangel, Miramar, you'll see teams kind of group up towards the center of the circle, and the edges of the zone are a little bit more empty. This time, it's everybody's really spread. So, regardless of what happens with the zone shift,
down goes Bliss.
Ended up in the wrong spot. That's yeah, Four Dogs sending one a little bit too far north to scout.
Getting euthanized as he got a bit too close to Mira. I mean, the way that the circle lays, I think, says a lot about why we're not getting the action right, because we've got a lot of these hills, and the hills are pretty vertical. They're not like Southwest Miramar vertical, but they kind of create their own like little arenas. And right now,
Falcons
you just get
strike.
control over arena in a circle this size,
What
and
the
nobody
dog
else
do?
should really deal with you unless they try to encroach to make a rotation or something else like that. So everybody's got their fighting stance waiting to see where the next one goes. And they do have some vision, some idea on how some of the rotations are happening to them, but it's kind of isolated.
It's so
and
funny
it's led
watching
to a very,
the
very
comments
quiet
go by
organization.
sometimes.
I'm not necessarily mad about, because that means that the mid game is going to really pop.
Well, it's also a byproduct of Tego, isn't it? Is that you feel a lot more comfortable doing these big, wide information gathering splits.
Buff the Birdom.
On Tego as opposed to Erangel or Miramar. So, I mean, you can see, there's only a few teams really that are kind of 4 deep in a compound, whereas we were seeing that all over on Miramar. You look at the mini map here, everybody's kind of spread out as the circle will cut down to the south, and probably the best shift that everybody could have asked for here.
Yeah, Duel had been kind of stretching right along the Wuju 2 line for a while now, but now it's going to be on the Wuju 2 to defend with the high ground, and they've got to be careful because that's going to be Soccer coming up back behind Duel as well. So there's a couple of contenders. Are Soccer going to stop off and go for a third party, or are they just kind of watch and see what's happening right now? No shots coming out from them as they're kind of waiting to regroup to see if they can get by Yin Yang as well as Rock both.
And it looks like they're starting to take shots now, but I think Soccer they were
Who's this saying?
They were still split, and it was only 2 of them, so they were a little bit hesitant to maybe take the early shots. But now
They just don't learn.
see if they can maybe get something. As Seifu
It's
will
okay.
confirm that knock, and Duel will be down to 3, but they have a compound at least, and it is inside zone.
Yeah.
And as long as they can hold
K-Mind,
on to
is it
vehicles, they might be
2018 again?
But Sakura Zensen might be feeling a little feisty. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, they've hopped into vehicles, but they're not going to go for a full committal. Hosan going to be getting the red zone right now, and there's a couple of shots from the Gooners going on to Alcazar. High ground on it. Toyo right on the edge of that red zone. Looks like they were maybe thinking about going down to Hosan, but don't want to braid the math and don't want to accidentally get blown up on approach. Instead, they're a bit more to the southeast. That's going to be a field cross, and due to the fact that Sakura had to step away from Duel, maybe Sakura might have just taken the compound that Toyo was looking at.
Yeah, well, keep eyes on that. I mean, the good thing for Toyo is even if it was a compound that they were looking at, they still have all this room to play around on the western side. Meanwhile, in Hosan, we've got Gooners already committed. 55 have committed as well, and Rock will take over the south side of the city itself. While the red zone falls. See if anybody gets a little unlucky on this one. Alcacias off to the north, not really committing at all, but they are looking down in this area to see if they can figure out
Choke start,
walls
not
here.
kick start. Oh my god.
This is an odd circle now for Mission Ready, as they are usually a very early rotator, and they kind of find themselves on the outside of the zone.
They can go over
Kind of
towards
roaming around to the northeast.
Bucks and
north,
Saw,
kinda
though.
close to Team Liquid, depending on how they opt into pathing. They are leaning into the east, but Buxensaw is open. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Liquid takes some shots. That might be where they venture into, but if they decide to make a brazen run right along that Team Liquid line that you were talking about with that 2-2 split, that could be really bad for Mission Ready.
Ooh, looks like they actually spot out
Kawazine.
That is a big player. He was huge for Furia, a new player on that roster, huge in the group stages. And they'll have to play without him for now, although there is a revive station right there. So Furia wants to, they could get him back on his feet.
Wait, Valinix, what did you say?
Sticks around any longer, but they've got to get on the move because
You're right, I
they're
did
still
miss it.
outside of zone. So
I've been
this
trying
might
to
be
keep
an
up. What did
opportunity
you
for Furia
say?
to get Townsend back
Oh
on.
no.
Look at that. 4th and 5th respectively. MRIA, MIR.
Bot Slayer. Oh my god, that is so amazing.
Ready on the rotate out to the northeast. That's about all the movement. You can see Toyo.
Did you screenshot it, send it to him?
Alcancia is going to go ahead and get out of the red zone. Circle pops and it goes.
You should 100% screenshot and send that to him.
Vehicles are going to be a big factor in this rotate. As yes, the death funnel does look like
That is hilarious.
Northeastern corridor.
Man, that is a brutal circle. Center of that
Oh
circle
god,
is
it's sad
just-
that I didn't see it right
you
when
see
it
there's
popped
just
up. That
nothing
would have been
there.
funny.
Mira and
Nah, I
Mira,
don't think he would be
they were
either.
already, they had the mortars set up.
It's unfortunate. I haven't played with him for like over a
Right on
month.
Sakura's entrance, trying to make their way in. Alcancia
Either, just
goes
because
through
I've
right
been
past that
doing,
Tigger
well,
side
this.
of Hosan. They decided to
Uh,
end up as, I mean, look at what they have to work with. It's just nothing but open fields and
yeah.
some hills.
Alcancia decided to brave this. They just ran right through everybody. There is that hill that's in the center. And are they just going to try to?
I've been
steal
busy
from there?
with-
Are they
with
gonna keep
doing-
going? There is a respawn
Yeah.
point right next to it as well.
I've been
But
doing this
looks like they
and
tried to
just
tap
kind
it
of
close to Yin Yang, but it's also gonna have Sakura
doing my
Sensei
own
comment.
thing.
It's
Even on the
right
weekend, I've
south
been
of the
playing
zone.
Borderlands
Rangers
instead
are
of
put in position for the rest
PUBG
of this
lately
run,
right
but yeah,
now,
Alcancia
since
stealing away
Borderlands
a
4
single
just
point.
came out.
That feels good for now, and I think a lot of the high ground
So-
is going to shift away. But there is that big hill down to the south that nobody is.
I don't even know the last time I actually played a match of PUBG. It might have been
What they have to work with in terms of deployable cover.
over a month ago.
Furia, they do get Kaunzine back, but now they're pushing right into Falcons. Kizera will have to throw it in reverse, try to loop around. Tiggleton, the shot's not
Yeah,
gonna land.
and I know Super People
Kizera
is
might
back
be
out
able to get
again.
Out of there. He's getting still
So
some bullets sent in his direction. The only good news for him is that the Falcons had already pulled away from that 2-2
Yeah.
split, so it was only the one gun. Of
yeah, right
Furia
now I'm
with
playing
Tiggleton who sent in
Borderlands,
his direction.
and then couple of weeks from now, the new Pokemon game is gonna drop, so I'll be
55.
playing that
Run into
instead.
Gooners on Hosan.
So-
They lose one, but they win.
But we're gonna be
Right
playing
before
Pokemon in here in a couple of
Carrick pushing forward
weeks,
with
like
the Panzer
3
hand.
weeks now, I think.
Yeah, I mean. this is the downside to whenever you
So
commit to a
that-
environment,
I think that'll be fun.
Just gonna have to deal with very long cross lines. Be a problem. 55. Eric is
Bunt,
down.
go, boom.
Just know where to go. It's not going to take much more from 55 to try to close this one out, as the cresting around is going to be a bit crazy. You can see the four dogs do have themselves
Bunt, go,
friends.
boom.
That's going to be a mission ready who did wrap down past Books on the
Yeah.
side.
I'm hoping we get a bunch of
Actually
fun.
Getting the grenade onto Aranzera as his grenade goes, pops off, so we lose one. And now Rock heard
Yeah.
all of this happening. The
I'm
Rock's
I'm
gonna
really
push, they're
looking
gonna find
forward
the angle, they're gonna find
to
Pippa. And now 55
to the
looked like they
Pokemon
were gonna
stream.
be able to
I
turn
think
things
we'll have
around onto
a
Gooners,
few
but now they're in
people
trouble.
that'll mess
Psycho
about
with a
in here.
nice spray gets BL with the last bullet in the chamber.
Falcons tail ending onto this.
Toyo Yin
Chasing
Yang.
down right
Good
up
for this
next
zone.
To the Gooners. Looks like they had their eyes set to see if maybe they could third party into this, but now
The problem is, I don't know what I'm gonna do for the next couple of weeks, because I don't think there's any Smear Zero going on. So I won't get to cast that. So I'll have to do scrims, but that means I'm gonna have to, like,
A lot of interesting moves being taken, but the most
do all
interesting thing going on right now is Hosan Falcons desperately
the
use
camera work and stuff
fight going
myself.
in their direction.
So
This duel will get eliminated. That was happening on the south side of the map. Fight with Sakura Zensen, and Sakura Zensen will come out on top. 55 with 3
Yeah.
down to 2 will take some damage from
Well,
the Falcons. Will avoid
if I end up
Simply Matthias still alive in
if
all
I
of
end up
this.
streaming it, maybe you'll be able to catch up a little bit easier because I'll be able to kind of explain some of it.
Close, potentially dangerous, and Mira are in vehicles running right alongside this
So.
one. H1 does spot out Simply Matt. Gooners are eliminated. 55 in some trouble of their own. Just have a
Yeah.
ton of troubles that are coming down after them. 55 get eliminated. And that's going to be the start.
There we go,
of
Falcons.
Gooners now in last place.
Doing some damage now.
Furia's pulled off one of the wildest rotations that I think I've ever seen. They had Gizera and Zakraken wrap around Posan, and then they sent Kanzine
October 16th.
and Posa
So like almost exactly a month from now.
Backside of a 2-2 Toyo split. And so Furia looking really strong right now. They're
Checking
trying
my
some
phone.
crazy stuff, and it's working out for them. That is not the
1,
Furia that you
2,
wanna have in your
3,
lobby.
yeah,
When they
a
start
month
doing
from now.
Wheels off things, and it's playing out. They're gonna try even more stuff.
We'll be doing it. So we got time until then.
Like the Crest Hill near center. It's going to be Mira on one side, and yeah.
But
like
I just
both
gotta
players Yin Yang were kind of having to focus up on what was going on.
contact
Oh,
my
West.
barber,
A couple more movements.
because I think he has a
No fear in this push. This was probably very well scouted.
4K graphics card.
This is just
No,
a
4K
approach,
capture card.
realizing where the vulnerability is for Yin Yang was.
So
They
might
just
get
gotta be
it
really
for
careful
reduced
how they're
rate.
pushing
Go
this
get
game.
myself a
Mira
nice
has that high
haircut
ground.
and have it for
Katsuya takes one wrong
when
step
Pokemon
out of
comes
cover.
out.
They're gonna be
For my
side
Switch.
of Team Mira as the utility from Yin Yang keeps coming. Trisk hasn't bled out just yet.
That I have right here, and I'm definitely not playing base
Looked
or
like that
watching
one
baseball on
Perez, or maybe yeah, I think they might have just stuck
at all.
Narrowly, as you can see, right in the center, just off to the northeast, is going to be where this firefighting compound is
Not
happening.
playing MLB on it
Does keep the compound in play.
at all
There's
right
everything
now.
going on to the north, where Falcons and the Rock are going to be
Once I get the capture card and MLB 26 comes out, I'm gonna try and make a custom roster and chuck it down in like the bottom right to cover up like the PUBG map and stuff,
Fantastico will spot him out.
and have some like a custom
Get the res onto Shrimsy, but this is a full surround here by Rock. And Falcons just have
custom
nowhere to
season
go.
going kind of
Save
thing.
souls. You
Braves
can
are
see
kicking ass.
that flanking angle
It's
will
the
spot
Brewers that have
Shrimsy
like
all day.
surprised me the most though.
And there's nowhere to go, man. That's going to be Falcons eliminated.
Like holy
Prospect up
crap,
points on it.
have they done
Back over with
insane
Mira, you can
this
see that they
year.
had a lot of friends, one of them being potentially dangerous.
I haven't even double checked. What I found really sad is Orioles are my favorite team. So the fact that they have just like absolutely failed this season because of their pitching at the beginning sucks.
Yeah, Wuju 2 just getting picked apart right now by. I mean, we said it. You said it coming into this game. Team Liquid. Now that they've got a couple of big games in their bag, they're feeling a lot more confident. They are just kind of putting the work onto Wuju 2 right now, and there's nothing really that they have to worry about. They're just kind of free farming damage onto here. As Team
Yeah,
Liquid now
yeah,
has
no.
to
Brewers
attention away
are
from
insane
third-party Yin
this
Yang now
season.
Katsuya, and they have to protect their backside. Fortunately enough for them, Rock is pushing down at the
Let's
same
see.
time that Furia is pushing in as well. So this could be a multi-angle fight.
Oh, I don't think it
That's so
has.
hard to defend if you're Mira. They just have to start surrendering territory. They don't know. 8 different angles that they have to try to defend from. Instead, they're just going to say no.
Sorry, I don't think it has like the actual like who's eliminated and everything right now. 3 teams in this one compound? What?
Oh my
But
goodness, what a
LFP
fight.
denies it.
Nicely done, LFP, but this was definitely
Yeah,
a decision from Mira. They knew that both of these teams were in there, and they knew that they were at full strength, but they decided to send it regardless, and now Wuju 2 and 4 Dogs are
They
getting
are,
involved as well.
but-
This compound could be the bloodiest compound in all of Tago.
They also Kickstart's in the chat right now, and he was like, 15th, not 16th. Mute up haters. I think it's fine. There's 2 more days, and
Now
It's fine. Gooners are in last place now.
and let everybody else fight it out.
Let's
Find amongst
see.
yourself, peons. We will come in at the later stages of the game.
Exactly, yeah, and that's the thing, not overstepping their position either. Like, they know that they've got a good spot. Now that has changed. The new circle pops and it pulls away. So they will have to move, but they already have eyes down.
I think
on
I
Sakura's
gotta
exit.
look
You
up.
see Pentalil working that mortar. Not sure where those mortars are being sent. I have to imagine probably over towards Team Liquid.
It's
or
so much
Mission
easier
Ready.
to
Not really sure,
read
as we see
the
Fury
standings
will be able to
online
put the res on to plus
rather
up,
for
keeping
baseball
them
rather
up
than
full strength. Somehow Furia has been able to keep them up full strength. As it's mission ready. That's where those mortars were being sent. But the problem with sticking around on a mortar for too long is that you end up being a pretty easy
Can I
target. As
please
Penta finds out there, getting knocked by Liquid.
see who's already
They're gonna run down
eliminated?
the hillside. They know that they've got the advantage, and they just kind of have to roll these down the hill.
They only have who's
Pretty easy to
clinched
set
and they
up.
don't have who's
Also, you gotta
eliminated
get some more loot.
on
You've been
this
fighting
one.
for a
That's
while.
dumb.
Get everything back to the way you want it to be. Get back up the hillside. Easy extrication coming out from them is now Sakura. What do you do, man? Okay, you've now gate kept two different sides.
Never go
Yeah,
into
you gotta do
Microsoft
RDM.
Edge,
That's
but
about it. Yeah, but a
You got
BDR,
the RDM.
I get nervous. I get nervous.
I mean, you do, but it's
they're
something.
kind of
yeah, now Mira doesn't have two
They
teams.
are,
You have
but it's
Mira
also-
and then you
it's
have
also
Mission
pretty
Ready
significant
International
global cover.
Alliance.
So,
So
and they know
Luminosity
exactly where Mission Ready
dropped
is, right?
their
So,
team.
that's
So they
something.
became Mission Ready International
There are
Alliance.
things that they have, but it doesn't
And
make
I'm
you feel
pretty
good
sure
how
it's
strong you
just
could be. So they're actually
to
just gonna start walking out with two of their members.
cause
See if
problems.
maybe they can continue. Use the
Well, they're trying to
BRDM
bait
as a
'em.
distraction. Yeah, jumps down,
Yeah.
use the rock.
For
and then
people
use the
that
high ground.
can't,
The problem
like-
with it is, where we can see Micah playing from,
So people
Team
can't go
Liquid
like, boom,
can't
that's what
see
team it
him.
is.
So he can't
Makes
play
them
as
double
much
check for a
technical as he
second.
wanted to.
Oh, Micah's got to have the happy.
It's really
feet.
dumb.
He's got to rely on his teammates to come over at the perfect time, and he will. Michael will spot out. Hyman Pentalil will get the knock on a Bizzler as this fight finally coming down to it. But yeah, as you said, Team Liquid, they are
Let's
starting to
see. So no one in the American League has clinched playoffs yet.
but now Micah on the BRDM, and he's going to make sure that they secure that point for the boys.
But Brewers, Phillies, and Cubs are all in for the National League, with Pirates, Nationals, Rockies all confirmed out already. And then American League, you have Athletics, Orioles, Angels, Twins, and White Sox that don't make it. You say Pirates are bad, but have you seen some of the stat lines for their pitchers?
It's going to be the bloodiest compound in all of Tago, but I think there's only been one person.
It's
that
so
dies.
dumb.
Two four-man squads and one three-man squad in Yin Yang, and then you've got four
I think,
dogs kinda overlapping
obviously,
all of
there's
it.
Paul
And now,
Skeens.
oh no! Well, you wanted things to go Team Liquid's way again. The rich get a little
Like,
bit richer here as all of the action in the north is going to have to make its way down south.
Yeah, but if you're an Alcazia fan, this is about to suck for you. A Mira fan because they gotta go, and they're all on top of each other, and it's a game of chicken. Whoever leaves first is gonna get potentially punished the most. Let's not forget we've got Rock on one
Stats,
side. We do
pitching.
have Lucid Freak still alive for 4 dogs, and Team Liquid all waiting to pounce on whatever happens to leave that.
So it's better now.
Well, Sakura's ensign, that's the best chip that they
Skeens
could
is up
hope
to
for.
10
They
and
do
10.
lose,
He has a
Edgar.
2.0 ERA.
Still have
The fact that he
Edgar,
only
2.0
has
now. I think they
that
lost
no,
Michael
actually the
10
fact that he
times.
still has
They've actually
10 losses
struck as a snake
with
in
a
the grass.
2 ERA
Furia and Rock are going
is
to do,
stupid.
As Rock is still kind of looking over into the
That
top and taking a few
literally,
shots.
like,
Fury and Rock
it doesn't make
kind of
sense.
A tenuous piece at the moment as Trisk will find D, but the immediate Rena or Santastico going to knock Trisk for getting a little bit of too bold on that high ground, and now it's all that matters.
I mean,
But I feel like
committed into just trying to supervise this as well. It's just going to be brutal. Alcazia trying
Yeah.
to go out. Team Liquid
That's so dumb.
instantly shuts that down. Mira trying to go forward. Toyo gets eliminated on a different
So-
section of this one. So now Mira looks like they're trying to see if they can get out. Alcazia just trying to limp their way through the smokes as Mira gets popped by Rock on one side. But
Yeah.
Mira is trying to
I think
backstab
next year's
Rock
going
this
to be
one.
as
It can
well.
open up an opportunity for everybody inside the compounds. Now all the firefighters
Oh,
are
he
down
hasn't
on
peaked
different
yet.
angles. Alcazar
He is, like,
two members up. They're just
21 or 22 or something.
Here it does go down.
He is so
Alcazar
young.
has to move. Rock's trying to get some vision in, but it's going to be Team Liquid coming alive. More down to the south. They've got vision in the Katzia, and there is nowhere to go.
Yeah, he's got so much time left.
And immediately flipped back onto Furia. They end up cleaning up that fight, but they took
Yeah.
a lot of damage. I think
Hopefully
they're down
they'll
to just
be...
one
They
player
have
in
more
RBN as Liquid has been the beneficiary of all of this. They haven't been able
pitchers
to get the points for the kills, but now they're
down...
gonna start collecting them
Ooh,
as
top
RBN
4.
moves
Alcazia
into
makes
the
it there
zone. You can
again.
see that. That's a point taken away here from Alo, as Cowboy will survive just a little bit longer in the smoke, but the blue zone has arrived. As yep, we're down to our top 4. It's mostly Team Liquid cleaning up Alcazia. There they go. Michael's still alive for mission.
Yeah,
ready
so
as
I
a
think
solo
the
in middle of the
Pirates
zone.
have
And then you've got Micah
have
and
two options. They
Michael
have a
with
lot
presence still
of
rolling around on
other
that south side.
pitchers that could still get promoted and are like almost ready for the MLB.
That is an interesting
Um,
rule that could brew. Michael, though,
So you have two things you
up
can do.
there as now it is just a 4
Trade schemes
sitting
for
14
some
points ahead
insane
of
value
Alcazia already at the top of the
and
leaderboard.
bring a solid
And
core,
it feels like somebody, they didn't come
or
to play. We saw them come to compete.
trade
Team
a
Liquid got
couple
goals, and they
of
answer fouls.
trade a couple of lower value ones
Luke 12 will get
that like are almost
at least putting up a
MLB
fight
ready,
here. For sure, Pencil
and
will stay
you'll
alive.
get
That BRD a little bit longer. He hops out,
there we
tries to
go,
take the
Team
1v1
Liquid win.
Kurt.
Let's go.
Kurt wins it.
47
The
points for
sliver
them.
of HP, and Team Liquid
Yeah,
go
so
back
that
to
or you
back
sell
with
a
wins.
couple of the
Points over second
other
place, all
pitchers
the way
that are
to
coming up
3
that are almost
points.
MLB ready. They have like 4 of them or something. You don't need that many. Get rid of like 2. Get a couple of depth ones with a good couple of infielders, and other like bats that you may need. I think that's what Pirates need to do. Like they're very, very close.
It was only because DraftKings had that last minute insane
If they
performance in the
decide
final
to
game
make
that Liquid
trades.
just barely missed out.
If they don't
But
try and make
they've been great here
trades,
so far.
then I
Obviously,
think they have a
they're performing
lot of
lot
work
better
to do.
now, and we'd love to see them in PGS or the PGSs, and so far if they keep
And then
this
there's the
going,
Dodgers,
they're
and
having a hell of a day for
that's
themselves
just
so far.
it's stupid the amount of talent they have on that team.
Spectacle moving into today so far. I cannot wait to see what Toffees, Godspeed, and Gibson have to say.
Thank you,
It's
gentlemen.
just
What
not
a
even
game
fair.
3, and what a poetic ending.
They don't need to make
have
trades. They don't really
Penza
need to
and Kurt
do
facing off
anything,
in a little bit of a
honestly.
showdown
I mean,
there.
maybe at the end of
Kurt
the
comes out
year
ahead
they
for
have a lot of
Penza
old
playing out of his
pitchers,
mind
but they
for
also
a
have like
20-year-old birthday
really
boy.
good
I gotta
pitchers
say, I've
too.
been seeing
So
a lot of him today, Gibson.
yeah,
Honestly, for a 19-year-old
Hey.
coming into the game, really impressive from Penta. But
the Braves did that, and now they're
Sakura Zenzen and Team Liquid.
uh
Everybody was in the north, right? You had 3-4 teams pushing the one compound. You had a couple of teams like Furia
Where are
and
they?
Rock over to the west of that compound. They just sat in the south
Now
and
they're-
waited for the rest of the lobby to deal with each other, and then took the free win.
I mean,
the attempt to
they're
do
not
it
great.
that came
They're
last summer.
8.5
Every time I
games
see that
back. They
picture,
probably won't make
I
playoffs.
just can't take
Uh,
it serious.
It just does something
Yeah,
to you.
But like,
It does something to me, but
they
Matt
have a
Taylor
team they can build.
on one hell of a day so far.
Let
Like, he is just picking
me-
up kills for fun.
All right.
Let me pull up the
He's been
Braves
having- let's
roster
get through the match
really
results.
quick.
Let's talk about Team Liquid. Again, 20 points. These guys are absolutely bananas. Rock Esports thankfully shows up,
there.
puts up, and is back on the board. Sakura Zensen having a heck of a day at 12. Furia back in the chase, and Alcazia, after a win in Game 1, has been a little bit quiet and kind of mid-tier since then. For me, the big standout, though, Godspeed, is yet again. Game 3, Falcons, 3 points.
Yeah, Falcons again, slower start here, but I'm just genuinely not worried about them. I think
I mean,
they'll
you
be
have
just fine.
oh my
But with
god,
their footing
Olsen
here,
is
I think the consistency
dominating
for me
from
really
them.
comes from, I mean, obviously Liquid, but Alcazia and also Mira. Mira has actually
Yeah.
been able to get at least 5-6 points these last couple games. They're finding kills and stealing kills very effectively, which is something we've been seeing them do a lot. in the
Their
clubs,
pitching
as
is
well
really
as the
good,
PvP
but
events
my
that they're now
question is
bringing
like,
and doing in the FPP events as well. I love that they're able
what
to
is
stretch out
Sale
and
actually
find
gonna
those
end up
angles and be
doing?
proactive. So Again, it's only 16 points.
because
It's only
he's
been 3
getting to the
games,
point
but
where
I
he
think
might
that
be
soliciting
getting kind of
confidence
chalked.
is not a bad start at all.
Obviously, they have Schwellenbach.
All right.
He's
let's do this real quick.
25.
I
He'll
want you
be
to
really
walk me
good
through
for
the
him for a
overall
little
leaderboard
while.
As fast as you can, Gibson, because I got a special treat coming up shortly after this.
Yeah, I'm only going to tell you what matters. Liquid on top, 53 points.
Bryce
Alcocia second with
Elder,
33. Rock in
Grant
third with 25.
Holmes,
Then you've got a little bit of a drop, but if you look, if you're a Falcons
Spencer
fan,
Stright.
or if you're a
Yeah,
PD
I
fan, or even a
mean,
Dual fan,
their
just
pitching
don't
is
look
going to
on
be
the left.
absolutely
Do
crazy
yourself a
next
favor,
year.
Keep looking on that left side of the leaderboard, and that's all you really need to know.
Perfect. Now,
Ozuna,
other things that you guys need to know
Albies,
is that we're
Harris,
giving away
Olsen.
G-Coin. Obviously, we're playing 18 games. There's a lot to track, but I know you want to get something out of this as well. So there's 3 chances to get G-Coin. Number 1, make the talent laugh. If you can go...
Braves
scan
aren't
that
going to
QR
make
code, send us a meme, a
postseason
joke, a video, I don't
this
care what
year.
it is. If
But
it makes
I
us
think
laugh, you
they
get a
are
picture
going
on
to
the screen, and you
absolutely
get a big old
dominate
pile of
next year.
G-Coin. The
Maybe
second
not
option
dominate,
is the
but they
history
have
books. Our
they have a
social team
solid
is putting
core.
together some of the best moments in PUBG history. They want to know what you think deserves
Yeah.
to be on that list.
Meanwhile,
Scan the QR code to
the
be directed to where you can enter, throw your favorite clips. Let us know what your
Orioles,
favorite moment was. Even if it's from your game or from previous PASs, open qualifiers,
didn't
where
invest
you
in
tried to get
pitching
into them,
at
I don't
all
care.
for the
Send them
beginning of
over,
the
if you
season.
predict, you get some G-Coin
So
as
then we're
well.
just like
Finally, let me
completely
show afterwards.
fucked
Remember,
now.
give us some questions, send them over on social media
Honestly,
anytime you want.
in
To
a situation
hashtag
that we
PAS6
shouldn't be.
Mike, and we'll have pick your question,
Like
get some G-Coins
we
there
should
as
have been
well.
able to
So
make it
send
to the
those in, get your
postseason
chance
with
to
some
get something
pitching.
for yourself as
We
you
got
watch our players
zero
try to get a little
pitching.
something for
We picked up
themselves
people that
as
were
well.
like
Now, we
40
are gonna
plus
take
years
a
old.
short break as the players
For
kinda get ready for the
pitchers.
second
They
half
got
of the day,
destroyed in the
and we have a
beginning of the
very
season.
special treat for you.
And then we traded
called
half of them away at the trade
Name
deadline.
That
And
Sound.
now we're in a position where
Welcome,
we
it's time for
either
What's That Sound? My
have
name's
to
Thomas. I am
sell
joined
one of
by
our
quite
one of the best
trio
catchers in the
of
league,
America's players,
or keep
Jersey
it,
and
hope
Rock,
he
true
comes
heroes.
back, and then have to
Then
have.
Toby from the DME.
Yeah, we picked up Charlie Morton and then sold him at the
If
trade
you
deadline.
need to hear a sound,
Yeah, Charlie Morton
what that
was the
sound is.
ace
Correct
that
answer
we
gets you a
picked up.
point. Whoever has the most points gets
Like,
the
that
first
is
point.
where the
So let's
pitching
do it.
situation
First
was.
down.
We had Corbin Burns, and we didn't re-sign him.
Do they have drum sets in PUBG now? I'm not sure what we're
I was
listening
gonna say,
to.
that's just the newest, hottest house EDM, or was it a sound? I'm gonna start with Toby.
The clicks had me bamboozled. I wrote a mortar. I don't know. I have no clue.
I think with the clicks, it was the smoke grenade launcher.
I put a pump shotgun and just assuming he's lost. I don't know.
A pump shotgun and a prayer. That's a 0, a 0, and a 0. The answer is an AWM. All right, second sound. Run it. Roth, what do you got?
I'm gonna hope the deepness of that was a Dragunov. I'm gonna pray to God that we got a Dragunov there.
All right, Toby, what do you got?
I went MK14 because it was a little beefy on the Doom sounds.
Yeah.
You're big on the Doom. All right, Shrimsy.
I also put the Dragunov, was my guess.
And you are both correct. That's a point for the two of you, and still a giant goose egg for Toby. All right, let's go to our third sound. Fire it up.
I put a Vector because he was trying to make it like very fast.
Okay. All right, Toby.
I went grosser because it had like a suppressed grosser vibe to it.
Okay.
but
I like that you're
I
adding
don't know.
attachments to yours too. I like that. That's.
I mean, I gotta make up for the weird sounds that I'm being.
Roth, what do you got?
I put an M16 because he said burst. So I'm pretty sure I'm really far
In
off.
before you're right, though. In before you're right.
It did sound like a burst, but no, none of you got it. That was the P90. Here's the next one. What is it?
Yeah.
Click. Hey, that was a long one. He made a full reload cycle.
I'm gonna pray that the 3 clicks was like a DP28.
I ran Vector again. I don't know. The 3 clicks really threw me off.
We're doing 15 questions, so if you just stick to Vector, you'll get one eventually.
I felt like the reason he added the
Yeah.
clicks was that
Yeah.
this was actually like the ammo count, so it wouldn't be SS because it was shorter.
In a shocking turn of events, Toby is the only one who gets a point here. Congratulations, Tauber. All right,
Yeah,
let's get our
Charlie
last
Morton
one
was
for
a
episode
horrible
one.
pickup.
I went mutant.
What do you got, Roth?
I'm going M16.
You're
Has
going
to be
M16. What do you got? What do you got, Shrimps?
Has to be M16. I went M16.
The
That's
answer
true.
is, are you ready for this? The mutant. Toby gets it again.
way.
What? Toby gets
Da 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 da.
At the end of episode one, sitting here with two of the greatest players in PUBG Americas, Shribsy and Rod,
That
with
was-
1 point
yeah.
each. And at the top of the podium, standing above them, just champagne, baby,
I was-
is the
huh.
Toby with 2 points.
That one threw me off a little bit.
Talent dominance? Or will the other jump? We'll be back with
but,
episode
okay.
2 in no time. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. I don't know what's gonna happen with the Orioles. We have, like, we could technically run an MLB team that is all 26 years old and younger. And it probably be better than whatever team they actually try and, like, pull together. Based on how they played this last off, or how they picked up pitchers this last off season. And that's awful. So, I don't know. And then my Savannah Banana, I think it's entertaining. I think it's good that they're bringing entertainment to baseball. And it's like baseball has pretty much refused to change in the past however many years. And they're just trying to do something different. Like, hey, you guys could do this. Like, this is possible. There's no reason you can't. You just choose not to. And I think it really shows, like, what's possible, for baseball, if, like, they wanted to. Yeah. It's like, this is what you could do with baseball if you really wanted to. Like, you could prevent, you could prevent blowouts of 20 plus runs by doing some of the things they do. You could have really entertaining games by having the their glow in the dark games that they do. That's really cool. I think that's a really fun and interesting idea. And there's just a couple other things they do. Now, obviously, the way they do it, only allowing like one run up until the per inning, per team, until the 9th inning, and then whatever you get is what you get. I don't think that one would really go. So I don't think that one's possible, but yeah, 2-hour game limit. Just some of the things they do, I think is really smart. Having it where if having it where if like so a fan catches like a foul ball, it still counts as like an out, and just other stuff like that. It really incorporates a lot of the fans and everything into the game. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2. I mean, there was a call 3 days ago, I can't remember what game it was in, where a fan had fan interference, and they were like, but it would have been a home run anyways, So it's still a home run. And it's like, you can't have fan interference and a home run, MLB. That's not how that works. Fan interference means it prevented the player from making a potential play. You can't have fan interference and let it still be a home run. So like, they let that happen. And that's not how it works. So yeah. I'm a little thrown off by that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And then, like, a lot of the players and people don't want to do, like, robot umpires because, like, they don't want the challenges and stuff from that. And I understand that. And this is my opinion on the robot umpires, because there's been calls where the ball is like 2 or 3 ball lengths outside of the strike zone getting called. That's ridiculous. There was a strike that Zach Eflin for the Orioles threw down the center of the plate, like straight down the center, and the umpire called it a ball. And that's like, so I understand people don't want challenges, but it's also like, those calls need to, like, not happen. So my opinion on it is that you're not trying to challenge things where it was like 1% in the strike zone. I don't know if I have a piece of paper here. Or actually, paint. Yeah. Strike zone. You're not trying to get the one that's like that. Those aren't the ones that you're trying to overturn. My opinion on it is that if a pitcher challenges the call, you need 15% of the ball to be inside the strike zone for it to be overturned and called a strike. That way there's still, like, the umpire can still do his job. He can be wrong every once in a while, and there's still, like, a human factor to this, and this is not, like, purely robotic. And then, on the inverse of that, if a batter is trying to overturn a call, you need 15%
Welcome back.
of a ball's, like, difference between here.
Grand finals. My name's Toffees. We have changed it up a little bit.
Because that allows you to do the robot umpiring,
Join me here
have the
to do the casting. Gentlemen, welcome.
challenges and everything, but it not be like this ridiculous thing where we're overturning calls that are this close 7 to 15 times a game. Because if you overturn all of these ones, I feel like it's just going to be worse for the batters.
12 kills, like, they're insane right now. Like, they've already got over half the kills that they got during group stages.
Nice. So Matt, I feel like
I haven't.
What do you got?
I feel like he does too. I was a little distracted by floating hands.
Are Falcons playing today? That's what stands out to me.
I see what you're saying.
That's what stands out to me.
Playing?
This has been the worst first 3 games I think I've ever seen them do.
I don't know. They've had worse.
Yeah, they've definitely had worse. It's the problem with Falcons. Maybe this is a topic for the podcasting the show. Which, if you guys want to send us questions, hashtag PAS6Mike. If you get picked or get some G-Coin. That said, though, it's this point where we sit there and we go, boys, at what point does Falcons like stop being a team that doesn't play the first 3 to 5 games of an event? Now, part of that, I guess, is maybe the auto bid to PGS. Like, they don't have that much skin in the game. But you guys see that new scoreboard with the white line on it? You guys saw that when you were casting. You know it moves. So if the Falcons get into the top 3, it'll now bop down to show who gets in.
I'm trying to find like an actual number really quick.
But the Falcons like, don't worry about it. We just want to make top 3. We won't take top 3. All right, let's take a look.
They're fine, dude. Like, they've got plenty of time, and then, as you said, they've already got the other. Dude, this is brutal. What are we doing?
Oh.
I love you, production. I love you.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's all of groups versus the scrap finals so far. So yeah.
Whoa.
Gained? I guess it's just 5 total.
It's not even 5.
Look, we're memeing around here, guys. We know Falcons are a good team, but every once in a while, it's just kind of fun to point out a peculiarity. They should.
Is there an actual number somewhere?
I mean, if they don't, they get to go to PGS. Like, it doesn't. At the end of the day, this is one of those moments. Like, I love the idea of global partner teams. I do like the idea of seeing a brand and teams that we know make the big show because of past performances and all the things that come with that. But there's also that side of, like, the stress isn't there for them, right? Let's be honest, Poro. They don't have the same stress that a team like Mira has coming into this. And one of the, like, a team Liquid, for crying out loud. Like, Liquid flew them to Brazil to play. That's how much they're desperate for them to win. It sounds nice, but I'm sure it's about the fiber. Like, that is stress to deal with, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, we all know how competitive the Latin American servers are. I guess that's why they sent them to Brazil.
Yes.
But, look, Falcon, they're second place overall in PGC points. Like, they're fine. Like, they don't, like you said, you have to have that little bit of pressure on you.
I think the only
when the pressure's not there, obviously it's
problem with how I read that is for the top and bottom is some people have different like specific batting stances and everything.
I could see it. At this point, I mean, I bet they're wishing that we could play every game on Miramar because
that's how they're more comfortable, and I feel like the ABS system kind of takes away by it because it goes 27% of the height and then 53.5% of the height.
We got a little bit of time as this next map gets
So it'll like benefit some people, and they'll get
sort of watching this thing play out. Yeah, we're having fun, sort of poking fun at the Falcons because we're going to talk about them a ton at the end of this.
I'm worried about that. It does say it's 99% accurate though.
Besides the typical Liquid boys, etc., that has been
in the
or very, very disturbing.
We kind of talked about this in game, but the fact that Gooners are now playing a center,
it is accurate to within 0.39 inches for pitch placement.
I like the fact that they're actually trying to play together as many points as they can, and
a median error of 0.17.
I think it's interesting to see a team that actually exploits differences between lobby strength.
Width of
like
a baseball.
Oh no, you're good. Furia. So group stage Furia got 38 points on day 1, 92 points on the second day they played, and obviously they were looking like world beaters. So far today, 19 points. Curious to see. Obviously, you got to figure that they land. Their true strength lies somewhere in the middle, but I'm excited to see it. And it also looks like Rock has kind of found their footing after to go through that LCQ. So
sorry, just get my calc off of this.
Excited to see that.
I am. That's fun.
It is fun. I'm excited to see how it plays out as it is time for us to get ready to rondo with the new casting duo of Gibson and Photosaurus.
Yeah, good timing as we see Kickstart get a nice kill on the board, taking Psycho down. But Godspeed, I'm really sorry you had to put up with me recently in person, and now you have to put up with me online again. So first off, I want to apologize to that. Secondly, though, the graphic for Make the Casters Laugh. Was it actually an avalanche you saw in the distance whenever that photo was taken?
2.9.
Whatever's happening off in the distance, you do not look happy about it.
First of all, my name's Poro. Second of all, terrible accent. Oh my goodness. Let's watch Kickstart real quick.
2.9
as he gets a nice little
times
nice
0.15.
The fact that Psycho survived, I know it's not.
0.43.
Wait, what was he using? It was a 5.56. It was a QB, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless, the fact that he survived that is crazy. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was looking at in the distance.
I
was
think
lost,
with
clearly.
how accurate the ABS is, I feel like they actually shouldn't try and make it any more accurate.
What about that circle? Because your access points are really limited kicking things off, right? You've got no entry points from the west at all. The flight path tells you that everything to the north is going to be clear. So I'm looking at like the likes of maybe
the median error is 0.13. Honestly, I would try and make it a little bit less accurate technically if you were going to go fully over to an ABS system.
Could be in trouble here as well. He's got Al-Qudsi not too far away, plus all the players from Mission Ready International Alliance.
Yeah, this is
it's weird. It's pretty close to what I would want, though.
Want to keep this position as long as possible, especially with how just skewed the circle is off
like
the
the
west,
median
so
is 0.15 or 0.17 theoretically.
I'm curious as well.
And if I was gonna
on the outside, honestly, if
be calling it, I'd call it
because of the unplayable
like
or if they're just
0.43
there will be something open, whether it's going to be on
separated
the north,
technically with what I was saying with that 15% thing.
Yeah, you'll get somewhere, and if you want to keep an eye on what is
so
going on
it's wrong by 0.17, and I'd want it to be able to be wrong by up to 0.43.
Just like I do every once in a while, as Relo will secure that garage for himself. But this is big because you've two teams who weren't expecting this to be the center of the circle, who've been gifted the center, and I'm going to say it, this is not an Al-Qudsi map. They have told me themselves, like, Roth does not like playing this map, and they're not a team that like playing center circle either. So it's kind of the double down of the two things that Roth doesn't want.
Yeah, well, Roth's gonna have to suck it up, as I'm sure he will, because they, like you said, are in a great position right now. Circle 1 dead center, and a circle that's skewed off to the west. It's good. It's just how do they actually want to play this, right? Also, where does Mission Ready decide to play? How are they going to split this? Having Circle 1 center is great, but at the same time, it provides a lot of challenges, right? We've talked about it before.
So.
What split do you take? What spot do you actually end up sitting in? Sometimes it's a case of too many options.
And that's the problem. You know, therein lies the rub. People would say you can't have too many options, and it takes you way too long to decide which one to go with. But I think for now, they're just going to plant themselves in this spot, ride it out for the first circle, see how things go. Because of where they are, they're guaranteed to be in the second.
In some
phase
LinkedIn
of the
mess.
zone.
Fair enough.
Other teams like Jewel, they had a okay. You know, would okay be the best way to put the day they've had so far?
I don't think it would be good to go to it fully, but I mean, again, if you do it and
they don't need to look towards the west. They just have to.
I think you should allow batters to challenge. There should be some way for batters and pitchers to challenge some of their pitches, because there have been some absolutely stupid calls.
Up to the north side if they want to play that.
But I also don't think they should be able to get the extreme edge cases either.
A couple members to grab that crate. So Duel looking very good in this early game. You can see Rock rotating in.
Yeah.
Well.
I'm with you,
Again,
and I don't think it should be used for the extreme edge cases. I think it needs to be, again, like 15% of the ball either out of the strike zone or in the strike zone for the call to be overturned.
They had a clear path in, but they've gone way further north. Sakura Zenzen running into 55 Esports, who Psycho has had an awesome day so far, but he was dealt with pretty early on. Doesn't look like he's going to get brought back here at any point either, as they look to just hold this position north of Bamboo and maybe catch a lot of the teams. Because when you think about it, with a terrain, they should see a lot of traffic coming their way. Like, Mira's going to be the next team to come down the road, and they might just run on 55, have a really good chance to catch some teams out as they make their way into the zone.
Yeah, but what I want to know is, are they going to see Sakura actually pulling off of this fight, right? And I don't think they are. I don't even think they're going to hear Sakura above them, so they're actually just going to drive straight into this trap that 55 had said, but 55 is moving now. They're actually gone.
Yeah, I think they maybe thought with Sakura Zenzen bailing off, maybe they wouldn't get the opportunity, but even look at the movement, right? You can tell that Sakura and Mira are aware something go on. The fact they're going a little bit further north as we watch 55 make their way in. Liquid got to be careful because they could run into Furia as they go into the circle. By the way, we know that Liquid are currently playing from inside of Brazil. Sparking's up in the sky as he goes up to try to work. what are they giving Halo? Because this is the best I've seen Halo play in a long time.
Correct, Valinix.
We were saying, like, Brazil's coming out on top. The Brazil, you know, all the new up-and-coming players are from Brazil. Brazilian teams. Maybe it's just being there is the key.
That, or they're definitely putting something in the food or water. You know, Halo always being such a strong player, definitely having an incredible start. I mean, this is even flashes of prime Halo. Not that he's out of his prime, but yeah, it's just nice to see that he is performing on all cylinders. And now Wuju 2 opting to rotate very far towards that west side.
I can never remember with these two. It throws me off so much.
See if it's the buff. You know, see if our casting is better when we're there. Honestly, Liquid, if you're listening, we're more. We'll take the bullet and we'll happily go to your compound.
Okay, hold on. You. that
Yeah.
fight is not very short, my friend. So if you want to do,
yeah, this one is Rondo.
I need the air miles.
Fully confirmed and confident.
Yeah.
This one's Rondo.
Survive.
Yeah, he just needs miles.
Out.
He just needs miles. Get out of there. Don't get taken out. As we get Flight of the Valkyrie going on now, Sparking will hunt down Kraken from Furia. This is one of the things that I love about Rondo. You see this.
I definitely
Sparking has now been shot down, but
down south
isn't that much of a concern. You glide forever, it doesn't blow up.
Ting
you
Long?
get yourself safe and you get picked up. Like,
no.
I feel like there should be more risk
Hung Shan.
being in a glider, because you
Yeah.
just wait, you get shot down, you glide for like a minute.
I looked it up.
Fine.
I used the Googles.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's why I'm
trick to that
confident.
is if you do make it more dangerous, and let's say you make it explode, I think way less people are going to get up in that thing.
Yeah, Bucksansaw and Palace are Tego.
The explosion itself, which in that case again, I don't think.
Which
more
means that
HP to it,
this
made it less
is Rondo.
brutal. I mean, I think it's just gonna have to be the way it is. I don't know.
Add more HP, stick an
They throw me off.
M249 onto the back of it. You're fine. That's what you want to do.
Okay. I see what we're doing now.
Stick an M249.
Circle Shift, Al-Qudsiya and Mission Ready International Alliance both finding themselves still in the center. But what I love about the position that Al-Qudsiya have now is you're going to see traffic, right?
It's this one. It was there on the edge of the map.
Lose a player, or
It was there for a second.
And lose a couple of players. The recall system is right there. Like, we've seen a lot of this lately where teams hold on to that spot, but Liquid, they'll keep on rotating by right beside 50.
I am gonna remember just for you tomorrow, Valnix.
Sparking got out of his vehicle, looking for an opportunity to get a knock. A headshot is going to land on one of the members of 55. It's going to be Arzera. And Sparking
He just
will
kind of like
finish that
let
one out.
himself
So again,
roll backwards
Liquid
there.
starting off early. They're going to pick up another kill there.
Yeah. I'm gonna remember
One of
just
the
for
first
you.
Phases. So
That's my goal for tomorrow.
Exactly what they need, which is just, I mean, they're just bullying other teams around them, and they're just taking what they want, and it's working, and I love to see it.
Front foot Liquid, like
I gotta go to the bathroom, and I think I'm gonna grab some ice cream while I'm downstairs before anything crazy starts happening. So I'll be right back.
Oh my God, Tiggleton picks up Emmy. That's 2 kills now.
I don't know what I have. I think I only have ice cream cones, so we'll see what I have and what I come back with.
I love it. Look at the aggression now from Falcons. They've had a poor start. I saw that Gunnar said it's because they're using in-flight Wi-Fi. I think that he might just be having everybody on, but Shrimsy will spot out Benya, but the third party from Sakura Zens and forces him back into cover. Toyo now will need to play with 2 players from now on as they rock up onto this compound just surrounding the gas station.
Yeah, and at this point, really, there's only one team that's not really in the circle. That's Yin Yang. They need to find their way in. Gooners, meanwhile, are fighting just off center here to the south of the position of potentially dangerous, and potentially dangerous. Love this. Again, the proactivity, getting out, they get the knock, they're going for the flush. You can see the utility usage on the smokes as well to try to get forward. So they're finding some success, but they do get shot back, and they're thinking better of actually pushing out of this position to finish off the Gooners.
Yeah, Gooners not having the day they'd want at all. 5 points on the board, but Icy and Bunt will just play inside this dip and look to get something going. Last time I casted Gooners on this map, it was a little bit better for them. Here's hoping they can up the adrenaline a little bit. Matt will work with the rest of his teammates just to try get an angle. PD, by the way, we give them the big one going into the start of the day. 122 points in groups, 8 through 3 maps today so far. and they've got themselves a good position in this circle as well, but you got to be careful because if we know Gunners, which I think we do, if they get any sort of damage, not even a knock, just a couple of headshots or a bit of damage on the PD, they will push in.
I am curious to see how aggressive Gooners are going to play, because if you're talking about Gooners normally, yes, 100%, you're absolutely correct. They would just push.
Oh, yeah, Team Liquid is crushing it right now. There is 2 more days, though.
Next to Calzine
So.
Furia, and he's going to find Posa out of that one. And so that's another member down for Furia, but yeah, Gooners for me, I wonder if they're going to push that pace or if they actually want to qualify for this thing. Because
Furia are just losing 1 player early every match right now.
Put in the effort and play like they want to win,
We do.
you know, rather than taking.
There's Vanilla Drumstick.
I genuinely believe that they could qualify if they wanted to.
Don't you worry, you will see me deep throating this.
For all the viewers at home, this is the last time we will ever see Simply Mats playing competitive PUBG. He's openly said that after
This is just regular vanilla.
The mouse and the keyboard competitively. I was about to say controller there, and I was like, oh no, don't say that. But
You should just say hang out the mouse pad because he has like 700 mouse pads.
Yeah, which one? Panzer though. Glock will get himself one on the Tris. Kane's going to go to fall damage. Glock's going to get absolutely blasted there by Yappa. As
Squish.
the lands on top of him. The the Blanco putting him in a ton of trouble. But for Yin Yang, you've 1 player left on his feet, and that is Yakuza with the Panzer at the ready. He'll peek around the side, and he misses a shot on the Tony.
For a team that was just coming in desperate, Ying on this crash, they did so much damage to potentially dangerous team members.
What a nade!
And they will go down in 16th, but PD with 3 kills will lose 2. And now Gooners right above them. I mean, they just got in a fight. So they have to know that PD now, looking at that kill feed, are at least cut in half.
Mint chocolate chip is my go-to.
Yeah, and they're not getting aggressive. This is very un-Gooner-like at this point. You'd usually see them full send it, but they're still scouting. I think they've realized the position they have. They might see more traffic coming in from the south. With
Mint
the
chocolate chip's my favorite.
Far away, Tower moving in. You look over towards the west, you've got Dogs, Jewel, and Wuju 2 all trying to push in from that section of the map.
I tend to not like just plain vanilla.
Like up in the north, Mira,
I will do chocolate chip cookie dough with some
oh, that's a great knock on the Bliss, and Wuju 2 should get their 3rd kill
with some chocolate syrup.
Nice spray from Seifu. That's gonna looks like Lobes actually. Lobes is gonna get one of Dogs as well. So the Dogs will lose 2 in this.
I mean, vanilla with chocolate syrup is fine too. I just don't like I don't like just plain vanilla most of the time, though.
LCQ in order to qualify just to get to the grand finals, but yeah, Bliss is going to get flushed out.
You did tell me you would bark every time Dogs got a kill.
I did not say that.
You did. You did.
Nope.
Yep. And I will expect
Where's the recording?
Yeah, chocolate syrup is amazing.
I'm going to hold you to it, and if you don't do it, I'll be disappointed. But Dogs 8 points on the day inside the blue.
We have a seasonal ice cream shop down the road from us called Chubby's.
But it is all about just getting as many points.
It's
on the board.
great.
What sort of salvage can you get now with 2 players left alive? Rock, though, pushing on up as Toyo is going to at least to try to get 1, maybe both players back. But the question I'll pose to you is, where do they drop? Where are you going to get those players back in the game so they can get some loot?
I mean, I don't know. That's the thing coming in these late drops. We've talked about it time and time again. If you don't have a bunch of crates to loot, or at least like a city that your remaining teammates have taken over, I mean, you're really not going to be able to loot that efficiently or really at all. So we'll have to see what they're able to get those 2 teammates. At least they're coming back for now, even if it's just for a short duration UAV. They can scout around. It's still better than nothing. But now, one of the 3 remaining Gooners still looking onto this angle. Now to the south, they're focused more on Rock instead of looking up at PD.
Wuju 2 got this knock on the Kurt a little minute ago, and they're pushed up aggressively.
The problem is, as soon as it's as soon as it becomes winter time, there's nothing around. Because I live in Maine, so there's like there's a lot of seasonal things around here. And then it gets to winter time, half the stuff closes, and then there's like nothing.
This could be the end of that mean streak Liquid have been on, but
Because there's nothing around anyways.
Well, what about Enzito? Like, this kid, he's had so many teams this year already. We'll jump elsewhere. Look at this. Rock are going to bring the fight to duel.
Yep, Rock was initially looking to assault the position of the Gooners up to their north, but it's going to be Duel that came in from the south. And
See, that's one of the worst parts about it, though. I don't like Lobster that much.
Dogs will fall out of the lobby as well. There are 12 teams left alive as Liquid will join them. 3 teams gone in the blink.
Now, don't get me wrong.
There's 37 players left alive.
I love the rest of the
Still a lot of
seafood.
teams to make their way into the circles. Wuju too.
The rest of the seafood is like delicious. Shrimp and stuff. Oh, love shrimp. Love shrimp. You want to give me like fresh tuna, or like let's go catch some perch, or literally like any other fish, and I am on board. But
pinched between multiple teams. The main one is going to be Mission Ready and also 55. So 55 were to just step over, which they currently, fortunately,
oysters are okay.
Even still, they get utility in that.
I haven't really eaten a ton of oysters, so I don't really have a good
left of Wuju 2, so we'll see how that one plays out. Maria still
a good yes or no for oysters. And I've had like mussels like once or twice, and those honestly I really enjoyed those. But it was mainly just like butter, to be fair. Just like dip them in butter right down. Was most of what that was. Haddock, yeah, I've eaten some haddock. Haddock's pretty good.
Stay hidden makes it really, really difficult to find. Elsewhere around the map, a little closer center, you can see Falcons picking up a couple of knocks and kills. Well, look at this. If Furia give away their position and Snaker sees the opportunity to get a couple of kills,
like tuna, swordfish, salmon,
it's a very sneaky spot for now, but
not
sure,
and like white perch and stuff.
Or Mira, for that matter, actually.
Oh, absolutely delicious. Salmon is probably the one that I eat the most. Fresh, we've had some fresh salmon and stuff before too. So good.
Yeah, 55 esports are eliminated. Did you know, by the way, I'm going to ask you, do you know why they're called 55 esports?
I'm going to try and go to my...
55 is the international calling code for Brazil. Found that out earlier this year. The more you know.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Gonna try and go to my dad's house next week and have some white perch and everything. Should be delicious.
Spot Mira get on the move, but just as I said, Snakers will take a free kill if he gets it. He's spotted out Kawazine, and Furia are down to 1.
Oh, and the Gooners will lose another one. Butt will go down. Potentially dangerous, trying to finish off a job they started much earlier in the round. It's just up to Tony now. It's a 1v1.
Yeah, I usually have Gulf of Maine salmon, so.
Where is the Gooners only have 1 up as well. And now Toya want to get involved.
PD are getting the res off though, and I think that Rybo knows exactly.
Caught, flash frozen, and sold.
But Icy is still in the spot. Down goes Icy. Gooners fall in 10th place.
Oh.
3 more kills added to their tally and 3 more points, that is. But
Gulf of Maine salmon is delicious.
Now they'll be the next team to make their way.
I don't know how much. How much does salmon cost you at the store to buy?
I think spotted him out. He'll step on up, a little bit more damage dealt, and Furia are dealt with. But do El Qudsi know that Snakers and the Bizzler are still snakes in the long grass? The need gives away the position. Snakers will get that knock on the D, but honestly, this is such a hard fight to fight because it's so hard to spot these players through the grass.
It's so hard to actually see them. You're not wrong at all. You can see the struggle already starting. Ross is going to find one from Mira, though. And
like,
so
price...
Safety's going to find Haven, so now Mira just getting ganged up on it.
$14 a pound, yeah.
So the trade is...
That's around what it is up here, except we get so much of it that it goes on sale. The $14 per pound goes on sale like every other week to every 3 weeks at most. For $7 a pound.
With the Groza, as that's a big opener for MRIA on that fight. Mission Ready International Alliance looking to hold their ground.
So you get like high quality, really good fresh salmon. That depending on like if it's on sale.
But I think the Al-Quds are going for the res here, Godspeed.
Yeah, no, ours is from the Gulf of Maine. So literally go to the ocean of that touches Maine right there.
And wow, that was clean.
But I wouldn't be surprised if you also eat
yeah, the top 2 teams eliminated now. The top 3 teams.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of your salmon is from Maine. But we can literally, when it's on sale, you end up sometimes getting salmon that got ordered by the grocery store and is put out within like a day or less of it getting to the store. And most of the time it takes like, I don't know, I'm pretty sure most of the time it's only like a day old when the store gets it anyways.
To actually deal with the Falcons just with finality, right? Like even if they get knocks, they're a compound away. They're protected by walls. The best thing they do is they slow them down and then maybe try to get in circle or get the.
Oh, sorry, I was wrong. Apparently, salmon isn't $14. Normally, it's normally only $12. My girlfriend sent me a message correcting me on it.
We'll get that knock on to Seifu as he looks his
yeah.
way on over. As things getting a little bit tough now for Mission Ready International Alliance. One player down. Seifu, though, will get dealt with. The Snakers will pick up that kill. Wuju 2 down to a 2 as it's just up to Enzito.
Gotta come in here and correct me, she does.
Will compound the problems for these teams even more. MRIA should have a position that Bizzler is holding. The question I have is where do Wuju 2 go from here? It's phase 6. You can't really ride that blue at all. And you've essentially got 3 teams that are hunting them down looking to pick up these points.
I just think they use what little terrain cover they have that's safe to try to push Mission Ready, right? Like
she does order all the groceries. Actually,
field at this point, if they continue, might as well get some points if they can. But they also do.
Yeah,
have this,
I think it's more that
grass,
that
right?
second point there, Valinix, but I'm not sure.
They still have some cover for the time
She likes it when I'm wrong and she gets to be right. Though she'll say that she's never wrong,
the circle's gonna pop away from
and
the
always right.
As it centers up now, Falcons the only team with any ground inside the circle, and if we can get a top down, you'll see how open it is.
Hopefully,
in the very center. Now, there is a
it will be soon. I
just it gives them a position to play, and it should keep them cover away from.
I just gotta save up a little bit more so I can get the ring for her.
It's the exact same from Mira now. Those 2 teams on the north have got a impossible task to get into the circle. I think for Sakura Zenzen, do they have a vehicle? Do they have anything that can make this rotate any easier?
I'm hoping
that's the thing.
at some point next year I'll actually have the money that I need to actually be able to get the ring for her.
But it's gonna be Adam to find a nice bolt headshot
with a ring pop. I don't think she'd be too happy with the ring pop.
So we'll see if they can capitalize on that. No. Oh, the Dorito, barely.
I was so close. I was so close. The Snakers will get that kill onto Enzito. There's just one member of Wuju 2 left standing.
Yeah, that's funny.
This is Sakura Sensen's move now as well. Fana's gonna fall.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I have a ring all picked out and everything. I just got to save up for it and snag it up real quick.
As quick as possible. And I think they're going to get away with it. Sakura Zenzen are trying to make the move and move in. Falcons are going to go for a big wrap towards the south as well.
Though it kind of sucks with this with the current economy and everything.
Fortunately for the Falcons, MRA was recovering, but now that they are 3 up, it's going to be hard with Falcons coming in on that position on the south. They're going to be able to dictate
But I don't know.
Most of this circle, especially starting with Mission Ready, right on that position. Although this is a good ridge for MRIA to work with, I still think Falcons with that big position.
Yeah.
More importantly, with Sakura Zensen stopping Mission Ready from actually peeking over this hill and taking shots at the Falcons, that's really what's giving them such a great position in this.
Michael, he's got the double M60. Well, he's got the two M16s of different.
I just want you to know that she sent me a message that was like, "Hey, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation upstairs, but I'm the one that buys the groceries." That is not word for word, but that's what she said.
Putting MRA back down to A2, and then He-Man's going to fall as all three teams have angles on each other. Mika spots out Michael, and as he likes to do, whips out the M249. But did you see that? He's only got 20 rounds in reserve. And that's going to be a problem a little bit later on. And that nade from Kickstart is bang on the money.
Ooh, Falcons. It depends on if they can keep Sakura Zensen out of this, but...
Herculean effort if Miko wants to save his team. He is going to go for the res on a Snakers, and it looks like he's actually been given time. The Falcons can't necessarily push right over because then Sakura is just going to have free shots on him. So
yeah.
Mission Ready somewhat saved here. Let's see what they can do with it as Falcons
plan
are continuing to hunt, try to clear out this side and just sweep out Mission Ready.
I'm getting a real diamond and everything for her. The fact that they couldn't take care of MRIA as quickly as they wanted to, I think is going to be a lot more difficult for Falcons.
But this is the opportunity opened up now. Maybe MRIA can make something happen against the three members of Falcons.
Yeah. Yeah, my sister works at a jeweler. So I'm going to she already sent me some of them. And I'm gonna tell her to go like half a carat to a carat down from what she sent me.
I'm sure they are.
And that should allow me to
this time, his teammate will get
pick it up,
or
nope, yeah, pick it up next year. That's the plan, anyways. Right now, we'll see how everything ends up turning out.
Yeah, and Falcons, they're down numbers, but that'll be a quick.
Adam with another headshot.
After H1 got He-Man, so Sakura Zensen still have the numbers. Tiggleton will look to put a good timer on, but you can see he's stuck behind a tree with open terrain ahead of him, so he needs to make something happen.
Adam, just swap to Adam's POV, please.
It is a 2v2. Look at the angle Shrimsy has. Now there's just Adam left alive. Adam will peek up as Shrimsy's got him pinned behind the coop. They're going to get on the move. They're taking the risk of running through the open. One player holds, the other player peeks. Shrimsy will get that kill confirmed, and they've managed to get themselves into some cover here, but Shrimsy's going to get knocked. It's down to a 1v1 here, Godspeed.
Oh, it's just Win and Adam now. Who's going to take it? The Rocket
Oh my god, Adam.
And Adam will actually
holy
steal, but take that one in favor of Sakura Zensen.
No, he stole that. He killed the entirety.
Kills and a guaranteed second place with 2,500 damage. What a game from the Falcons. Like I said, I was never really worried about them. To give Poro his credit as well. He said, guys, it's just been 3 games, and he was not wrong.
And it is Panther's birthday too,
wow.
So it is nice for them to get a win on the day.
He just killed all 4 of them, didn't he?
Would have saw Sakura Zensen winning that game when that
2 bolty headshots, and then he sprayed down the other 2.
They just played it oh so well as we jump into the highlights. But Godspeed, you know what?
Yeah, he did get at least 3 of them, but I'm pretty sure he started it off with a bolty headshot as well.
You heard it here first. Dinner's on me. Nice. I'll tell you who's getting paid. Sakura Zensen coming out with first place and taking it away from Falcons. You know, we ended the last game. Matt going, Falcons, where are you at? I'm not going to call Poro out because he was being all like curmudgeon-y and not playing with us. I mean, they'll be fine. I've seen it so many times, Toffees. But no, me and Matt were like, oh gosh, where are you, Falcons? And then they do what they do. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's the running joke, right? Is you call Falcons and then they pretty much win a game afterwards. But Adam with a bolty. That was insane game come out from him at the end game.
Trying to pay attention to the kill feed and everything right now.
Ah,
I wish it was. No, it was awesome right there. Like that, there's not a better gun you would want in that situation where you got Tig kind of working that flank angle off to the side.
Snaker's missed so many shots right there.
Dive and weave around the tree, but that Bolty put the stop to that really quick.
Oh, look at this. This was before he goes crazy.
Come on, son.
This is before he goes absolutely nuts with it. I mean, the MP5 sniper meta is pretty strong if you can get it, and I mean, it feels like Adam's
Snaker's flush kick, so kick. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it's always nice to see Adam hit those big moments. I do think that he has.
Yeah, now I remember that.
Style of play that a Bolt
You're so right.
And hits those first shots really, really well. So seeing him out there hitting this one right here, because they slowed it down. It was so.
Oh
high.
my god,
that was a shoulder kill.
That was nasty. And I mean, like at this point, Falcons, there's not really anything they can do. They have to push him on the rock, right? Like, you hope if you're.
Oh, he brought him down so low.
He was 1 HP too.
Oh.
That was so close, but what a clutch play.
Oh my god.
Canada's own Adam.
Look how I mean, but I love that they're all wearing their PNC jerseys, so you can see just how interestingly diverse this team, right? Like creeping in from the outside. Like,
team birthday.
They couldn't even put his whole picture in there. Come on, guys, can I be in a PNC with you? No. Penta's doing great. Oh, I know.
Penta's playing so well. And
He is the sole reason that they are in the position when we see this overall leaderboard. This was a good game.
Oh my god.
The salvage he had, I think it was game 2 or 1.
Germany, Norway, Canada, and Canada, I think.
17 points for them. Penta's been a huge contributor here. I know he's had a couple of tryouts on different teams recently. I hope that this is a roster that he can really stick with, and these guys do keep grinding, because we've seen good stuff from them today.
Oh, like that guy.
No, absolutely. And you'd say they started off a little bit slow on Miramar, despite the fact that they were able to pull off some late game stuff there with Penta. But
oh look, DJ.
The two
we say
hello
to
really
DJ.
Nice for him. And they've shot up the leaderboard. I can't wait to see where they.
I'm hoping. Oh, Mama Taryn. I haven't said hello to her yet either.
Look at those guys. They're
PNC MVP Michael.
They are 3rd overall. Michael did look really good in that last match, though. He had some sexy moves. Team Liquid in. Wow.
Oh, he's even using my cat. I'm hoping that soon here I'll be able to get more emotes and everything too.
I mean, basically 3. You could count whatever you got from here, but no, that's a great start from Team Liquid, and bad news for all the.
I feel like you're speaking from experience, Valnix.
Because Team Liquid was kind of on the cusp.
Okay, here's my question for you, Matt.
But I'm hoping to get more emotes here soon, and to get all my current emotes like remade so they all are matching and not all over the place with some of the stuff.
Okay. Old school saying,
cool.
Dance with the girl that brought you, right? You know, I was kind of alluding to the fact that it was interesting to see them playing in different stylings based on the strength of the lobby. Well, if you spend your whole way playing a certain style that got you to this stage, and now you're doing a center beta, trying to get it 8 points, it feels like that's about all they can find, because they're just not out roaming, getting the kill.
Not a quitter?
We've seen them get that in the game easy.
Not a quitter.
You're right, they are. Maybe they are trying, and that's the problem.
Well, they're trying to death ball, and the death ball isn't working too well because they're trying to death ball. Well, they're trying to death ball from center circle, so you're surrounded, right? So if you could death ball and try to push into a team in front of you, but when there's 3 other teams that are on different sides that are also taking shots into you, all of a sudden your death ball strat just kind of falls apart. So I think that's kind of the issue, that the circles that they've been getting have kind of made it so that they've had to play from the center. But if they get to a point where they're coming in from the outside and they can kind of play around on the edge, I think we might see them finally.
I feel like you had
someone I love to see
some very personal feelings about that right there, and that's fine. Let's see. People that chill out around here are just in time. You DJ TJ stops by all the time.
How much damage he did compared to everybody else was actually pretty exciting. Anytime I see a Didiano
Cartoons pops around here.
Is actually really exciting for me, Poro.
Yeah, 855 damage. Play with a bolty too, so like that's some pretty significant stuff. And in a circle,
You're talking about
pretty brutal.
Are you talking about Mama Terran? Right, that's who we're doing this whole rant about. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. No, okay, that's not what I thought. Not a quitter.
All in all, just a really good top
is the one. Her name is okay. Yeah, I don't know if that person's ever been in here.
I mean, that's the cherry on top, right? They would be happy regardless with second.
Yeah, no, it's Justin, DJ. Click My Face was in here a while ago. He hasn't really stopped by very much.
The cherry blossom on top.
You chilling here?
For the cherry blossom on top of the day. That is our final two matches in the grassy pastures where it all began.
There's a couple of people I'm forgetting.
As we prepare to head there. 2 games left today, but it's not over. This is an 18-game
Talkies does stop in every once in a while and say hello and see what's going on with the cast.
Especially when we get this is not what we've been seeing on our angle lately. I love beautiful, simple middle circle.
I don't know. I have a lot of people.
Well, it's been crazy because
vanish.
Again, we've talked about this a lot. That it's been slower for a long.
Never happened. I didn't see anything that you said, Valnix. Didn't see any of it.
A lot more mid-game action. We're seeing.
Who am I forgetting that normally stops by?
Than we used to. It's almost like everybody figured it out, and then they went, "Hey, why don't we take what we know and apply it to actually..."
Rant's done, dusted, poof, gone.
And suddenly everything just exploded on this map because everybody's after it.
Yeah, I think it's really been you, DJ. Oh, Surefire Jax.
For the most part, pretty entertaining.
Circles like this help too.
Surefire Jax comes by too.
Has been adopted and used really effectively by some of our new teams coming out of Southeast Asia, coming out of South America, and have changed the way that the old guard are playing this game because they're like, oh, BRDM's changed the way
DJ
that we
TJ.
Like, the gliders have changed the way that we scout. The insane amount of fairy usage.
The Quarry. I don't think that's his name at all. He'll probably be in here at some point. We can probably check with him when he does show up.
Well, revive stations. Also a huge one. Just because Erangel is that map that you kind of know so well that you know.
I was in
where to anticipate rotations coming from. You know where to anticipate other teams going. You know exactly which angles other teams can look at you from. So you feel a little bit more confident in being.
There's a clip from earlier
on this map, and especially now once you throw in the revive station on top of that. It just lets you be a little bit more aggressive.
I was in Roth's chat earlier.
Normally just come in with the blue.
It is a fast one. I'm going to make sure that it gets over to the casters there for the rest of the match. The only GG you need in PUBG, that's Godspeed and Gibson.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is I, Godspeed. I'm joined here by Gibson, the other G, the double G's, if you will. And it looks like, in fact, Liquid do have some,
I'm flying!
Some guests up to their north, but they're still taking that E-pickup. And as
I was in Roth's thing.
Just get the hell out of there early. They should have enough loot. Get to the circle, especially if it splits down.
There was that. But if I go back, I think this person actually got. Oh yeah, he got the full pull up.
No, I want to give the viewers at home something to be happy about. A lot of viewers are North American fans, and it has been a year of dominance of the South American teams.
He just pulls up, jumps out.
By a North American team or a team that's gone through the North American qualifiers. So you can get that little regional pride going over South America again, and I think that's what surprised me most is how the Americas have come out of the traps tonight so far, Godspeed, because...
That was from earlier today.
Yes, it was completely dominated by those Brazilians.
You may have forsaken us, Mars.
Yeah, I do also just, I know we do the South America versus anything, but at this point, like, I feel like the regions just swap, right? Like, which teams do well. It's just...
he just walked away.
Aside from the consistent few that we have, I feel like it's just going back and forth, right? With both SAN and...
Oh, that's rough.
As far as, like, who's kind of...
He couldn't handle it.
In that top 8, aside from, the Falcons and the Liquids and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's funny because...
I feel like...
Even though other regions have...
I think it's funnier that it rolled back in
North America
to the
or
building.
South America thing is still there, even
That
though
was
EMEA
kind of
got
funny.
So many different regions and countries in it, but it is nice to
Just
see.
rolled back
a
in
bit
and
of a
he
North
just kind of
American bounce
stared
back,
and he
I
was
know
like,
there's a lot of PUBG still to go. This is only map 5 of 18, so there'll still be a lot of change. But
yeah.
Speaking of that, it looks like Orange Zero could be in a little bit of trouble as all the Toyo members start to drive on by, and yeah, they know exactly where he is. Emmy will get the opening knock, and Orange Zero will be dealt with in the early stages, as 55 will just move on up to the bridge, and that's a disappointing one. So whenever you're so close to the bridge in the early stages, and you have the opportunity to set up a
Valnex,
bridge,
we'll have to play one of these Fridays. Because I think I'd have a lot of fun playing with you.
No, and now for 55, you know, they have to.
Because I just don't care. I'm just like, full send it. I'm gonna put myself in bad positions. I don't care. Let's just go.
Especially with multiple teams now on the other side of the bridge, right, Gibson? So they're not gonna have to contest with that. Plus the teams that are behind them. So yeah.
I don't care. Whereas he's not like that, and like I understand. But then he'll like get mad at me for things that he thinks I'm doing, but I'm not actually doing. And that's the part that I struggle with sometimes with him.
Am I the only one that just gets a massive dose of nostalgia when I see that dual
like
when you see K-Mine and Lobes and Wolves, someone like IQ playing your
it's like he wants to play only up where we're like you're chained together while playing this. I feel like sometimes.
The other day is, you know, what has it been like?
That's
coming back and playing with Penta like earlier in the year, right? Obviously, not on that team anymore, but just
so. It's just like I want to go. I want to do things.
It's like what year is it? Is it 2018? But no, I mean we're here in 2025, and some of these players.
That's hilarious.
And it's been fun to watch.
You know something crazy?
But yeah, I just like.
I'm sure a lot of people don't know.
So I have another player that I play with Klep 8 sometimes as well. And he goes like. That was stupid. What you did was stupid. Why did you do that? Don't be stupid. And it's like, yeah, I was. And he'll like yell at me for being stupid. But then he'll just keep on playing and not care anyways. He's like, just don't be stupid.
He's loving it. He's loving
and it's like, perfect. I'm glad you understand that I was stupid. I'm glad that you understand that I just need to not be stupid. But I'm glad you're going to keep on playing with me even though I was just stupid.
Oh my god, there the tires pop for the dogs.
I love the tires, Adam. Oh, I hate that it's the dogs. But I love that he just went straight for those tires. Meanwhile, the Gooners are coming into a split position here at Fury, and they're going to have to hold this one off.
Kawazine goes down.
And Kawazine's already down. Postmaster, he was by himself until the other two members come to help, but he's not going to do it. He's down. Zero with the trade, though, onto Bunt.
Kraken. You tried too hard.
This isn't going well for Furia. Gizero's the last player standing. He's looking at this from afar.
Yeah, no, I will,
behind that tree and smoke his way into the compound, but this is a pretty
I'll play and I go like, well,
it's kind of been the
that was stupid of me.
And now you can see Yin Yang starting to move this way.
And I'll be like, I shouldn't have done that. I put myself in a stupid spot. And to be fair, because Borderlands out now, before that, we weren't really playing PUBG as much anymore. We were playing, Fairlight 84, which is like closer to Apex than anything else, but it was pretty fun, and I was having a ton of fun with it. And I pushed a ladder, and I just went up the ladder and I started spraying people down, and I did a lot of damage. But I got down because there was like 3 or 4 of them up there. And it was just like, well, that was dumb of you, wasn't it? And I was like, yeah. Yeah, that was dumb. That's my fault.
Yeah, they suckers like, get out, get gone. And
Well, and for good reason. I mean, they would have lost Yakuz there. I guarantee it.
Yeah, 100%. But you know what? They've got themselves a position on Shark now. Sharkfin. They'll wait to see where that next circle pops. Like, this is going to. If this donuts, it is going to make things.
Teammate was on the roof. He let the guy nade me twice.
Pick up to perfection. They'll be up in the air. If it goes to the island, they'll drop down. Okay.
Oh, good grief.
How are you feeling now if you're all those teams that gambled on going to Millie Island early?
I mean, not good. But even if unless you're like 55 or Toyo, I still don't feel good about the circle even being on the north side, right? Like, this has so much water in.
Yeah, I don't see him either.
But more importantly, so many teams are starting to stack on top of each other, which is going to cause so many issues here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Gooners are on the move by the looks of it as they're moving on and a little bit deeper. They've gone towards farm now. That's going to Toyo out of the spot as they'll decide to go for the way. Greg's going to land a nice headshot on the Toyo, but can't quite follow it up with the shot that he needs to get.
I don't know.
Knock. And Emmy up on top of the 3-stack.
I don't.
Elsewhere, Falcons.
I don't see him at all.
Knocks. There's a huge
Falcons are bridge camping.
Over to the west as PD and Falcons
fascinating.
try to make their way back towards that main island, and PD lose one.
Yeah, I mean, didn't you see the
back of it? They'll rotate further south.
Didn't you see the camo here?
Have a little talk about what their option is on moving into the circle.
This
it does look like
perfectly matches this right here.
Straight away. They didn't use that pickup.
Perfect. Ignore the white legs and the pink helmet, and it looks like a red backpack. Ignore that stuff.
Again, with
this perfectly matches this.
As you were saying, they commit to the Millie base. It goes up north. They have no vehicles. They have to fight for them. It's just a whole ordeal. So, again, great play from them. Great decision, as you pointed out. So we can see QAD, another one of those teams coming in from the north, as you stated. They're going to actually get a nice position here just off to the west of one of these.
Where is it?
Flat tops. So that's going to be a nice split for them. And Mira as well coming off to the bottom side of Sharkfin. They are going to have to contest with some teams, though. It is not as free as it was for QAD or
look down.
It's not, but as we said earlier, Mira are a young team with no fear. Like, they're willing to crash, and I think that's kind of caught them out once or twice tonight so far. They've lost a lot of players on rotates. They've maybe not been the opening knock that they'd need.
Don't think I have any plans for next Friday. Currently,
they've not been keeping 4 players up. They've been players on the rotate in the early game.
My editor keeps on telling me that we don't have any clips left besides casting clips. So I should probably play some PUBG and get some clips. So we should probably play next Friday. And do some dumb stuff to try and get some good clips.
It didn't make sense why they were just getting kind of nickel and dime.
That's what it sounds like to me.
I feel like whatever they're doing, whatever they did in LCQ, even in group stages, right? They barely didn't qualify just out of groups. I feel like they're starting to kind of fix those issues, and now, especially after what we saw in LCQ and at the start of their day, I think QAD is definitely on the right path.
Yeah, they've got that split now just on the north side.
Had
Milta, Mission Ready International,
a 1,000 view video on TikTok. Let's go.
Like, a lot of teams are taking advantage of all the free space they've been given. Like, if you look north,
this is a little bit later than I would usually play.
Circle shift. That's kind of what you'd expect, right?
Like
it's kind of, but that's still gross. I mean, this is zone 3, so I mean, we now
so I get out at 5 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. I will be on probably 6:30 to 7 p.m. Eastern, probably a little bit closer to 7 p.m. Eastern is when I'll definitely be on. Yeah. So about 7 p.m. Eastern to
the wildcard option.
I don't know. The latest I'll stay on is like 11 p.m. But kind of depends on how long the person I'm playing with stays on for Fridays.
Yeah, IQ. spots out one, tosses the molly towards Enzito, but Enzito's going to spray him down. Another knock as Lobe's going to fall. Enzito popping off here for Wuju2 on that bridge towards the east side of Millie Island.
Go find them. China not number one. China not number one.
Because Team Liquid are wrapping into third party. They spot the opportunity because they know if you get these points here and you wait a little bit longer, you might just get a shift in. But Lucid's going to find Kurt, and that was not what Team Liquid had on their bingo card at all. And keep an eye on Wooly. He could still have something to say on Liquid. As
sounds like fun.
Wrap their way around a little bit further south, going back towards Novo.
Do I have you?
Yeah, if anything, they've actually put themselves in a position behind Liquid.
My Discord is right there. So if you're not in my Discord, join it real quick.
Members of Liquid that actually slowed things down. The two members of Duel to reposition. Meanwhile, is going to be Wuju.
So I don't think you are.
And this is now happening on the Falcons all the way to the north side. They're rotating just in between Farm and Death Road, where mission ready.
And two, I was going to say, have I messaged you before?
They're actually going for a crash. They're just going to take that solo Red 2 story. Yeah, why not?
Perfect.
Really
That's a great position too.
Yeah, they've not got a lot of resistance either.
And then I'm going to send a wave to you on Discord. That way you're at the top of my DMs for right now. And I can shoot you a message to make sure I'll be able to play when it comes around to that time.
Have a split off to the south side of Farm. So I'm actually not that surprised that we see that building completely open. Again, it's not really easy to hold.
Yeah, it's still the fact they got there. Like, they shouldn't have been able to get there without losing one player going in between the dogs.
We've had plenty of people joining my Discord lately.
Pretty damn well.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. Back on the
my Discord had been kind of dying, but we're kind of popping off a little bit again now.
Spot out Kurt, who has been put back on his feet, and K-Mine revealing his position as well as he spots out. Look, now this battle.
I feel like I'll look at my Discord at any given time, and I think there's like 80 something people in it total, and there's normally like 30 of them online most of the time. So we're popping off a little bit. We're having fun. Causing trouble.
Smart. It's going to cost them time and some meds, but better than just taking a fight, especially when Wuju2 didn't even incur a single loss. Meanwhile, it's going to be them trying to hunt down what is left of Duel. Wooly now just in the worst position.
Yeah.
And nothing he can do. Nice
try. I have a bot that automatically pings whenever anyone that live streams that I have marked goes live as well. Because we got to support all the boys.
Had the circle gone to Millie, it would have been in an incredible position, but PUBG giveth, PUBG taketh away. Godspeed.
Yeah, and the other thing about Liquid killing Duel, though, is like that's going to be
can't not support the boys. I don't know why Capone doesn't have streams.
None the wiser of Wuju2 coming off that bridge on the east side. In fact, none of them were even looking towards the bridge. I think it's RBM now finally going back to take a look, as Liquid are just, oh no.
Yeah, there.
This is the consequence of a late fight in, phase 4, phase 5 plus.
Come on, Wuju2.
This is what I was talking about. Rock2 finally see that there is a team coming behind, and RBA can't do it all alone.
I mean, they had a good last match. They're up to 7th place right now. Getting 2nd place.
Using the cliff face as a bit of cover, but sneak attack. We'll get the angle in just a second.
And they're like pretty much through. They just need a couple. Sneak attack steals it. I want Wuju2 to do good.
And sneak attack steals away that extra point. It's another one on the board for Wuju2 as PD are going to crash on the Mira.
Ooh.
And look at this, potentially dangerous, and Mira again, a tale as old as time. It seems these two teams cannot stop running into each other.
I don't know. I don't think Falcons has a winning position because they were bridge camping the opposite bridge to try and get points and stuff because they thought it was going to be a military-based island.
Kills for them. You spoke about it earlier. They were getting, 2, 3, 4 points a game. Nothing spectacular, but nothing bad either. Just damage limitation as Kurt will make the crossing. He's got 5 first aid kits left. As you can see, phase 4 is going to close in 15 seconds time.
Where are they on the map?
A little bit more difficult to start.
Let me look at the map stream again.
Hits, but I just don't see him getting in. Yes,
Oh,
I
wow.
love old man Kurt, but he doesn't have the
They got
minutes,
that?
and I don't even think he's going to get a placement point
What?
because there's far too many players still alive.
Yeah, probably not.
No,
but,
they're in the
you know,
center.
It's not the end of the world, fortunately, for Liquid. They have been doing well, but this is the
What?
second game I would say that they really didn't get many points, right? Coming into
Maybe
the fourth game,
Falcons
they
really
had
does
over
have this.
54, 53, something like that. Now, ending in the
How
fifth
they
game of the
spotted
game,
that
they're
out, I
still
don't
at
know.
That 50-point mark. So, last couple games haven't been the best, but again, they've had a wonderful start. So that's just fine that Kurt goes down a bit early. As we can now see, it's going to be mission ready that has to rotate off that Northern Death Road.
Oh, look, if you offered them 11 points a game after 5 games, they're going to take that every day of the week as 55.
Yeah, they're not upset at all.
Yeah, exactly. 55. They'll smoke off the vehicles. Peepa's going to make his way towards that shack, which is really the only play that he has. Kerak will hope he's got a vehicle of his own, but yeah, for people. Oh no, he almost got in, but Yakuza. We spoke about threading the needle earlier. Oh no, this is Yang making the move. Kane.
That's unnecessary.
Yeah, he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. But look at Gunners. They're starting to toss utility in here as well. Icy's going to get the knock on the Trisk, but the question is, how much are Gunners willing to risk? Because you know that the rest of Yin Yang.
Oh my god, look at all of these nades
Going to
coming.
be a utility dump.
Yeah, they can't get close. You know they want to, but again, as you stated, that split coming out from Yin Yang not allowing it. Rebo is going to find sneak attack. And so Wuju 2 will be eliminated in 12th as QAD have now moved down, as has Mission Ready from the ridges here just above the yellows. And still you have a single BL trying to save Rock.
We're trying to riz up Gibson right now.
What can you do? Get some deployable cover in there, play that spot. I think the only benefit he has is Al-Qudsi. I don't want to push in there just yet because they're worried about maybe getting backfilled by somebody like Toyo. So they'll hold on to that. So for BL, he might just last a bit longer unless we see Toyo. Yeah, Toyo are going from. Never mind. Toyo realizing they can't backfill Al-Qudsi. They're going to send it in. But now there's a knock. If you spot that knock on the Toyo, does that activate Al-Qudsi? I don't think so. I think if there was maybe one more, you'd see them move. But for now, I don't think it's worth giving up this position.
It's not only that, but they can. I don't think they can push
That
out.
I
Even if they
thought
on the south side,
that nade had
that's just gonna
exploded
alarm
just a little
Mission
bit
Ready.
sooner.
There's a fight here, and the third party's available for them, so we'll see. But
Otherwise, I would have been sad.
This, even off of a knock from BL is the play, and QAD are gonna they're gonna think better of it and just sit inside the yellows for now, which was a good decision.
And look, they're playing for the win.
Words. I'm
That's
so
what they're
distracted.
doing.
I'm
They've
trying
got
to
themselves
continue
in a
to
good
riz up
position.
Gibson.
They know who's around them. Like, they know the MRIA are to their north. They know exactly where Toyo are. So they're playing the long con as we spot Mira looking to just play the edge of the circle. They've got some cover. It's not a lot, but it's something that you can work with as we get ready for that next zone shift. And it's going to go south. It goes towards Al-Qudsi. It goes towards Toyo. And now Sakura Zenzen and Dogs, they've got to make their way in. And how important could that rotate earlier on by Falcons to take that red 2-story be now that it's just about the circle and they can gatekeep both of these sides?
See if that's exactly what they end up doing. So you have to wonder for these teams that are currently not in, like Mira, like Sakura Zensen, and even Dogs.
Yeah.
Line isn't the best in front of them, and Falcons.
I mean,
see them, so
Falcons can just sit
just
here
open
and
the face of
farm
that hill.
in a second, right? Like all the teams inside farm and around farm are all going to be going for the edge of that hillside, right? Where Falcons, I think, still have the very corner of their compound in. So they can just farm the farmers and just
should be good enough to get an extra point on the board.
Take the spot afterwards on the side of the hill.
Trying to anticipate their move, but they're going to elect to go a little bit further away. A bit more damage has been dealt as Fana will be the next on the go. Haven will fall as Bund holds the line. And I think for Mira, it was a Hail Mary play. They didn't really have much they could do.
They could move first, technically, if they wanted to. But then I think 4 Dogs and Sakura Zensen gets an angle on them, so I do think they have to wait.
Yeah, this might be actually a best case scenario considering where they came from. As you stated, I don't think they had many options left. It wasn't a great play, but it's really all they had. And the fact that he got there with
So-
2 alive still is pretty great, as you can now see Sakura Zensen going for a send in, but it is not.
Okay, so
working in
there's
their
one
favor,
team.
As multiple members have been knocked down. Michael will also fall, though, and they
4
are
dogs
out of
are
it.
also making their move. So
Try with
now
that kill
Falcons
feed
can make their
everybody
move.
home, but lots of players are going to fall, and Al-Qudsi is still hold. They're more focused on Toyo nearby, and they're making that move towards Toyo now, as D is going to wipe them out all by himself. Gunners up to 7 kills as well, having won that earlier fight with Furia, and they're going to wipe out
Oh,
Mira as well.
Matt with that
Picking up
util
a kill,
usage.
as will Matt. And Gunners move to 9, starting their climb here on Erangel.
Goon,
but the
goon,
job's not
goon.
done. You've still got the dogs and Yin Yang not too far away. And remember, I'm expecting barks here if any of these needs land.
You absolutely will not hear that from me, although I will be excited if they can get this done. Stuck at the shack, but they still also have Bunt, as you
Okay,
stated,
so
on the south
Falcons
side, trying
push
to
over
hold off
here.
The team of Yin Yang.
2 for 1
basically
so far, 2
by
for 2.
himself, is now the Falcons getting involved with mission ready. It's going to go trades back and forth. Shrimsy and Tiggleton have fallen.
Shrimsy's dead.
Yeah, just kicked, but look at MRIA. They're in shambles here on the north here as well.
H-Win
Players
pulling
are
up
going
now.
right center. Snakers will
H-Win
step
goes
out.
down.
Williams won, but they are going to get eliminated. So Falcons will stay alive with 1 player left. Sprint down to maybe try get the res to get a couple more players. Maybe it was just a case of picking up a couple more med kits and getting towards that vehicle to pop a first aid of your own. 5 teams left alive.
I mean, they are top
One
5
has
right
been
now.
knocked by Ice Tech. They'll go for the res, but here comes Bunt with a P90. There's one. This should be a second. He gets it with a hip fire. And Bunt for the
Gooners,
They're
12.
up to 12 kills, by the way.
Holy.
And they have propelled themselves from the bottom of the leaderboard right into that mid.
All right, Falcons are top 4 now.
Currently in 9th place, only 6 points behind top 5, essentially top 6. So they are getting closer and closer.
Wow, 4
and it's gonna be Bliss.
dogs
He's gonna find Bunt.
surviving.
So now it's just 2 members left of the Gooners. Simply Matt now trying to rotate. Oh, he's right there. You see him, Matt. And he gets the spray. He's going to find that trade.
13 Nick.
Oh,
Matt's gonna
he almost got
fall
away.
Bliss. They've still not heard that bark. I want you to go. Maybe to get another kill on the board as Bliss will step on out. Matt,
Gibson
and
wants
Matt
it to happen
over on this other
so
side.
badly.
Dogs still have 3 players up. It's a 3v4 v1v2.
During any PAS, I shouldn't say during any,
not over yet. Anything can happen. A knock from Icy
once it
Flame
reaches
on
group
Al-Qudsi,
stages,
or you
they
see
normally
Kickstart
start
pushing
doing
someone
live
off, it could go wrong
leaderboards.
for Al-Qudsi pretty quick.
I mean, the fact that Falcons even got 2 up after that fight is pretty impressive. Win will go down, so as you said,
Yeah,
it is
group
just down to
stages.
Kickstart now.
I think they
And that's
started
very
doing like
dangerous man
fully
beyond the
live
field, even
updates.
The rest of his team is gone. So
That's how
Maxi will go through the
scrims and
multiple
Smear
takes
Zero
complete
work.
control of this circle. Love this. They do have
And
Cowboy as well, sitting in that anchor position to watch over IC Flames and whoever else might
qualifiers
peek
are
over,
normally
so
that way as well.
unless
I
mean, here's the thing though.
But like
they
the
have
actual
such a strong
tournaments
setup, but if one of them gets knocked,
and
which is very
everything
probable,
else, I feel like it's
in a
been
game like this where you have 2 solos and then a full 3-man team,
2 years ago,
there's a world where
you
they
would
kind of just
see kills be calculated, but you wouldn't see placements.
Now starting to rotate towards Kick. They found him, but that's going to be Ice Tech going down. And Kick is
You
the
wouldn't see
last person you
placements,
wanna deal with as a
and
solo in
then
these
I
games.
think
Kick, I think, would
beginning
be
of
killer than
last
anyone
year,
else
you
in
saw
the
placements
Americas
get
history
added
when it
too.
comes to at least
Don't
PAS groups. I'm not
count
sure
on
where
me
he
for
stood
that,
in the overall
but
standings, but I'm sure he's not too far off the top. He's gonna
pretty
start
sure
tossing that
that's
BZ,
a
and
good
that's gonna
blue
start the
zone.
spread, and that's good. That is perfect. That is bang on the money. He could not have walked that up better himself. As Bliss is going to be forced now to go for the first aid, but he falls and Kickstart is about to 1v3 the dogs. D on the other side is trying to make something happen, but this is huge from Kick, and he's focusing his attention elsewhere. He spotted D, he saw the kills come out, so he's going to dip his way back into cover, and it's a 4v1v1, and Al-Qudsi look like they're on the verge of another chicken dinner.
Let's go.
Well, I thought that maybe the dogs would make more of a fight of that.
Second place and a couple more kills
Doesn't even look like that's gonna
for
be the case at all.
Falcons.
And now it's just up to Kickstart in a 1v4, and I don't think QAD are going to roll over the way that the Dogs did.
No, I don't think they will, but it is Kickstart. He gets the knock off.
Oh, he wasn't ready for the other one to be so far. Oh, no.
It doesn't quite get them in the top, but it puts them up to 55. But look at the stats. Gunners dominated it. Nearly 2,000 damage, 13 kills, a couple assists on the board as well. But that's the thing. When Gunners decide that they want to go crazy, they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that in the early game. We've seen it at times work to their detriment. But again, when this team is actually focused on getting to the end game, making sure that they keep at least 3 to 4 members alive, and they're taking the right fights, they're going for those third parties, they're not being reckless. Again, we know what this team is capable of, and that's exactly what we saw. A 13-kill game right there is huge for them. But again, we have to talk about Alcancia finding more consistency, as I'm sure the boys on the desk will also want to break this game down. Boys, what did you think of this one?
Well, it was a crazy game with some nutty circle shifts, and Alcancia gets the second win. Not too shabby for him.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. And I'm telling you, I don't think Team Liquid's ever going to take an E-pickup down to Military Island ever again, because they got absolutely screwed there. But huge game from Gooners. Huge win for Alcancia. They have been finding a lot of success on Miramar, but now they collect a win on Erangel, so starting to kind of level things out a bit.
So many close calls on the drive-bys.
They had a good read on the circle, and them and Falcons both. I love Falcons.
Anyways,
around circle or something like that. Whenever they went into the farm position.
Valnix, I need
it just gets absolutely
ideas
so much information
for
I love
emotes.
That we did see Gooners who were seeing start to do a center meta. Well, the center of the first circle was water, so I guess you just got to go back to killing everybody, right, Toffees?
When the map doesn't make you able to camp, you just gotta go crazy. And they did it. It's what they needed. After 3 bad games or 4 bad games, that's what you do.
So I have these 5 emotes right now.
So that as you kind of set yourself up for the next 2 days, you're back to where you want to be. I love this end game.
And I have
QAD sort of
a
that
plan.
It was not the same as the first one, Poro. The first game was
for
like
2 others.
Snap off. This one was a lot more.
Maybe
measured.
3.
We did see.
I don't know. I need 8 total.
A lot more of a measured play from QAD.
And then I have 8 animated slots as well. I don't even know what I'm going to do for all the animated stuff.
I think played out just based on how the circle worked, right?
I'm going to get an emote for people running other people over, though.
Side of the island, so there was just not a lot of action going on up in their area, but the circles kept coming their way. So all you can do is play that game in front of you.
And it's just going to say squish with the car.
Taking out that Gooner
because
squad, which was
PUBG squish.
For a little bit, but a lot of
I gotta get like my character holding a heart for an emote.
7 kills, but you know what? They take that.
And then I think I want to get a rat emote, but I think I'm gonna have the squish emote be animated because that makes sense to me.
That Gooner's coming out with this 18-point.
But I don't know what to. So then I still have like at least one more regular emote and a whole bunch of animated emotes that I have no idea what to do with.
Another 4th place, 4 dogs. Designated. It's the way they need to be, but look at
how many more matches tonight? 1 more?
They had a little bit
1 more
of
match.
in these last 2 games. Haven't had they're still in first. Alcancia now 1 point behind Tom.
1 point behind, and also MRIA or Maria or Mission Ready.
Mission Ready International Alliance.
43. I remember when we talk about groups, it was the Mira show, and we felt like Maria was sort of playing chase second fiddle with the named game. Now it's very much the opposite. MRA is very quiet but effective right now, Poro.
They're finding a lot of success playing around the edge. This time they were in a great position to kind of take advantage of I believe it was Sakura Zenson that had to leave the northern side of farm a little bit early, and they cleaned that up really quickly. We're able to turn the tables on that Falcons fight as well and keep alive for a pretty good while. So just really good team fighting.
And then there's 6 more tomorrow and 6 more on Sunday.
Them having to play a little bit more together as a team.
QAD, they didn't. They're at the second. They got the win on that game, so I want to do some comparisons. Let's talk about this QAD Team Liquid. They're in the race right now. The idea of their games were kind of different, but at the end of the day, they're exactly like QAD had one huge one and one sort of like quiet game, whereas Liquid's had these 2 sort of middle, very aggressive styles. One where they got a ton of points without getting any placement. I love how close it's put them together, Matchup.
Well, yeah, these are two teams that we often talk about should be like crowning up at our top with Falcons on a regular basis, but have had a couple of falters here or there throughout the year. This last event for the year for Americas, there's like, nah, no brakes on this train. It's full on out. It's like you said, some of it has been navigating circles early, and that has led to some gifting and positioning for some.
Yep.
But it has also been exploiting territory control. These are the two teams that I think in this lobby probably control the area around them the most efficiently. Whenever they decide that this is our home, you will be punished for getting close.
Historically, Poro, in the old days of PAS, the three horsemen, the four kings almost always seem to come out of the North Americas regions, or the sort of north of the border, if you will, before the combination, and right afterwards. Then it sort of changed, and right now South America has been running the gambit outside of the Falcons. These two teams, the way that they look right now and they have been playing, do you think there's a real world where, because to be honest, neither of them are in that right now, Liquid or QAD could sort of usurp that position and become a top 3 Americas contender again?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I mean, those guys, it's not like they've gotten worse. Like, it's just kind of, I don't even want to say, you can't use the normal excuse with teams that trade players or get new players on their roster and say, oh, they just needed a few more reps with them. And like Alcancia is kind of in that boat where they needed kind of more time with Relo and trying to figure out that Relo-Roth relationship and how best to use Cowboy and D. But Liquid, I mean, that's been the same team for a while now. I think they got hit with some really, really bad luck at PAS 5 at the end there. And then EWC, they got there is a little underwhelming when they got there. And I think they know that they're capable of more. And I think that the boot camping in Brazil obviously is it's, if nothing else, it's showing that there's a full-on eyes first, clear-eyed focus on the end of the year and trying to get as far as they can and try to make PGC.
Are there any other teams besides QAD or Liquid, Matt, that you can think of in the Americas region or in the traditional, like you want to call normally the northern groupings that you think could be a contender to re-enter that top 3 and usurp South American dominance? Or do you think that these are the only 3 that have the option at the moment?
I don't know. Rock is really, really strong. So we have to look at teams that can compete in that same category. I would think that the only contenders that I'm eyeing at the time are ones that can be hyper consistent. And Mission Ready has the capabilities, but it doesn't necessarily have the tools that the other ones do. I mean, they're definitely like a squad that's doing a lot more like regular work on top of esports and all this other stuff. So their successes that they're finding are very, very big. It's just they're also having to compete against the real world at the same time, so it's going to make it a lot harder for them.
Yeah, I think that is something to remind some of our viewers from, and myself even from time to time, that a lot of our teams, especially when you get to these regional finals, unless you are a GPT or one of these heavy top 3 or 4 teams, like these guys are still working their full times. They're doing what they need to during the day so they can grind it out at night. And that is challenging to continue to grind your way up to the top and be an international team while also having to make it work. So a huge shout out to all of the players in the Americas regions across the board, from open qualifiers to pros, who play this game because they love it and because they love the competitive aspect and they love grinding it out. And thank you for giving us the show. We love watching it. I gotta throw that out there because I know it's tough for some of these guys. After how long has it been, Poro? 8, 10, 9? How many years have we been doing this?
I think we can call it 8 years now. Yeah,
I think we can call it 8 years. You gotta love it to keep going. You know what I'm saying?
One of my favorite conversations I've had in a long time was with Roth when talking about like some of the financial struggles that he's had to face. And I'm not trying to like go into any of them or anything else like that, but if you actually sit down one-on-one and talk to some of these players about the sacrifices that they've had to do just because they want to compete, it's very, very hard to like for people that are looking at like maybe trying to grow and start a family or doing different things along those lines, because we've been doing this for years. There's a lot of people that are at that stage in their life and are having to make some very difficult decisions on how much they want to compete, and just their desire to perform well has kept them here. And it's a big statement for every single person playing.
All right, looks like our teams have hit the ground and are on running. No big fights early on. Circle is going to pop up here in just a second. And I got to be honest, that's not bad. I like that. I think it's pretty fair. What does the circle mean to the map when you look at it, Poro?
I mean, first of all, kind of interested to see Wuju 2 and 4 Dogs over there near Zarki, but this is going to be an interesting one, right? Because you're kind of gambling on, is it going to play around that Yasnaya Stalber area, or do you think it's going to cut south? So our IGLs are going to be on the clock as to where they want to set up and how quickly can they get there, considering how spread out everybody is. I wouldn't be surprised to see some early game fighting, early game scrapping, as teams are going to run into each other on these rotation patterns, as Falcons look like they might already be sending it over.
Let's send it to our Princes of Participation. It's Godspeed, it's Gibson, it's a fight.
It's a fight indeed. Falcons getting close. Forget close on top of Mira. Gibson. It's going to be a knock from Kick. Give him 2. Why not? And this is not the start as Shrimsy with 1 HP is just trying to run out of the building before he gets punched to death. Kickstar's going to find a third. Oh, looks like the excitement has just been, quite frankly, too much for Gibson now. This is just going to be Haven to try to pick up the pieces here. Kickstart now in the just dominant position, though. Falcons with an incredibly early crash, just making it work. And Buggy's going to get out of there. Is Haven going to make it out? And it looks like he will, who survive. Maybe keep... Oh,
Solo cast.
Yes, welcome.
Oh, but his audio isn't working.
I think you got so excited that that fight was happening between Mira and Falcons that you just blew up your mic.
Off the back of Toffee's throwing it over, but we are here. Anyways, Team Liquid rotating it as well as Team Mira, just finding this a struggle. They had Falcons chasing him. They had
Dude, Haven.
Is this the worst case
Tire
scenario?
out, half HP, no friends, no meds. Yes! I'd say this is about as worst case as it gets. That doesn't get any worse than that. Out in last with 0 points.
Yikes.
My word.
You know what the worst thing about that is? I single-handedly pointed them out at the very start, being like, wow, Mira have a great chance of upsetting the big 3, big 4 here and having themselves a day. Well, their day ends on 25 points, and you look at the teams behind them, like Furia might pass them out, 55 as well. Now we watch the Gunners go in, but I did want to pick up on one thing. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
I wanted to pick up on the point that Matt made. You know, I don't think anybody understands sacrifice any more than the players from North America, the things that they've given up, like, you know, even going to events. Like, you know that this year PGC is on at the same time as Thanksgiving, if I'm not wrong, and, you know, that's taking players away from their families, taking the players away from their friends. Like, you think about the current format. These players give up a lot, and they do it for the love of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they do it for passion. They want to win. They want to.
Yeah, what kind of scheduling is that to?
You know, PGC
to schedule it on Thanksgiving,
right? Like the whole point is just get to those and prove that you're the best. And the game, obviously, as Poro said, it's kind of crazy to think about 8 years now. So we can see the Gooners now pushing mission ready. Yeah, I mean, some of these players have been playing for 8 years, so lots of sacrifices, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, time put in. Incredible highs, very low lows, you know.
Yeah,
it has it all, and for some players, you just can't give it up.
Yeah, the lows are tough. But Mission Ready International Alliance, they're going to bail out. They've got their bug out driver here, and Vox Bunt will attempt to panzer it. He just can't quite get the angle that he needs.
Bunt wanted it so bad.
RIA will be able to bail out. But this circle, by the way, I've never. No, actually, I'm lying. I've casted a couple of Kameshki finishes, but a North Shift here would go crazy.
I don't think I've ever casted a Kameshki proper ending, but as we look back at the replay here from the Falcons coming in and just kind of ruining Mira's game. Yeah, I don't think I've ever cast a Kameshki proper, but I've obviously cast and even played many circles around Stalber in this area, but never Kameshki proper. That'd be kind of cool to end the day on, but we'll see. Probably not.
Remember,
even so, there's a lot of this missing. There's a lot of playable terrain missing.
Yeah, we had a Kameshki hot drop earlier this year as well, if I'm not wrong, involving Dots back at the start of the year. But Kraken from Furia finds the knock onto the Gooners. That's happening in and around Yaz, if anybody is wondering. Remember, you can open up the map if you want. And have a look at what way all these teams are going to navigate a circle like this one. The Dogs have a good spot up to the north. They dropped inside Severny. They've extended out. They've got like really good access into Stalber and making their way down that hill if they need to. This is actually very similar to what we saw in EMEA for the last game tonight. It was won by the team that took no lean early. And for those of you who are wondering, Toyo are currently locked into that position.
And Toyo is... I mean, slower start on the day. They did have, I think it was the second game on Miramar where they actually had a really strong showing, so I was hoping that they'd continue that. So far, not so much, but again, with a position on no lean, they actually have a great spot in this current circle. Even if it does hard shift, even if it keeps water in, they'll be able to rotate even to the north if they wanted to around Stalber and around the few teams that are up there. So again, great spot for them early. We'll see what they can do with it.
Well, I think that we heard Poro refer to somewhere on Miramar earlier today as like a funnel of death.
Ew.
See that little...
I think it was Matt.
It was Matt.
If I'm not
was Matt,
mistaken.
but
I think it was Matt.
that little corridor between the, you know, the Yaz Lake and Stalber Hill where no lean takes you into Yaz, that's the real funnel of death. Like, the amount of teams that you'll see try rotate...
Can be.
Yeah, like we've seen so many teams try to rotate through that spot, and someone in no lean or just north of Yaz can ruin their day.
The only caveat to that is if they do try to go further north into Stalber, like even Stalber proper, they actually do have some ridges, but most teams don't do that, right? Because especially coming into a circle like this, when it gets later in like phase 2 or 3, they're expecting teams to be there, so they often go for the, you know, the no lean channel, so to speak, and yeah, it usually causes problems for those teams. And Fujitsu might be one of those teams. We'll see. They're coming in on the northwest side, so a couple teams trying to come in as the 4 Dogs are fighting on the north side of Stalber against Sakura Zensen. But I don't expect much is going to come out of this. Just some shots back and forth. I don't know. Hyman and Adam actually still there.
You need to log off LinkedIn.
Yeah, they've got the vehicle, the Dacia there.
Listen,
in a
you
position
got...
that they can bail out if they need to. He man it with the barrel.
You got
at the ready as well, I
6
think, for the
more
Dogs.
minutes to
They're gonna
focus on
hold up in
LinkedIn,
this position. Like,
and
there's
then you
no
got to
reason
focus
for
on
the Dogs
this,
to go any
all right?
further, but at the same
6
time,
minutes,
they should know
and then it's
that
PUBG
Sakura
time.
Zensen
Will be
have
in
some
the
presence
last
there, and the
15
longer
minutes of the
you can
match,
deal with it, the more
and you got to
confidence you're gonna
focus
give
on it,
Mika and Penta
and then you can go to bed.
get an angle on
Or
you
go
and
back
cause
on
some
LinkedIn. I
problems.
don't really know.
Like, I actually like the way Sakura Zensen are playing this. Like, if you look at the 2 players in the compound, and then the angles the 2 far off are getting, this is clever. This could work out really good for Sakura.
Yeah, you can see Mika and Penta if you're watching the map feed. You
Yeah.
can actually see them opting to go for a position here on the
I don't
south,
know.
on that hillside just underneath their teammates. They're actually getting those angles that you were talking about. So pretty smart stuff. That
I really
said,
feel like the
Dogs,
bottom of this leaderboard should
they're
be
not
4
necessarily
Dogs
pushing
and
the
Yin
pace, they're not
Yang.
rushing this, right? They're not just getting
So the
command
fact
and then
that
getting some knocks.
the
So
4 Dogs and
fairly
Yin Yang
decent from both
aren't the bottom
sides.
of the leaderboard is
Which I
kind of
like
impressive,
both teams.
but
I feel
also
the
like,
Dogs are growing into the day as well.
let's
You
go
know,
duel.
They earned the right to be here. They came all the way through the North
Yeah.
America Open quals. They forced their way in, beating out teams like Bestia to play here in the lobby tonight.
Okay, mind.
I feel like they're getting more confidence now.
Also,
You will lose one. Like,
Valinix,
that's always the case.
what's
The last player in
what
the
should I
comp
do
will
for some
fall,
animated
they've managed to get
emotes?
out of there. They'll
I
get
need
inside
some
the circle,
ideas
which
for
did
them.
Shift north, by the way. Kameshki is still a possibility at this point in time. But I think for Dogs, like,
So I'm looking for someone to make emotes for me. I think I have 8 animated emote slots.
Is their win.
Uh,
they get from this point on as a bonus.
So I
And
gotta
think if
figure
they
some out.
continue to grow, get confident,
I
win a
know
couple of
I
fights, and
am
really
gonna
feel
get
like they
like
belong in this lobby.
an animated squish
And
one,
they had some good games,
for
especially
like
LCQ towards the end.
the
I think they
vehicles
got a pretty
squishing,
decent, like, 10 points,
uh,
so they got some good points even today.
and running over people. I'm probably gonna get a Dacia one and a UAZ one,
Bliss just got knocked
but that's only
starts
2 of
to
8
lose on the
slots.
raid. I'm not sure if he had anywhere to back up to, but he just kind of
Yapping?
But overall,
Oh,
I think,
boy.
Again, that's experience, right? That these guys are going to get. Ice Tech obviously has a lot. We see Lucid as well. But
Okay, if I'm gonna get a
overall,
yapping emote, what
you know,
should
I think the more reps they get,
what should it
especially
entail?
for
Just like
the better.
the
off.
word yap
They
going
definitely
by
make
over and
it
over and over
egregious
again?
mistakes. Again, it's just little stuff here or there that'll.
Because I could do that.
And to be honest, Kick did
Or is
put that
there,
little lead
like-
in his pocket as well, like from
Do we want more to it? Do we
It was
want
so good.
uh
Two, they're gonna
like
take, this spot on the
my
garage compound, just on the edge of Stalber. This gives them great lines of sight, but only towards the south, you know, anything behind them will still be difficult to spot, but at the same time,
like that?
it it gives them great cover. Like players on Stalber are not going to get angles down on top of them, so they'll be pretty happy with that spot. I'm looking elsewhere, and I'm kind of trying to work out who could be in real trouble with this zone. And I don't think there's any massive loot. Maybe Rock
Got
could be
it.
in trouble depending on how they follow these teams in. But a lot of teams are going to be really happy with where they are.
I can
As they wait for that next shift.
I can probably make something happen with that.
I mean, Rock could even just scout out J compound and see that it's completely open. They don't necessarily have to backfill Yin Yang, but they're taking their time and they've made it in. And yeah, no one really is comfortable. Falcons coming in from the north side, as we can see here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the run over one. I'm gonna have two of those. I'm gonna have the Dacia and you as one, and I'm gonna have Squish pop up in words right above it too.
And really, yeah, like you said, there aren't many teams.
Because I mean, that'd be perfect.
Struggle at least in this phase, but as we hit phase 3, phase 4, right? Once we see what the water is actually going to be doing in the next shift, are we going to keep any, or are we going to go completely landmass early, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of variables still for the teams, even that.
Yeah, a couple of 2-2 splits as well. Like Duel have got a really large 2-2 split.
So that'll be 3 of the 8 slots.
Very wide.
Like even
and then I have 5 more slots for everyone.
Okay. All right.
Psycho.
Before you can even finish your sentence, like Psycho just deletes Gooners just like that. I mean, as quick as you like.
One magazine, he killed 4 players in a vehicle.
Okay.
Wow.
You're kind of good.
I don't have much else to say. That happened so fast.
I have 5.
Impressive.
I have 5 follower emotes.
Okay, fair enough.
We'll get a replay of that, I'm sure.
You're just like, all right, and next.
It might come at the end of the game too. That's definitely. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, let's scratch that last game out. Let's see this.
Right.
We saw Karak get some damage in, sure, okay, but
yeah, Psycho just. Karak helped.
Damn.
Karak helped.
Wow.
Helped, but Psycho.
Wow.
Put in mad work. Jesus. Okay, well. Sorry, you were making a point before we got derailed by the action.
I was gonna say I need 5 emotes for followers as well. And I don't know what. I know what one of them will be. It's gonna be my little caricature with just like a heart emote.
Kind of tough. I don't see a vehicle. I see him hiding. I think Yin Yang knows he's here because he's taking a ton of damage. If I'm Cowboy, I'm saying, hey D, could you maybe put down some covering fire?
I was gonna say D. It looks like he's the only one that's actually looking in this
direction. But then I need.
Rilo's trying to go wide to get a better angle on these rocks, but Cowboy is not in a. He's in a very precarious position. We'll leave it at that, as he is just underneath here.
I need.
The circle has also posted Gibbs, which means that we're in fact not going to keep any water for that phase 4 shift. It's just going to go straight land.
I need 4 more.
Right from the jump.
Yeah, Rello has brought a vehicle down to the beach as well, in case he's maybe considering Operation Saving Private Cowboy, but there is a UAZ just beside him. If he can creep up just far enough, sneak in, get out of there. Yin Yang still seem to think that he's below. They're tossing smoke grenades. Oh, no, they know. They've heard. A footstep. Cowboy's going to get inside the UAZ. Kane. Is Kane going to be able to get the angle? Cowboy, get your foot on the gas. There we go. There's Rello putting the covering fire down. Cowboys? Oh no, he's trapped. Has he trapped it?
He wasn't able to get out. I think he was worried about getting knocked before the shots came in from Relo. Meanwhile, Shrimsy is going to find Pentalo, so they have in fact ran into Sakura
Sausage emote
on the north side here. There were trades back and forth. Penta unfortunately did get flushed though, and it looks like Falcons will be able to recover their knock.
Yeah, you said this fight was going to happen a little while ago. You expected Falcons to potentially run into SZ, and that's exactly what happened. The Sakura Zenzen wants to get some revenge on their falling.
I'll write it down as an idea.
It's been a very good day for them. They're on 34 points, just outside.
I know you're reaching
for now, but there's still plenty of PUBG still to come. And look at, I love this. Like, they're not done. They're not backing off. I think they still realize that terrain will help them in this fight with Falcons.
Yeah, and they have to hold the north. I mean, there's no option for them to run and go play center. There's nothing left in this circle, especially when you see that shift. Oh my goodness! So centering right on Duel.
Not the way I'm reaching for yours.
There's some terrain as well as some of the hillside to play off to their west.
Anyways.
Very, very difficult circle to play, especially if you're stuck in the south like PD. Tig is going to find another member. Meanwhile, if Sakura Zensen, it's going to be Micah to go down.
As much as the terrain is helping Sakura Zensen, it also kind of trapped them a little bit as they were using it as a crutch, and the Falcons were able to spot out one. So another member falls. That leaves Adam and He-Man as the last two players left alive.
You probably should be, honestly.
Really, what they need is some help from the dogs who've sent Vorpal a little further north to keep an eye on what's going on. And you look at like, I don't think we've.
Wait, the red mic made it so dramatic? One sec.
Because it is tough
1 sec.
for anybody to get in, and these northern grounds are going to be a killing field.
Well, it's so wide open, and more importantly, it's so wide open in the north where you have all these teams currently vying for the position to play in that.
Wait, that's not what I wanted.
On the edge. And so you can see right now Falcons taking it to Sakura Zensen, but they're going to have to deal with the dogs. They're also going to have to deal with Wuju 2, and also Liquid is up there. So this is by no means.
How does this make you
task for
feel?
these teams in the north who want to just hold that small edge on that hilltop that is the northern side of the circle.
Falcons now as well, up to 43 points. They've snuck 7 kills into this map already as they're looking to put themselves in. Like, don't rule out the Falcons being in second place at the end of this game after what was an abysmal start, and that is exactly what the Falcons are known for. It's also, right, I'm going to say it, it's also so refreshing.
It's not actually, I eat a lot of ice cream. Especially ice cream cones, and you use your tongue plenty when you do that. I don't think I need to say anymore.
Is that BC9 Lobes? Okay, hold on a second as we see Wuju 2 now.
But I could also go like this.
Just pummeled here.
1 sec. Where's the
That's
button?
going to be, again, Ying Yang coming in for their fight against Duel. IQ, though, is going to go huge!
Oh my god.
Loeb's got
beautiful play from the duo.
Loeb's got 2 more. He's on to 5 kills as Duel.
I don't actually know what the disco ball looks like.
12 teams left alive. Surely a third team is not going to try to make this push, but the circle might just force it. Furia, who are not having a good day by their standards, they're current PAS champions, by the way, having won it under the El Proyecto tag, are making their move to MRIA, and this is a massive utility dump, and they've not.
The disco ball is not doing as much as I was hoping it would.
Yeah, I want to see Furia come alive. It has not been their best day by far, but still,
Kraken last one
they're
up.
Holding on. They have not given up. It is just down to Kraken, though, and he's got to get as many points as he can, but Snakers is going to end that with a Panzerfaust. He did try. He did do a lot of damage. 2 mission ready. We'll see if they're able to recover. Meanwhile, Toyo now with 2 members left is having to deal with the mess.
Possibly a better spot
Team
for
Liquid.
it.
Everyone else on the north. It's just Emmy now.
Falcons now just 2 points away from the top 3 as they have.
See, I really do think
so far here on this map, 8 kills. Jewel have 7.
if I put it
in 13th place, as Kurt will confirm
somehow like all the way up here.
Emmy, throwing those nades over, he knows exactly where at least one of those.
I think there's.
That's a really good BZ. That's going to bounce. That's going to force him to choose to fall back or move a little bit closer.
Before I blind you. I think I gotta have like everything turned off if I want the disco ball to work. Unfortunately.
Another kill on the board, but Liquid need to move once more. The circle just keeps shifting away from them, and all these teams need to make a move. Like, I'm looking at this. It is so hard to call a winner.
Well, again, it's Falcons and Team Liquid are going for the same spot. They can't both occupy, but that spot that they want to play on that edge is already pretty much being watched over by Duel. And so they're going to have to fight at some point. You can see Falcons now going further in. Meanwhile, mission ready, having to deal with 55 coming in from the west.
Just blue-green? What?
Spread of control. And this is so
blue-red
to play for the teams that are currently looking for a spot, Gibbs.
Yeah.
I mean, this is wide open.
Yeah, Relo using the discount DMR as well, by the way, as Alcudsia rock that M16, but here's the Falcons push on the Duel. Lobes has already, alongside IQ, held off multiple pushes, and Roth gets the off angle on the Falcons, and that's going to put the brakes on this push at least momentarily. Kickstart takes a little bit.
See, I
of
feel like
damage
that
as well.
goes
Just
through
saw
to the
23 being landed,
through the colors
and
too
that's doing Jewel
quickly.
a favor. But here comes Alo moving on in as Luke 12 will get that kill onto Rock. Down they fall. 7 teams left alive. And this is the impressive thing. Lobes has pushed back 2 kills. And have you also noticed the fact that his helmet and vest are still in perfect nick? And they'll need to be, because both Liquid and Falcons want to put some pressure onto them.
Yeah, Lobes has done a really good job of conserving his helmet and armor, mainly taking angles that are very favorable to him, especially in those crashes. But like you said, it's Liquid. They took out the remnants of Rock, and now they have that shelf. This is what I was worried about when it came to Falcons and Duels. A team, whether it was Toyo or Liquid, getting that shelf above.
That's
Meanwhile,
good.
It's going to be mission ready to get eliminated. The Snakers are down, so they will at least get a couple points for placement there as they go out in 7.
Yeah, I love the spot that Potentially Dangerous are playing as well. This little.
I'd like to see
with the
Potentially
bunker beside
Dangerous
it,
do a
gives
little
them
bit better
great
too.
Cover. You push up over the ridgeline. You can see exactly where Al-Qudsi are. This is such a good shift for 55. With that hill being so steep, they can stay safe. And I think the important thing
Evil
is
oil
just doing
money.
that. Stay alive. Let these teams to the north get a couple of kills on the board. I know that you can be, you know it, I know it. It can be very tempting to be like, oh, I want to get involved. I want to get some more kills. We've got 7 more. We're confident. But I think the best plan of action for 55 now is to just wait. Let these teams in the north thin out the herd.
Yeah.
And then go for the win.
Garak is going further and further out away from his team, which is a risk.
Pew.
But you're absolutely right. This is, I mean, their ridgeline is disgustingly strong. And so realistically, they don't have to do much. Just let the teams, as you stated, kind of take care of themselves, come out and try to just take that W. But we'll see what happens. Falcons, meanwhile, still have to get in, as do Team Liquid. And it looks like they both could be looking at the position that you currently see. Dual occupy, as K-Mind has actually opted to move up towards the bunker. That way, leaving the other 2 members split behind. I should say 3 members. So it's a 3-1 for Duel.
Huh.
And you look at it, Falcons 1 point away from the top 3 now. If another team falls, they will be level with Mission Ready International Alliance. Also, yes, for all the viewers at home, 6 of the top 8 are North American teams, which makes for a hell of a change from what we saw earlier on this year. But you look at Al-Qudsi, they've got like Roth and Rello that kind of play together all the time anyway in that position. They're right on the edge of the circle with a stip. Falcons, we pointed out, they need to make a move at some point. Like, I'm curious as to what way Liquid and Falcons elect to path this out. Like, you could make an argument that their best bet is to move towards 55 and go for that ridge, but that knock there slows everything down for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that knock was not in their favor whatsoever, but in the favor of Duel. So they can try to maybe get some utility or something up there. You can see there with that position that K-Mind had, he's actually watching their approach. So if they do try to come down, at the very least, Lobes and K-Mind should be the tip there to kind of dissuade them from doing so. But Shrimzy's going to find Wooly. Alo is going to get knocked by Sparky. No, he's going to knock his own teammate. This K-Mind's going to find Kick.
Yeah, and here's Lobes now.
Oh no, that's dead. Falcon's gone.
Knock on the Tig and Jewel wipe out
Holy
the
Duel.
10 kills for them, with more potentially on the way. Here comes 55 as well, dropping nades on top of Team Liquid as Orange Zera just spread all the way out.
What?
Liquid now. Al-Qudsi
Duel are still
making the move
alive.
towards the trenches. Cowboy will get that knock on the Tony, and that leaves Gabri as the last player alive as Al-Qudsi go for back-to-back chicken
I'm
dinner.
gonna do this. I really need to have these on.
He's going to go for the res inside the smoke, but he's forced to dip out. Gets the off angle. Is he going to spot out Roth? Goes for the flush instead. He got tempted by the point, and now D should get back on his feet, but 55 are moving. But they're just a little too far away to put pressure on the Al-Qudsi before they get the res.
I'm not actually sure who
And
got.
was
I think
slightly too
Lobes
late,
got
which
ran
means that
over.
QAD should be able to
But I
recover,
think he
still
also
all
got
control is
res.
in the favor of 55. You can see they're even still looking for the members of, or what was the members of Liquid. They've been out for a while now, but even Lobes and the rest of Duel coming in from that north side compound. The spread is just so difficult
I just want to say,
play against. But again, if anything,
if there was a C4, they would have been able to deal with Duel.
They do have this kind of southeastern wrap if they want to, but yeah, the onus definitely on this game, it resides.
If there was a C4,
See, during all that, K-Mine has managed to get right onto the center of the circle.
They would have been
There's
able to
all
take
that
him out.
gunfighting between Falcons
I
and
saw
Liquid.
that.
He
said that early, yeah.
Yeah, it's a land grab. He's gone for a land grab, and the rest of Jewel might just be able to get there if they've got a vehicle intact. Like, even though 55 have full control of the south, I think this is risky because they have to go over that plateau if they want to play center of the circle whenever this inevitably donuts up. Like, I think 55 are going to need to find a knock or two onto Al-Qudsiya if they want to make this passing safely.
I think they wait. I think they can honestly still wait because Al-Qudsiya is going to have to move before they do. So inevitably, it's going to be again. It's them. It's on them to make the mistake. I think. The other thing is, Duel has actually been able to keep these three alive, and they actually even make it to the Wizard Tower, which means that they're in this circle and they can now wait this out. 55 have to be careful as well going for these extra angles. They cannot incur any knocks, Gibson.
Lobes and K-Mine spent the last couple of years in an intense boot camp to get themselves ready for this big comeback. And you know what? They're in 9th place, still plenty more points that could be gathered for them, and they're putting themselves into a position going into the rest of the weekend where they might just give themselves a chance, especially if Lobes keeps tapping into that fountain of youth that he's somehow found with a FAMAS as they dip back inside the Wizard's Tower. Smoke wall has been... Al-Qudsiya are about to make a play. They're about to make a move.
Yep. They kind of have to. They don't want to wait. And I like this. They don't want to wait for the circle to be the ones to push them into the fight. They want to take the fight on their terms. And so I'm a big fan of this. As you can see, I mean, they do have, again, something to play in front of them. It's not great. They have to use smokes and vehicles, but I'm also curious if they're just going to go for a crash. Yeah, I was going to say, I think they might just try to get rid of Duel once and for all and take over this position. No!
Somehow.
The C4 from D, it just wasn't close enough to the Wizard Tower, and Roth will go down.
Wow.
He will pay for his own sins. As well as D's with that C4.
Yeah, they say the captain goes down with a ship, but it was D's the one that put the C4 on the car, and he didn't even follow it. That molly is just about bang on the money. D is going to erupt into flames, but 1 HP. He literally went down to 1 and stays up. But look at K-Mine. 35 rounds of 5.56 left to work with. He's going to Cowboy's going to shut him down.
Nice try.
You know what? With K-Mine at 35 bullets, why not get that knock? Because it would have opened up the ability for the rest of Jewel to push in.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't really have a choice. 55 also were starting to come in, so I respect the play. Just didn't get it. It's fine.
I agree, but I also don't know what else he could have done.
Really, still 3 members alive.
He had 35 bullets. He couldn't have, like, taken a fight from further away and risk, like, a bad spray. He needed to be close enough to just try and take him out.
But 55 and Pippa actually doing
it was weird
to help out QAD a bit.
Yeah, just
it was weird. I think he should have tried to pop another smoke and tried to just play super close instead of pushing.
It's not close enough to help Arello out and get that kill confirmed for him, so not going to get that point just yet.
55, that's a knock on to Cowboy.
Goes a little bit too far, but 55 are on the move. The second nade is better. Psycho continuing his reign of terror on the day, gets that next one, leaving Al-Qudsiya down to just 2 players left standing. 4v2v1 of active players alive and having an impact on the server. And look at Lobes, he's gone belly crawling out with that FAMAS. As Psycho will wrap towards Rello, but the smoke is just timed perfectly, and Psycho gets another.
That C4 did it. Oh, Pippa finds the last one.
The angle to cut off on the smoke. My word, 55. Okay, it's not like they were in a position to win and they had center circle and they just kind of sat there and they didn't really get many kills. They had 15 kills. I think 10 kills going into that last fight with those 2 teams. That was a very, very impressive performance. More importantly, that just makes the leaderboard shake up even better because, man, they shot themselves up in that top.
Last to 9.
Yeah, and the sign of a good team is winning the games that you're supposed to. And they were supposed to win that game with the position that they had, with the circle they were given, and they've put themselves in with a really good chance going into the weekend as well. This game, though, it started off crazy. I couldn't even speak. My mic stopped working. But I know three fellas who love speaking. One of them really loves speaking, and that's I'm not going to tell you which one that is. But you know what, Toffees? Why don't you break down all the action from the last day or the last map of the day?
All right, you know, Gibson, I was going to let it go that you said good teams win the ones that they should instead of the fact that good teams wins the ones that they shouldn't. Mediocre teams win the ones that they should. But it's okay. I'm not going to talk about that too much because it was a great game.
Duel just held that compound for so long.
That was a fun ending.
Erangel just delivers, man. It's just been delivering consistently for the past year now. And once again, and this time we got to see it all the way up north, playing around Stalver, a circle that you don't get to see too often. And in the end, you know, Psycho and the boys from 55 managed to pull out a very, very nice win. Let's just not ask what they did the rest of the day, but they managed to collect a lot of good points here and put themselves back in the conversation.
25 points in one game is big. I love the
Just
mind
couldn't get that C4 up there.
the execution
Yeah,
wasn't
K-Mind,
there,
again, I don't think that
but
was the
mindset
right
on how
play,
they
but I don't
were
think it was the
winning
wrong
there.
play right there either.
Because,
That's the thing.
It was 55 holding a very strong position into the circle, and this was just the 55 show from pretty much killing the Gooners through the rest of it. I mean, Psycho sitting at, I don't know, 7, 8 kills at the end of it is ridiculous. 9 kills.
9 kills for Psycho. Holy.
Is it true, though? Is that enough for us to really declare that this is Psycho's reign of terror, Porosaurus? Is he truly a psycho?
Hey man, I'm not taking anything away from a guy who just got 9 kills in a game. Like that's a really good performance by them, regardless of how you come across them. Like the first 4, that's about the easiest vehicle spray down you're ever gonna get. But you know, we got 5 more after that. So you know, good performance from Psycho, good performance for 55, which is good because they were having a pretty middling day up until then.
And now they're going to be right back in that. Remember,
I want to check out the final leaderboard, see where we're at, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Because I gotta work tomorrow morning. And then we'll be back here probably about 2 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna play some Borderlands 4 with cartoons, and then we'll be back here for another watch party. Again tomorrow night, and then Sunday night to see who ends up getting top 8. Should be a bunch of fun. Can't wait for it.
The later mid game, I should say. We didn't see them in the later stages.
Once this leaderboard pops up, I'll say good night.
25 points for 55 is big, but where does it stack up?
Last thing from that game,
all right,
I feel like it's very rare.
There we go.
5 teams in double digits.
Team Liquid, first place, Alkadzian, second only a point behind. MRIA, Falcons, both tied for 47 points in third and fourth.
67 and Alkadzian
Not too bad.
66 as they go 1-2. Team Liquid, Alkadzian into
But
tomorrow.
that is how we're going to end it.
47, 45, 55 esports after a spectacular.
That is our ending leaderboard for day number 1. I will see you guys tomorrow. Really, Valinix, I think you're the only one here. So I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Have a wonderful rest of your night.